In the year 3069, colossal ancient monoliths plummeted from the heavens, ushering in the end of the world. Vile entities known as demons emerged from these pillars, unleashing a bloody massacre upon all of humanity. The young hero Aki had single-handedly crushed the 7th-rank demons, unaware that an 8th-rank nightmare lurked within the monoliths. This beast possessed power 10,000 times greater than the rest. Exhausted and broken, Aki finally met his tragic end. Amidst the endless void, a spark flickered. Aki jolted awake to the sharp, familiar bark of military commands. He stared in disbelief at his unfamiliar surroundings. Was this all just a fever dream? One moment he was embracing death, and the next, he was here. Yet, every sensation felt hauntingly real. Sensing something was wrong, Aki frantically checked his body, his mind spinning in absolute shock. His powerful, battle-hardened physique was gone. Who was this stranger in the mirror? Where was he? 1,000 unanswered questions raced through his mind like a storm. He was in Venus City, a fortress shielded by massive walls, where Captain Ji Yaotong stood addressing the crowd. You must understand, the captain thundered. Becoming a warrior means becoming the ultimate shield of hope. He began recounting the history of their order and the legendary Dawn battle from 60 years ago. Aki froze. He had been reborn into the future. But the history books were fatally flawed. The history claimed 7th-rank demons were the peak. But Aki knew the terrifying truth of the 8th rank. Humanity remained blissfully ignorant of the demon's true strength. A cold dread washed over him. Meanwhile, Ji Yaotong's inspiring speech continued. Without those heroes, we would not exist today. Without warriors, there would be no peace, no families, and no future. It is the noblest path of protection. Do you all understand what it means to be a warrior? The candidates erupted in a roar of determination, their spirits ignited by the captain's words. Amidst the cheers, Aki's whisper about the 8th-rank demons reached the captain's sharp ears. Ji Yaotong marched toward him, his face twisted with murderous intent. You clearly don't understand our purpose. Your name, he demanded. Aki hesitated. Could he truly reveal his real identity here? Who would believe that the legendary hero from 60 years ago now inhabited this weakling's body? The captain glanced at his name tag and burst into mocking laughter. What a pathetic insult to a legend. You share a name with our greatest hero. Yet you're just a brainless fool who knows nothing. Fueled by rage, Ji Yaotong unleashed a devastating slap that sent Aki spinning. Aki spat out blood, cursing his frail new form. At least his name had survived this leap through time. Luckily, a bystander caught him before he hit the ground, preventing any further injury. However, he had certainly made a lasting impression on the captain for the upcoming trials. After dealing with the disturbance, the captain ordered everyone to move to the field for physical testing. As the crowd surged forward, only a boy named Sino stopped to check on the fallen Aki. Are you all right? Aki is a powerful name. I'm Sino. Let's look out for each other. Suddenly, a girl named Sidu Liu sneered. Giving a loser that name is a total joke. Aki gritted his teeth. Why did his name even matter to this arrogant stranger? You don't know her, Sino whispered. She's the top-ranked candidate in our entire group, known as the Unsmiling Rose. Sidulu was a prodigy of the highest caliber. She hailed from the prestigious Sidu clan, the most famous martial family in all of Venus City. Sino helped Aki up to hurry to the exam, but a bright camera flash suddenly blinded them. What a touching display of brotherly love. Don't mind me. Please continue. Aki stared at the girl. She looked cool, but the blood dripping from her nose made her look ridiculous. While Aki was confused, Sino seemed more worried about the photo she had just snapped. I'm Tomo. Your sparkling chemistry is simply irresistible. This is gold. Heading toward the physical trial, Aki put on his best stoic face and marched forward. Even in this pathetic body, I am still the ultimate warrior. How dare they lecture me on strength? Pathetic. This test is a joke. I'll terrify them with a legendary score. First up, the endurance run. From the start, Aki exploded with speed, leaving everyone behind. He aimed for first place and a new record, but reality was a cruel master. He took last place, setting history's worst record collapsed on the ground. He endured the brutal mockery of others. It wasn't just the run. Every single physical evaluation was a total humiliating disaster for him. Aki became a laughingstock, nearly breaking his own arm, ranking dead last. He faced immediate disqualification for his performance. It was unbelievable. How could humanity's once strongest warrior have fallen this far into such pathetic weakness? Aki clutched his head in despair. Only Shino stepped forward to offer a shred of genuine comfort. Tomoe seized the moment to snap a photo of them. Meanwhile, the judge approached Captain Du Duong. Captain, Aki's results are abysmal. There is no need for round 2. We should just disqualify him now. Although he disliked Aki's earlier attitude, Captain Duoduang simply shook his head in disagreement. He has no hope. But he still earns his chance at round 2. This will likely be his final exam. He ordered the second phase to begin the synchronization test with the advanced neural interface equipment. Hearing the announcement, a confident, sharp smirk played across Aki's lips at last. This was his playground. 60 years ago. He was the absolute strongest, maintaining a legendary 96% sync rate. My body is weak, but synchronization is a matter of will. Laugh now, I'll show you a true warrior's power. Aki's gaze ignited with a fierce intensity, a complete transformation from his earlier defeated look. He marched toward the site, stepping into the gear. He was genuinely impressed by the modern technology's progress. It was far more advanced than 60 years ago. Suddenly, Sidulu's score flashed 39%. She passed. The crowd erupted into excited whispers the moment her impressive results were announced to everyone. As expected of Sidulu, 39% is incredible. That martial family heritage is truly special. How could anyone even approach someone so elite? She's practically glowing with talent and beauty. Hearing the youngsters chatter, Aki let out a weary sigh. Romance was the last thing on his mind. After finishing, Sidulu removed the gear and walked toward the waiting room with cold arrogance. Her expression showed that this result was only natural. Behind her, the envious whispers of the crowd continued. Everyone envied her status and beauty. But the moment she entered the private room, her facade crumbled. Her face turned beet red as she squealed internally. 39%, I did it. Good job. Me. Everyone must have seen how cool I looked. The Ice Queen act works. But I should stay humble. Get it together, girl. It turned out this genius was actually suffering from a massive case of teenage delusions. Back at the arena, even Aki was slightly taken aback. Achieving a 39% sync rate was quite impressive. Shino threw an arm around his shoulder. She's the real deal. Isn't she? I can feel her overwhelming aura, not knowing how to respond. Aki just nodded along to end the conversation quickly. Suddenly, Shino asked why he looked so calm. After that disastrous physical exam, passing now seemed totally impossible. Aki remained unfazed, simply stating that he was already used to these kinds of high-stakes situations. This only piqued Shino's curiosity. How could someone their age be used to such extreme failure? Testing continued. Many struggled, as the neural interface forced their bodies to endure the violent demon core shock. Unable to handle the mental strain, several candidates surrendered. A 10% sync rate was required to pass. Some results were surprisingly good. Shino hit 24%, while Tomoe reached an impressive 30%. Watching the progress, Captain Duoduang wore a satisfied smile. They had discovered some truly promising talent today. Beside him, the loyal assistant quickly reported the latest statistics from the testing modules. Correct, including Tomoe. 6 candidates have exceeded 30%, rivaling the top tier of elite recruits. The overall quality was high, but Duoduang suddenly cut him off. Hef. Though some are utterly bottom tier, his eyes locked onto the next candidate. As Aki stepped onto the platform, the crowd erupted in mockery. Look. It's that loser Aki. His weak body will probably explode from the equipment's feedback alone. Haha, dead last and everything. Aki kept a poker face. But inside, his rage was reaching boiling point. Go on. Laugh it up. You green brats have no idea. Just wait until your jaws hit the floor. Stepping onto the pedestal, Aki pointed toward the Crimson Core, the essence of pure power. Demon cores from the battlefield are split into 6 types. Red, yellow, green, and blue are the most common. Red signifies strength. Yellow stands for defense. Green represents recovery. And blue marks agility. Purple represents illusions, while black cores for space and time are legendary. Black cores are the rarest of all. In the world of synchronization, the most vital factor is one's sheer willpower. The strength of one's will dictates core endurance and, ultimately, the power to dominate it. Before the grafting began, staff asked if Aki was ready. Having done this countless times, he demanded they start. The moment it began, a blinding crimson light erupted, flooding the entire hall. Even the lounges saw the glow. Aki roared, looking down with supreme confidence and absolute satisfaction. Open your eyes wide. I'll show you the true synchronization rate of the world's strongest warrior. The crowd gasped in shock as Aki's results climbed. In an instant, the rate hit 40%, but 40% wasn't enough. I once reached 96%, rise higher for me. His aura no longer felt like a mere test. The numbers continued their relentless ascent. In the monitor room, the captain nearly shattered the glass. He'd never seen such an insane synchronization before. As it hit 80%, panic erupted. Meanwhile, Aki stood like a messiah with arms wide open. I am the one hailed by all as the strongest warrior to ever live. If this core weren't trash and this body so weak, I'd make you all kneel. This is the gap. You brats. Aki savored the sweet satisfaction of silencing those who had dared to mock him moments ago. Suddenly, the surging power vanished. The demon core cracked, and Aki collapsed, crawling helplessly on the floor. It's no use, this body can't handle it. The panicked staff members shouted out in frustration. What the equipment failure. The sync rate plummeted to 10% as the secretary reported. Captain, the core shattered. It must have been defective, causing a data glitch. That was a close one. Upon hearing the report, the captain let out a long, heavy sigh of disappointment. He thought a new super warrior had emerged. But alas, Aki's 10% was barely enough to pass. Seeing Aki in such a pathetic state, the crowd of examinees began to whisper amongst themselves again. I knew it. Only S-rank city captains can reach those numbers. It was definitely just a glitch. Only Shino rushed up to check on his new friend, followed by Tomo, who recorded every awkward moment. Elsewhere, Situliu breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. Gave me a scare. I thought someone would outshine me. That's forbidden. Meanwhile, Aki was completely drained, his face pale as he spat out blood. I'm such a fool. Getting worked up over these brats. At least I passed the test. After recovering slightly, Aki sat in the waiting room, pondering the situation. What the hell was that? It felt like something deep within me suddenly drained my power. My will should have easily held 80%. Even a low-tier core shouldn't have shattered like that. But why did it happen? His mind was flooded with unanswered questions. Even as a veteran warrior, he couldn't find a logical explanation. Just then, the door swung open. Aki trembled, forcing himself to stand at attention. The captain entered, his voice booming. Congratulations. You've reached the final round, the live combat simulation. You're about to face real demons for the first time. I hope you all return safely from this test. Following his encouragement, the examinees were ordered to line up and head toward testing zone 3. Though he was gasping for air, Aki dragged his battered body forward with sheer determination, too exhausted to notice the captain's piercing gaze. Aki moved on. Suddenly, the captain spotted something nearby. Picking it up, he realized it was a fragment of the demon core, slowly fading into nothingness. Gripping the shard, he watched Aki's retreating back. You've certainly caught my interest. Aki, let's see how you perform in the mist hunt outside the walls. Then, the massive gates of Venus opened. Seeing the outside world for the very first time, the young recruits began to whisper in awe. Wow, is this truly our first time stepping beyond the walls? Tell me, is the world out there really eternally consumed by that mysterious fog? Aki stood in disbelief, realizing humanity had been imprisoned within these fortress towns for 60 long years. Sensing their naive excitement, the stern examiner barked a sharp warning at the inexperienced recruits. Quit your chattering, move out in silence and double-check your gear. Unless you fancy dying before you even realize what hit you. Aki meticulously inspected his newly issued flawless energy core. Deep down, he knew the previous malfunction wasn't caused by the device. In that moment, his power had simply evaporated as if something deep within his soul was violently rejecting the core's energy. No matter how much he pondered, a logical explanation eluded him. Could this be some lingering side effect from his transmigration? Lost in thought, Aki marched with the crowd. But the second his boots hit the wasteland soil, a strange pulse radiated from his very core. This invisible signal rippled outward, luring every nearby demon toward the mouth of a dark, mysterious cavern. Sensing the arrival, a bone-chilling voice echoed from the depths of the abyss. Impossible. It's higher than me, a demon far superior to my own rank, Aki gasped, reeling from the horrific visions flashing before his eyes. Those monstrous shadows were definitely demons. In a heartbeat, a terrifying resonance shook the very foundations of his soul. Suddenly, Situliu's sharp voice snapped him back to reality. Are you coming or what? Shaken and unable to explain, Aki offered a clumsy apology. As Shino and Tomoe approached the commotion, the examiner's gaze locked onto the four of them, his voice booming across the field. You four in the back, form a squad immediately. The others are ready, move out. Watching this, Tomoe mistakenly thought this was all part of Aki's clever team-building strategy. Before Aki could utter a word of explanation, Situliu cut him off. Just don't slow us down. Dead weight. Despite her icy exterior, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, she had been terrified that no one would want to team up with her. Shino stepped forward, giving Aki a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Let's head out. Aki, we've got to give it our all. Tomoe captured their team's first moment on camera, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. This exam relied entirely on artifacts known as dispersal stellis. These obsidian monuments were forged from reinforced stone, infused with a rare substance capable of dissolving the cursed mist. Once the recruits assembled, the examiner bellowed the final rules. The third round would be a grueling test of four-man squads. You all know the objective: survive the wasteland and hunt down the horrific mist beasts lurking beyond these walls. Each squad will now receive tactical daggers and portable mist dispersal units for your survival. Your mission is simple: penetrate the fog, reach the designated beacons, deploy the units, and exterminate any wingless demons you encounter. Your fate depends on individual prowess and seamless teamwork. Whether you pass or fail is up to you. Good luck, candidates. Hunting in the mist was the ultimate nightmare for any rookie in this shrouded world. Every step forward meant facing a lethal, unknown darkness. To become a true warrior, one needed more than just raw power. It required an iron will to withstand the soul-crushing terror of the mist. Confronting the abyss meant relying on your comrades to conquer the paralyzing fear of the unknown. They had to reclaim their vision and slaughter the demons that materialized within the chaotic battlefield to earn the title of warrior through their first bloodbath. The squads marched into the perimeter to fulfill their destiny. High atop the ramparts, Captain Jago of the 2nd Squad surveyed the scene. Plenty of talent this year, but Saitu Liu is the only one who truly piques my interest. What do you think? Captain Joel asked, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the unfolding trial. Indeed, coming from a prestigious martial lineage, she has the potential to become an elite warrior with the right training. Ji Yao Tong crossed his arms, noting another intriguing candidate among the recruits. His sharp gaze fell directly upon Aki below. I personally inspected his energy core and found 0 defects. So what exactly happened to him during the previous round? As Ji Yao Tang spiraled into thought, Jago suddenly rapped him on the head. Lost in your dreams again. Little Tang Tang. Don't you dare call me that, Yao Tang roared, his face flushing crimson. It was clear the three captains shared a deep, unbreakable bond. The laughter faded as Joel's expression turned grim. Tell me, has the threat level of the demons been officially confirmed? Only low-level wingless demons are permitted in the testing zone. Yao Tang confirmed, assuring them that every safety protocol had been followed. Joel smirked with absolute confidence. Even if something stronger appears, we'll simply slaughter it to protect our future legends. As the first wave of squads concluded their trials, the moment of truth finally arrived for Aki's team. Their group drew every eye in the arena, a bizarre alliance between the top-tier genius and the bottom-ranked failure, all radiating misplaced confidence. Without warning, Situ Leo snatched the dispersal device from Aki's grip and charged headfirst into the gloom. Just follow my lead, she commanded, her mind filled with the arrogant, childish whims of a natural-born prodigy. Forced to follow this blindingly arrogant star, a frustrated Aki had no choice but to dive into the shadows after her. Diving into the mist, Tudolu leaped high and performed a perfect mid-air flip. With surgical precision, she slammed the device into its designated spot. This display earned high praise from Jago. Despite being a recovery core user, her movements rivaled those of a top-tier blue agility core expert. The true power of a martial lineage was on full display. Sensing her presence, 3 blood-red demons lunged at Tudolu with feral rage. Instantly, Aki signaled Shino to take the vanguard and charge forward. Without hesitation, Shino moved instinctively on Aki's command. He vaulted in front of Tudolu, raising his shield to intercept the demonic onslaught. This time, even the 1st Division captain was impressed. Shino had clearly mastered the art of channeling his core's raw power. As the demons were hurled into the air, Aki gave the signal. The 3 warriors struck as one, each ruthlessly targeting a different beast. Armed with her agility core, Tomoe became a blur of steel. She shredded the demon with a flurry of slashes before kicking it into the dirt. Seizing the opening, Shino delivered a devastating follow-up punch that sent the demon flying. Jolo watched in awe at their flawless teamwork. Incredible synergy, Joelo muttered with a smirk. That girl's movements are particularly striking. Hey. He noted how the blue agility core granted her perfect physical harmony, a sinister grin creeping across his face. The 1st Division captain's vibes were truly unsettling. Meanwhile, Tudolu was still in the heat of battle. While her target was still airborne, she drove her blade deep into its flesh. A surge of emerald light pulsed from the blade into the demon. Seconds later, the creature's body bloated and erupted into a shower of gore. Her overwhelming power proved why she was the top candidate. But now, it was time for the real show, Aki's battle. In the blink of an eye, Aki pinpointed and struck 3 vital points: the neck, the chest, and the abdomen. Yet, strangely, Aki went down along with the demon, tumbling across the ground. He only managed to stop by jamming his blade into the earth. The explosive force of this frail body was reaching its absolute limit, but this was the perfect chance to test his current vessel. With eyes blazing, he charged the demon without a shred of doubt, relying on his vast experience. Aki slipped past an attack and aimed for the ribs. However, his weak muscles failed to drive the blade deep, barely hindered by the minor wound. The demon lashed out with a brutal kick, lightning fast. Aki leaned back to evade before switching hands and driving his blade into its gut. In agony, the massive beast tried to crush him. Remaining calm, Aki leaped back and delivered a decisive slash across its throat, sending the behemoth crashing to the floor. Despite the flawless execution, Aki was disgusted by his current physical state. His reaction speed was sluggish, his body temperature was off, and his explosive power was pathetic. Only his battle-hardened instincts made this look easy. Anyone else in this body would have been killed instantly. Shino watched in awe, marveling at how Aki seemed to toy with his prey like a master hunter. Tomoe recorded every second of the feat, while Tudolu fumed. How dare he steal her spotlight? She was certain he was showing off. Meanwhile, the 3 captains were now laser-focused on Aki. It was baffling to see such mastery from a frail boy. The first division captain remained silent, his eyes never leaving Aki. To him, Aki was an enigma wrapped in countless inexplicable anomalies. Back at the arena, the proctor declared the exam over. Aki stood there, gasping for air after the intense exertion. His former legendary techniques were currently out of reach in this weak vessel. Even simple movements left him winded. Pathetic. He thought, the test is over, so I should put you out of your misery. Catching his breath, Aki lunged toward the fallen demon to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a sharp object erupted from the earth, skewering the demon's belly. Aki's instincts screamed, allowing him to jump back just in time. Within seconds, a dense thicket of vines sprouted, sealing off any hope of escape. The team stood paralyzed as the ground trembled. Then, a horrific new demon tore its way out from inside the previous one's corpse. It let out a bone-chilling roar, releasing a wave of killing intent that paralyzed everyone in the vicinity. Sensing the shift, the first division captain's face paled. A first-stage demon, he roared. Everyone, retreat to the city walls now. Panic erupted as the candidates scrambled for their lives. Jago and Joe immediately leaped from the ramparts, charging toward the monstrosity. As they ran, Jago shouted words of encouragement to the terrified recruits. Fall back to the captain's position, he will protect you. Meanwhile, inside the vine cage, the first-stage demon spoke. Humans, it hissed. One of you smells like a demon. Which one? Aki froze, his heart pounding in his chest. A human with a demon's scent. What is it talking about? Aki wondered. The first-stage demon slowly prowled toward his team. Its overwhelming bloodlust left them rooted to the spot. Even the confident Tudolu couldn't move a muscle. This was the terror of a first stage. Those unranked variants were on an entirely different level, paralyzed by their overwhelming pressure. It felt as if we'd be shredded in an instant. Even for a battle-hardened veteran like Aki, this frail, pathetic body felt utterly suffocated. In his current weakened state, he was clearly no match for such a monstrous entity. Was this the crushing aura veteran warriors always spoke of, facing a first-ranked demon? Was it always this terrifying? The first-ranked demon hesitated, sensing a familiar demonic scent lingering on the humans. Confused, it decided to drag all 4 into the abyss. 4 streaks of light erupted from its palm, striking the group with precision and plunging them into instant darkness. Suddenly, the vine wall shattered. Jago and Joel burst through with raw fury. Keep your filthy hands off them. The first-ranked demon merely smirked in mockery. Greetings. Now, you're coming with me. Countless vines surged from the earth, dragging the captives into the subterranean depths. The rescuers stood frozen at the crater's edge, helpless. Without warning, the ground began to ripple, shifting violently in a single direction. It was the demon's trail. Joel shouted to pursue, but the tracks vanished as quickly as they appeared. The trail ended abruptly. They had lost the scent. Gyeokyodang had spent days scouting this area. How could a first-ranked demon appear now? This was an impossible, devastating oversight. After stabilizing the city's defenses, the High Commander, Gyeokyodang, finally arrived on the scene. Yago. Joel, where are the kids? He roared in desperation. Why have you stopped? Keep moving. Joel tried to calm the rising storm, The trail had gone cold. Jago added that the beast had burrowed into the deep. The path ahead is uncharted territory. She warned. Advancing now would be nothing short of reckless suicide. Yodang pressed his hand to the soil, haunted by childhood nightmares. He struck the earth in a fit of soul-crushing self-loathing. It's all my fault. I failed to verify the perimeter properly. This is all on me. Recognizing the spiraling chaos, Joel interjected firmly. We must retreat. The city is panicking. And they need their leaders. We will dispatch a specialized scouting unit to track them immediately. We must secure the city walls first. Jago stepped forward, offering a hand of silent comfort. Yodang. None of us wanted this. We must remain calm. I know the pain you're carrying. He brushed her away, his eyes cold. Go back. I'll search this area alone. Do not worry about me. Joel moved to stop him, but Jago intervened. Fine, but you must promise to return before the sun sets. With a hollow gaze, he agreed and disappeared into the thick, ominous mist. Jago could only watch his retreating back with a heavy heart. You know he's beyond reason right now. Joel scratched his head and sighed. I know. Years ago, his brother was taken by demons. That guilt had never left him. It was a wound that refused to heal. If his brother were alive, he'd be the same age as those kids. Seeing them, it brought back the ghost of his past. Yodang saw his own reflection in Aki. That's why he protected him so fiercely. Fate truly has a cruel sense of irony. Deep underground, Aki's eyes fluttered open. He scanned the darkness. Where am I? The others. They're still breathing. To awaken so soon. The demon's voice hissed from the shadows. You truly are an intriguing anomaly. I am very curious. The first-ranked demon stepped forward, crushing Aki's throat in its cold, iron grip. Why do you carry our scent, and why is your human aura even more oppressive than my own? What are you talking about? Aki gasped, playing for time while searching for a single, lethal opening. He channeled the core's energy in his chest. With a sudden, explosive burst, he shattered his bindings. The sheer force pushed the demon back. Free at last, Aki grabbed a jagged bone and lunged forward with everything he had. But the demon was a mere blur, tilting its body effortlessly to evade the desperate strike. It countered with terrifying speed. Impressive strength. Aki twisted away, choosing survival over a direct clash. He leaped backward, his mind racing to find a way out of this living nightmare. In my past life, his head would be rolling. He gritted his teeth. This red core type is far too agile. Its skeletal structure allowed for lightning-fast reactions and unpredictable attack angles. But those joints are its weakness. He analyzed the monster with a veteran's eye. High speed. Low defense. I have one chance. The demon didn't even move its feet, thrusting a clawed hand directly at Aki's skull. Unable to dodge completely, Aki took the blow on his shoulder. But this was the heart of his plan. Just as the First-Order demon's claw pierced his shoulder, Aki lunged forward and seized its arm. This was his only opening to strike at the creature's vulnerable joint. Enduring the agony, Aki repeatedly stabbed the joint with a sharpened bone until he successfully tore the demon's arm off. Don't look down on me, you monster. I've slaughtered countless First-Order trash like you before, but Aki's triumph was short-lived. Despite losing a limb, the demon's combat power didn't drop even slightly. Before Aki could even react, a devastating kick sent him flying through the air. Reclaiming its arm, the demon began reattaching the limb. You found my weakness, but I am a wood attribute. Regeneration is second nature to me. Aki lay broken on the ground, struggling to even open his eyes. Regeneration. He thought only Sixth-Order demons possessed such power. It claimed to be wood attribute. Had these demons truly evolved this much in the last 50 years? Overwhelmed by the truth, Aki stood frozen. He had fatally underestimated them. With its arm restored, the demon looked brand new. You're the one who underestimated your opponent. With a mere finger flick, jagged vines erupted from the earth, impaling Aki. The First-Order demon gripped Aki's head, sneering at him with cold, murderous contempt. I don't understand you. In the depths of despair, Aki's vision blurred. Had his internal organs been shredded, the pain was so intense he couldn't breathe. To think he'd die like this right after transmigrating. Would his new comrades perish beside him just like his past allies? I'm sorry. Everyone. I can't accept this. Damn it. Due to massive blood loss, Aki began to hallucinate as the demon opened its maw to feast. Is he dead? If I eat this evolved human, will I evolve further? Time to eat. Suddenly, A terrifying pressure exploded from Aki. Instinctively, the First Order demon recoiled in pure primal fear. Aki's body underwent a monstrous change as the core in his chest shattered. A strange, ancient voice echoed out, "Fool. You cannot die yet, or my entire plan fails." To think my last spirit spark would be used here. The demon trembled, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. This pressure. Is it rank 5? No. Rank 6. Aki's chest core glowed a malevolent crimson as his fatal wounds began to heal instantly. Bloody threads enveloped him as his hair bleached white, transforming his entire being into a demonic entity. He snapped his eyes open, unleashing a pillar of blood-red energy that pierced straight into the heavens. The shockwave rippled outward, instantly incinerating every nearby rankless demon into nothing but dust. The energy then condensed back into Aki, who now hovered in the air with majestic wings before the terrified demon. "I am the only Eighth Order. The Crimson King. Bow before your ruler." The demon fell, unable to even stand. Eighth Order, our king. The Crimson King spread his arms, declaring with absolute authority, "My name is..." The First Order demon prostrated itself on the ground, its entire body shaking with frantic terror. "Teisha, Sik Vungkai." Elsewhere, Kukdiu Duong was still frantically searching through the thick, cursed mist. He obliterated every demon in his path. After scouting the area, he found only low ranks. The kids weren't here. He had to find them before the sun went down. He looked at the sky, filled with growing dread. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of red light erupted in the distance. The sheer energy pressure was almost unbearable. After regaining his composure, he pinpointed the source of that terrifying power and raced back towards Zikfung Ki. The entity began reshaping the host's feet so it could walk upon the human world once more. He loomed over the shivering demon. "Hunfa. Still the same sunless, pathetic world. Answer me, insect. Since my disappearance, do the 5 great kings still rule this wasteland?" The demon stammered, unable to look up. "Yes, my lord. Those 5 still hold the thrones." Hearing this, Sitvunki's rage flared. "So the 5 kings haven't changed. They seem to be living quite well. Have they forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago?" With a mere wave of his hand, the king unleashed a pressure so intense it nearly killed the demon. Gradually, the overwhelming aura began to settle as the king regained his cold composure. He stared at his new hands, to choose the strongest warrior, only to find such a weak vessel. How disappointing. My final mental spark wasted on this farce. My next manifestation will be the true awakening. Testing my patience. I must wait for this warrior to unlock Chi's memories. Memories of the king. The demon wondered if this was the royal blessing granted during a high-level evolution. The Crimson King Chi began his cryptic explanation. "These crests upon our bodies define our very rank. The more we possess, the greater our power. For our dark kin to evolve, we must consume the memories of the fallen. This unique ability is our birthright. The reason our race stands supreme above all others. This human named Aki. He has now become just like you. While you must devour your own kind to grow, he must hunt those stronger than himself to seize their memories. Consider this my special gift to him." "Hey!" Hearing this, the one-crested demon roared in fanatical joy. "My king, I shall dedicate my very existence to your cause. I will become your ultimate weapon and witness your awakening." But with a casual flick of his wrist, the Crimson King silenced him forever. "You are unworthy. Your only value is becoming the memory that awakens this human. Warrior, I have prepared your first step. Do not disappoint me on this path. Reach the 8-crested rank, and only then shall I return from my eternal slumber." Slowly, Aki's body began to stabilize, but a crimson light pulsed from his chest as a mysterious genetic code wove itself into his DNA. Demonic energy surged through him, forcing him to relive the agonizing final moments of his previous life. Drowned in blood, Aki, humanity's strongest warrior, clung to life while staring at his fallen comrades. Against their strongest king. "I can't die yet. She is waiting for me. I will save everyone. I will get us out." Suddenly, a cold hand grabbed him. A comrade's face, now demonic. He said, "We are all dead. So why are you still breathing?" Aki bolted upright in his hospital bed, drenched in sweat, realizing it was a nightmare. He clutched his head with a bitter laugh. His teammates suddenly pulled back the curtains. Before Aki could react, Tomoe leaned in close. "Wait. Why did your hair change color? Did that demon take you away just to dye it?" Aki could only sigh at her ridiculous sense of humor, startled by her closeness. Aki quickly changed the subject. Wait, are you three alright? I remember that one crested demon dragging us into his lair. Just then, Captain Cook Diodung stepped forward to interrupt. So you do remember. Tell us everything that happened inside. It turned out all three captains were waiting to interrogate him. Aki immediately recognized the two figures behind him. They were the captains from the wall during the entrance exam, knowing exactly why they were there. Aki played dumb. Captain, why is everyone here? Jago chuckled. Hey, it was Durung, who personally carried all four of you back, embarrassed in front of the recruits. The captain hissed. Stop calling me Duung. Jago just winked. So much for the image of a cold and strict commander. Sino and the others struggled to suppress their laughter at the ridiculous nickname. Another captain added, We found you all unconscious on the ground just outside the cave. Luckily, that one crested demon was gone. Otherwise, bringing you back safely would have been impossible. Zago handed Aki a mirror. The others remember nothing of the cave. But you have changed the most. You mentioned the lair. Think carefully. What else do you recall? Aki stared into the glass, shocked. So this is what Tomoe meant by a new dye job. What is happening? Everything since my reincarnation has been completely surreal. I only remember losing consciousness after the attack. Should I tell them I am a regressor? No. That would cause too many complications. Besides, they would never believe me. I need to master this new body and find the truth. Aki looked up, his expression unreadable. I only have a blurry memory of waking up in that cave before blacking out again. The rest is a blank. I woke up here. The captain narrowed his eyes and thought. Another blackout, just like the others. He wondered about the massive blood spatters he found on the cave walls. Joello then stepped closer to the bed. Aki. Right, named after our legendary hero. Yet your test scores were the absolute worst. And yet, you are strangely calm for someone who just faced a demon. Why is that? Joello's smile was sharp. Panicked. Aki stammered. No, I have just always been obsessed with combat theory. I have spent years analyzing demon weaknesses. Joe nodded, impressed by the boy's resolve. A strategist. I see. Such a fine warrior deserves rigorous training. Curious. Aki asked about the test scores. Tomoe flashed a bright, confident smile. You passed, we're officially a team. The higher-ups grouped us four together. Then, the silent Situ Liu finally spoke. We've fallen far behind the other squads. Aki was baffled. The exams just ended. How could they be lagging so much? Leader Di Yao explained. Teams need mission points. You've been out for 3 days. Their current score was 0. Hearing he'd been unconscious for days, Aki screamed out. He thought it was just a nap. Once recovered, they donned their battle gear. At the assembly grounds, the crowd's whispers began to fill the air. Days ago, they saw a new squad, young warriors carrying the hopes of humanity. Leader Di Yao spoke firmly. Listen up. I'll keep this briefing short. First, congrats on becoming warriors and surviving your encounter with that high-tier demon. Big congratulations. Kids, as promised, the 4 of you are now my personal squad. I'm your captain. I manage 9 squads, don't let me down. Become elite warriors. Aki raised his hand. Success. What exactly does that mean here? Warrior rules are stricter than 60 years ago. Back then, killing demons was everything. Times have changed. But Aki was clueless. Shino asked if he'd heard of rankings. Aki stared blankly. Shino sighed, explaining that their team was currently ranked dead last. Situ Liu scoffed with cold disdain. Leader Di Yao stepped in to clarify. Becoming successful simply means climbing to the top of the squad leaderboards. Squads under the same captain compete fiercely. It's designed to push your limits. I manage 9 squads. That means 8 other teams are now your rivals. Complete missions for points. The top 2 squads from each captain enter the finals, totaling 6 teams. They'll duel for glory. The winners will receive grand rewards. Likewise, the squad stuck at the very bottom will face a harsh penalty. You'll be the janitor squad until a new loser is born. Aki looked around. So that's why the city is spotless. Di Yao noted that competition fuels growth. Demons are constantly evolving. As warriors, we cannot afford to fall behind. Since Situ Liu has the highest points, she'll be captain. Any objections to that? The girls agreed instantly. But Aki pouted. Wasn't he supposed to be the king? He kept quiet. Though, after all, his test scores were the lowest in history, accepting the role. Situ Liu stepped forward with an air of authority. She vowed to complete every mission, while secretly cheering inside at her new title. Before departing, Captain Di Yao gave the team some final advice. Go check the mission board. See what tasks are left and size up rivals. Master your suit's nano wings in real combat. Contact me if you hit any snags. Dismissed as Diao left. Situ Liu immediately commanded her team to move out. We need points fast. Suddenly, Tomoe shouted for everyone to wait a moment. Situ Liu turned back, her mind racing with panic. Had she failed already? Did I forget something crucial? Squad formations? Emergency supplies? What could it be? Is my perfect image ruined? Did I make a mistake on day one? She was overthinking again. Her anxiety was reaching its peak. Tomoe just wanted a squad photo. Situ Liu froze, while Aki actually agreed. He wanted a memento. Nearby, 3 captains watched the rookies from a rooftop. When asked for his opinion, Jago simply stretched his arms. Looking bored. Monsters are exploding everywhere, leaving behind nothing but mystery and gore. Yo lit a cigarette, pondering the carnage. You think those kids did this? Duong mused, his sharp intuition screaming that Aki was hiding something. A familiar, sickening stench clung to the boy, a scent that triggered distant memories. The tension was suffocating until Jago suddenly pulled him into a bone-crushing embrace. Stop overthinking, they're safe. And their potential is massive. Just make sure your squad doesn't lose to them. Duong's face burned bright red from the sudden contact. While Joel remained cold and unfazed, he suggested watching from the shadows first. Meanwhile, Aki stood mesmerized by the glowing central mission board, seeing 3 A-rank tasks offering 10 points each. Aki let out a triumphant shout of pure joy. Shino and Tomoe quickly stepped in to ground him. Aki, there's something you clearly don't understand yet. A rank is our absolute limit. These 3 are the deadliest remaining. Far harder than 6-point B ranks or 3-point C ranks. While 10 points per mission is a king's ransom, the price for failure is far too steep. Lower ranks offer safety, but A-rank missions are paved with blood and frequent casualties. Aki simply exhaled a long sigh and declared they would accept every single one of them. Liu stepped forward, tearing down the posters in perfect sync. The elite team immediately deployed for the hunt. They plunged into the swirling mist without hesitation. Aki reached out, tapping the core embedded in his chest. His nano wings hummed to life instantly. He ducked behind a massive ridge to calibrate his new power. He visualized the nanites shifting, willing them to reshape into a lethal, razor-sharp weapon. On his first try, the steel formed perfectly. Human technology had evolved beautifully over these 60 years. The others readied their gear as the targets finally appeared too monstrous. Rankless demons, Captain Liu barked the order, and the team split apart like a well-oiled machine of war. With 3 A-rank missions on the line, they couldn't waste a single second on a stalemate. It was a total blitz. Shino blinded the beasts while Aki and Tomoe shattered their mobility. Shino landed a devastating stun, leaving the opening wide for Liu to deliver the final execution. Everything went exactly as planned. Liu posed coolly against the blast, lost in her own radiant vanity. Magnificent! Once again, I've proven that I'm the most perfect star on the battlefield. With the monsters dead, they moved to the main task, clearing the fog. Real combat was proving treacherous. Luckily, one demon dropped a rare crimson core. This single mission had already become a massive jackpot. 10 points were secured, and the task auto-deleted. Aki watched, stunned by the sheer efficiency of the tech. Tomo, used to his confusion, explained how their world now functioned. All modern science is focused on the demons. Our chips sync directly with the town's ranking system. Points calculate the moment we win. We've officially cleared the first mist sector outside the walls. Now, let's see what's next, she murmured, snatching the remaining mission sheets from Aki's hand. Live capture of 3 monsters and 10 more cores. Tomoe collapsed in total despair at the sight. This is impossible. We only found 3 cores all day. We need 7 more, plus a live capture. Rumors said this was the most hellish task on the board. A nightmare for any squad. Shino offered a wry smile. It won't be easy. Other teams are grinding points just as fast as us. Captain Liu stood tall, her eyes burning with an unshakable, fierce determination. We finished these A ranks and seized the top spot. Her words set Shino's spirit ablaze with passion. Tomoe recorded the heroic scene while Shino turned to Aki, curious about his silent thoughts. Aki smiled back. You're right. The other squads aren't going to wait for us to catch up. Only the swift claim victory. In this world, those who only watch from the sidelines get nothing. At that moment, an unfamiliar, warm emotion surged through Aki's chest. He thought 2 lifetimes had numbed his heart, but being with them made him feel strangely young again. Their stubborn defiance and youthful fire were truly contagious, filling him with a forgotten sense of life. With the sun dipping below the horizon, the squad marched forward to face their next challenge. After a grueling struggle, the mission to capture the 3 low-tier demons was finally a success. Resources are strictly limited for each squad. Seeing Aki staring at the specialized weapon, Tudolu Sahil in frustration. Honestly, it felt like she had to explain every little detail from scratch. These are nanotech tranquilizer pistols. Just like the daggers, they are standard rookie gear, but far more complex to operate. Aki stood over the fallen demons, his eyes clouded with deep, silent thought. Since when did they use sedatives? In his past life, capturing a demon meant beating it into submission with raw power. The researchers used to scream when we accidentally crushed their skulls. Shino laughed, finally exhaling in relief. Securing the target with the very last bullet was a stroke of luck. The mission was officially over, but the cost was high. They had to slaughter over 10 lesser demons just to bag these 3. The scorched earth told the tale of a desperate battle. Tomoe stretched her aching limbs. Exhausted, warriors must return before sunset or face the penalty. Let's go home and eat. Home. Aki suddenly realized he knew nothing about this body's past. Did a home even exist for him here? Tudolu activated her device, preparing for extraction. I need to get back to the dojo soon. All they had to do was send the coordinates to the research division to collect the specimens. Just as they relaxed, Aki's eyes sharpened. Wait. Do you guys feel that? A sudden surge of murderous intent? Before he could finish, a sniper round whistled through the air, executing the 3 demons in a heartbeat. We can't let you finish this. You're the rookies who hogged every A-rank mission on the board. Aren't you? Those missions belong to us. Who gave you the right, you bunch of nobodies? 4 strangers emerged from the shadows. Their presence reeked of malice. Aki's brow furrowed in annoyance. Who are you? The red-haired leader sneered. We are the graduates of the last exam under Cook Dio Duong, the Black Spear Squad. To put it simply, we are your seniors, one of the 9 elite units, and you lot are nothing but fresh meat in a brand new squad. No greeting, no respect, taking A-rank missions without our permission. You're looking down on us. Aren't you? Tudolu's gaze shifted to the cooling corpses of the demons they had worked so hard to capture. Her teammates had risked their lives for this. She wasn't about to let this insult go unpunished. The redhead kept rambling. Where's your captain? Tell them to come forward and bow to their seniors. Flash Ma Lu lunged forward in a blur. The redhead barely dodged, his arrogance momentarily replaced by shock. You brat, how dare a rookie strike a senior? Lu didn't stop, her rage radiating like a physical force. A senior. You don't deserve the title. Shino and Tomoe rushed in to prevent a full-blown war. Lo? Wait, let's try to talk first. Tomoe turned to the redhead. How can you be so unreasonable, even if there's a rivalry? You shouldn't have killed the targets we bled for. The redhead laughed, his eyes wide with malice. Reason. This is competition. Kid, are you really that naive? That was the final straw. Something inside Tudolu snapped completely. You ruined our mission. Do you have any idea how much effort we put into this? You bastards. My pride as a captain won't allow this. I'll kill you. Shino panicked and looked at Aki for help. Aki. The sun is setting. Say something to stop them. Aki didn't speak. He moved. Get lost. Trash. A devastating kick sent the redhead flying. Coughing up blood, Aki stood tall, his voice cold as ice. Oppressing rookies, I've never heard such pathetic bullshit. Do you know the sweat and blood it took to catch those demons? Aki was genuinely disgusted by their behavior. What a joke of a rule. The captain gave him a silent nod of approval, while the others stood paralyzed, trembling with pure rage. The redhead wiped the blood from his mouth. Kill them, Black Spear. Engage. On his command, the 3 squad members drew their steel, their killing intent filling the air. Aki's team didn't flinch, ready for a bloodbath. But just as the clash began, a massive presence intervened. With a single, effortless motion, Cook Diu Durang neutralized both attacks, blasting both sides back. Aki clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had hoped to test the limits of these so-called elite warriors. Commander Jidiao's presence weighed heavy as he strictly rebuked both elite squads. You reckless brats, fighting at sundown, do you wish to become demon fodder? Red Hair snitched immediately. Commander, they attacked us first and shattered my mask. Situ Liu sneered nearby. Are you a toddler? The commander's gaze intensified sharply. The red-haired punk stood speechless, seething with a rage he couldn't unleash. Su Mo raised her camera. I have proof they slaughtered our captured targets. What a pro. Intrigued by the sudden revelation, Commander Jidiao stepped closer to investigate. Live capture, an A-rank mission. Situ Liu snapped to attention. Reporting formally. Mission sabotaged by the Black Spear Squad. Surprisingly, the commander prepared to leave. I see. You find them unfair. But every veteran once endured these rookie trials. Naturally, how you choose to settle this grudge is entirely up to you. Squads are judged by points. Rivalry is encouraged. provided no one is killed. These are the fortress rules. Future battlefields will be far more ruthless than this. I intervene because night falls. I do not stop your growth, only your death. Now, get back to the fortress, now. He then glared at the Black Spear Squad. Beaten by rookies, pathetic. Go home and reflect on your utter disgrace. Fuming with impotent rage, the red-haired leader retreated, snarling at Aki. Name yourself. Tension hung heavy until Aki spoke. Hearing the name, the punk mocked him loudly. Haha, you dare share a name with the legendary warrior? How absolutely pathetic. Listen, Aki, I will ensure your squad never earns a single point again. You will rot in last place. I shall repay this debt tenfold later. With one final death glare, he donned his mask and vanished with his team. The commander warned, Black Spear isn't the strongest, but they are ruthlessly efficient. They will sabotage your every move. Their leader is a master marksman. Beware, he held back earlier. You have talent, but do not underestimate these veterans against their true strength. Victory for your squad is far from guaranteed. Now, dismiss. The commander's words weighed heavily on Situ Liu's troubled mind. Realizing her impulsiveness endangered her comrades, she ordered a somber retreat to base. Passing Aki, she scoffed. Posing again, that kick of yours was honestly quite dull. Our hero has his first admirer, Shino, offered dinner, but Aki politely declined. Aki had a secret mission solo capturing 3 demons tonight. The fortress went into lockdown. Warning, for your own safety, do not exit the fortress walls after dark. A shadow lurked near the gates. Aki surveyed the perimeter with a hunter's precision. Only automated broadcasts echoed through the streets. Everyone was safely tucked away indoors. I'll head home later. Security seems thin. Are they really this short-handed? Maybe they don't expect intruders. But that gap in the gate is suspicious. This world is soft. In my previous life, night was our primary playground. Night hunts were our specialty. Demons are much easier to find in the dark. Using my old world techniques, capturing 3 demons tonight will be child's play. That masked punk wants to sabotage us. I'll finish this before he even wakes. I really am a genius, Aki chuckled to himself until a voice broke the silence. Situ Liu stood there, leaning coolly against the wall. Though her heart was racing, this adrenaline rush is amazing. A warrior's life truly means ultimate freedom. Did he think that excuse worked? I knew he would sneak out tonight. I can't wait to see what nightmares lurk beyond the walls tonight. Even as a seasoned warrior, her teenage curiosity still runs wild. Caught red-handed, Aki's face goes blank as she tries to stutter a clumsy lie. What are you talking about? She squeaks. I'm just walking off a huge dinner. My stomach is still way too full. This is Aki, the legendary powerhouse of her past life. Yet a total klutz now. Right on cue. Her stomach growls in betrayal. Her excuse was honestly pathetic. With no other way out, she finally sighs and admits the truth. Fine. You caught me. I wanted to surprise everyone tomorrow by finishing the mission those thugs ruined earlier under the cover of night. The mission clock is still ticking. Right, but since you found me out, please don't report this. Aki assumes Situ Liu is there to stop her and prepares to retreat in disappointment. To her shock, she wants to join. Aki secretly beams, thinking her genius night stroll excuse actually worked. She can already picture the humiliated faces of the Black Spear Squad tomorrow. It's going to be glorious. Seeing Situ Liu's sly grin, Aki feels a sudden chill. Meanwhile, atop the high walls, a weary guard yawns in pure boredom. Sentry duty is a nightmare. I'm dying for sleep. Who would even wander out into the darkness at this hour? It's a death wish. Why not just lock the gates? His comrade, busy eating, snaps back at the reckless suggestion. Shut it. Fool. If the captains hear that, you're finished. We keep these gates cracked for emergencies only. Did you forget the survivors from years ago? They reached our town begging for sanctuary, fleeing from the abyss. The gate was seconds too slow. They were slaughtered by demons right before our eyes. Every single one of them. Since that tragedy, every town keeps an emergency gap. In this world, nothing is more sacred than a survivor's life. Properly humbled, the guard apologizes. Soon, the two are distracted by a rare, forbidden adult magazine they manage to find. Those two are beyond hopeless. While the guards are distracted, Aki and Situ Liu successfully slip past the perimeter. They reach the previous exam grounds, where the nighttime mist has transformed into a thick, suffocating shroud. Following Aki's lead, they reach their target location. Situ Liu immediately begins assessing the treacherous terrain. The distance from the wall is perfect for a stealth op. These rotting trees offer excellent cover. Aki then reveals the strategy. The plan is simple. I lure the monsters, we strike the head, and repeat until they're completely unconscious. Wait for my signal. As Aki vanishes into the fog, Situlu feels a wave of primal fear wash over her. Aki seems so fearless. But diving into the night mist alone, she quickly steadies her heart and takes a combat stance. Get a grip. I'm a warrior too. Yet, the pitch-black forest feels like a living beast ready to swallow them whole. Is this fear or adrenaline? She can't tell. Focus, she whispers to herself. I must be ready to provide backup at a moment's notice. She watches in awe as Aki lures the demons with veteran precision. He picks them off one by one, a brilliant tactic that drastically lowers the risk of the capture mission. For Situliu, this forced capture method is revolutionary. She adapts instantly, her movements sharpening with every strike. Following Aki's cues, they dance around the mindless demons, raining heavy blows down upon their skulls. The relentless assault on their heads eventually forces the monsters into a deep, heavy stupor. This brutal capture technique, forgotten for half a century, was being reborn in the heart of the night. The hunt was going smoothly, but using pure physical energy was proving to be an agonizing test of endurance. Aki is drenched in sweat and gasping for air. He realizes this new body needs serious conditioning for real combat. In his past life, hunting these things was child's play. Nearby, Situliu drags the third unconscious demon over mission complete. Her first real hunt was more grueling than any training session she had ever endured at the dojo. Her jaw drops when Aki casually suggests leaving the 3 captive demons right there in the open forest. Aki explains calmly. These low-level demons are mindless drones. They don't have the instinct to save their own kind. They won't approach the walls. And these head wounds will keep them out for hours. They aren't going anywhere. We'll return at dawn and hand them in first thing. It's the perfect plan. Situlu wonders how a mere rookie knows such advanced secrets. Aki freezes, realizing he's said far too much. Suddenly, a chilling, distorted voice rasps through the dark. Found them. I finally found the humans. Hey. That same delicious scent. 2 rank 1 demons emerge from the fog, and Aki's heart stops. This is bad, disastrously bad. Why are rank 1s here? In their exhausted state, they don't stand a chance. Damn it, why are there 2 of them high above on the wall? The emergency sirens begin to scream. 3 captains assemble instantly. A first-class demon signature is detected. Activate the searchlights. Guards secure the classified files and execute orders. Jago can't fathom why this beast appeared now. Is it the monster from the exam? Gyuk Dio insists that creature died deep underground. The massive searchlights cut through the darkness, exposing 2 first-class demons lurking nearby. The sudden appearance of 2 high-level monsters is an impossible and terrifying anomaly. No time for questions. Zoe orders the gates sealed. They cannot be allowed inside. Defensive cannons? Prepare to fire. All batteries are charging for an immediate energy strike. Suddenly, Jayukdio screams, "Wait, don't close the gates. There are people down there." As the lights focus, he grits his teeth. Those 2 idiots. Why are they out there? Jago is stunned. Why would 2 rookies be outside the walls in the dead of night? Gayuk Dayo realizes the truth. The rookies were completing a dangerous capture mission alone. Joe fumes with rage. A little talent has made these brats reckless and desperate for glory. Typical rookie arrogance, unable to stand by. Gayuk Dayo charges straight at the twin demons. Jago follows instantly, leaving Joel behind to command the wall's final defenses. The demons sense the hunter's approach. Aki orders Situ Lu to hide behind him immediately. He must stall for time. He desperately analyzes how this nightmare scenario even began. Are they targeting me? Is this because I am a regressor? Just like the previous monster. Or did something happen in the cave? Suddenly, Situ Lu steps forward with fierce resolve. She won't let him fight alone. She refuses to let Aki face both monsters single-handedly. Cowardice is not an option, but to the demons, her brave actions are merely a joke. They dive to attack. However, only the blue demon actually makes its landing. The gray one vanishes. Reappearing behind them, die first. You useless brat, it roars. Aki reacts instantly, shoving her aside and barely saving her life from the lethal claws. The gray demon's power is terrifying. The ground shatters under its devastating physical impact. Situ Lu counters with a kick, but a wall of water blocks her path instantly. Looking closer, blue threads bind her. This is the blue demon's sinister binding ability. Trapped and helpless, she can't move. Aki rushes to help but becomes the next target. Distraction leads to death. Suddenly, Gayuk Dio intervenes with a massive punch to the face. Don't you dare touch them. Jago arrives, quickly identifying their elemental cores. It's water and earth-saving Saitu Lu is priority 1. But the gray beast returns, shielded by a layer of solid rock. The demon seems completely unharmed by the blow. Close call. It sneers. Joel halts the cannons to avoid hitting his own allies below. Suddenly, A panicked soldier rushes in with a terrifying report for the captain. A massive tide of zero-class demons is swarming toward the city in countless numbers. Under the blood-red moon, the earth trembles as an endless demon horde emerges. Cold sweat pours down Joel's face. Sound the alarms. Every warrior to battle stations. The bells toll. And every soldier in the city rushes toward the outer walls. They steel their hearts, ready to die to protect the innocent citizens of their home. The horde ignores Aki, heading straight for the town. The first-class demons called them. "We must finish this," Lu screams. "Forget me, go and save the city." She blames herself for the disaster. But the blue demon silences her with enchanted water. "You're too loud." "Shut your mouth," the beast growls with pure malice. Geuk-Dio lunges forward to attack. With Jago and Aki following his desperate lead, the gray demon slams its hands down, summoning a forest of lethal stone spikes. It ignores Aki completely, bypassing him to strike the captains. "You just go through." Judiu Tang stood frozen, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before him, but there was no time for confusion. Two captains were pinned down by the gray demon. The blue demon gestured coldly. "You follow me." Without warning, it liquefied into water, dragging Lu deep into the dark forest. Aki stood paralyzed as a fierce conflict raged within. "It's a trap. Stay calm. Don't let them bait you. I'm still too weak." Amidst the brutal clash, the captains screamed out with desperate urgency. "Aki, stay back. You're no match for it." Aki's body trembled, his teeth gnashing in pure fury. "But Liu will die." That familiar gaze. There was no way he could just stand by. "I won't let her go." With iron resolve, Aki sprinted after them with everything he had. "I'll save her no matter what." Suddenly, the demon halted its flight in a clearing. It loomed over her. "Fascinating creature. We crave the taste of your rich human emotions." They say humans scream in despair. "Beg for mercy, I want to hear you beg." It then realized her mouth was sealed, thirsting for her cries of agony. It ripped the gag away and waited to savor the sound. "Now, scream, beg," but her eyes burned with pure defiance. "You worthy, not in a million years." The demon paused, visibly perplexed. "What worthy? Am I worthy or not?" Even with newfound intelligence, the demon was dim-witted. "I am from a martial lineage." She spat. "I never bow. To show weakness is the ultimate disgrace to my bloodline. Either kill me or fight me." Enraged, the demon delivered a brutal kick to her face. Infuriating. "You are merely bait. You will die." She collapsed, her eyes still blazing with murderous intent. Aki finally caught up. "Let her go. I'm the one you want." "Aren't I?" The demon danced with glee. "Success. The bait worked. You are the prize." Lu's mind spun in total confusion. Questions flooded her mind. Yet Aki's only concern was her safety. With an unyielding spirit, she shouted, "I'm fine, but why did you come alone? You can't win against a first-tier run." A heavy boot slammed into her stomach to silence her. It wouldn't let anything distract it from the target. Aki's blood boiled. "Stop. Don't touch her. Take me, but let her go." The demon let out a chilling sneer. "No. You both die." With terrifying speed, it vanished and reappeared right before Aki's eyes. Aki's counterattack hit nothing but air. A heavy fist shattered his ribs. He couldn't react in time, shifting into water. It struck repeatedly. "You smell like us." "Why is that?" Aki braced himself, searching for a plan. A water type. The demons were evolving rapidly. His current body lacked power. Liu watched from the ground, paralyzed by her own helplessness. She knew the truth. If this continued, Aki was a dead man. Suddenly, she spotted a jagged stone protruding from the earth nearby. She crawled desperately. Aki's arm was ensnared in water, but the distance had finally closed. This was his chance. He swung his dagger with every ounce of his strength. A desperate gamble. But his movements were sluggish. The demon easily pinned both his arms. "You killed a first-tier in that cave. Why so weak? Are you hiding your power?" "I have no idea what you're barking about. Who did I kill?" Aki's defiance sparked the demon's wrath. It began to twist his arms with sickening force. A guttural scream ripped from Aki's throat. "Liar, tell me your secrets or suffer." A brutal kick sent Aki flying. He crashed into the dirt, broken and immobile. Everything hurt. Were his organs failing? To think he'd fall to a mere first-tier demon. Liu struggled frantically against her bindings, her heart pounding against her chest. Her hands bled. But the demon only focused on Aki. "You will be my feast. My evolution." It reached for his throat, but a sudden chill made it dodge. Liu's blade whistled past, kicking the monster back. She stood tall before Aki, a shield against the coming darkness. Her gaze sharpened. "Don't touch my team. If you want them, You'll have to go through me first. Aki noticed the wounds on her limbs. She had forced herself free. He never expected a girl to protect him like this, mocking her resolve. The demon prepared to unleash its most devastating strike. Liquid droplets gathered into razor-sharp needles. Suddenly, they launched forward with terrifying, blinding speed, feeling like a burden. Aki wheezed for her to run, but Liu refused to abandon him. Standing her ground firmly, she swung with everything she had, parrying the lethal needles to keep Aki safe from the onslaught. The demon reached out. Suddenly, the deflected needles swirled together. Skewering Liu and hurling her toward the beast, it seized her throat with a ghastly grin. I won't kill you yet. I'll make you scream in agony first. Watching this nightmare unfold, Aki's soul roared with a sense of utter, crushing helplessness. Let her go. How ironic. Reincarnated for a second life, only to face the same failure again. He was forced to watch a comrade die, still relying on a girl's protection. He couldn't even save himself, let alone others. Suddenly, the core in Aki's chest shattered. His eyes glowed crimson as a terrifying power erupted from within. Never again. I won't let my allies die before my eyes while I stand by doing nothing. Aki struck the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. Before the demon could react, a blur snatched Liu away, without even landing a direct hit. Aki's sheer wind pressure left the demon's arms riddled with deep wounds. Cradling her gently, he whispered, You did great for your first mission, Liu. Leave the rest to me now. One of Aki's eyes had turned blood red. No longer human. Even the demon sensed the monstrous change in him. That scent. It's just like ours. You've been hiding a dark secret, haven't you? After setting Liu down, Aki turned back with murderous intent. I don't even know what's happening to me either. He clutched his head in agony as the power surged, threatening to tear his very body apart from inside. The energy exploded outward. Where the demon core once sat, a new runic heart emerged, pulsing with strange symbols. The moment it appeared, the demon froze in shock. Is that... The king's heart? Liu watched from the ground, sensing the shift in Aki, but she lacked the strength to speak. With his power fully unleashed, Aki's physical form began to undergo a dark and terrifying transformation. His left side morphed into a demonic entity, complete with a jagged horn and lethal, razor-sharp claws. Stage 1 had finally awakened. Now, every step Aki took made the demon recoil in sheer, primal terror. It's time for you to die. Elsewhere, a gray demon stalling the captain sensed a massive vibration from afar. That overwhelming pressure. A kinsman, what is going on over there? Tong seized the distraction to strike. You're wide open. Mongrel Jago followed up with a heavy kick to its face. The two captains didn't let up, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that left the demon reeling and broken. Too strong. I can't keep up with this power. Before it could recover, their combined strike blew a hole through its chest. Jago then kicked the beast into the sky. Still clinging to life, the demon clutched its shattered core. To think you humans could actually damage me like this, then die with me. As the demon prepared to self-destruct, Jago immediately moved to shield Tang from the blast. She knew they couldn't survive a stage 1 explosion, so she was ready to sacrifice herself to save her friend. At that exact moment, a high-speed projectile struck the demon with pinpoint accuracy. It crashed into the ground, dead before it could detonate. A lightning-fast defense bolt from the city had saved them. Despite the crisis at the wall, the command center acted just in time to rescue the two captains. Joel continued his desperate struggle on the ramparts. But no matter how many he killed, the swarm never thinned. If this continued, the demons would bypass the walls and slaughter everyone inside the town. Seeing no other choice, Joel roared to the captains, Fall back to the city immediately. We're being overrun. Tang Jago. The tide is turning against us. Hearing the order, Jago prepared to retreat and regroup. Tang. We have to go. The city needs us. But Tang hesitated. Looking back, damn it. What about those two kids? Understanding her partner's deep concern for their subordinates, Jago spoke firmly. I feel the same. But we are soldiers. Our duty to the city comes first. Those words were a wake-up call for the wine hall master. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he rushed back toward the city walls, while the blue demon began to tremble uncontrollably. What are you? You look like a human. Yet you possess the horn of a first-stage demon. No. You're even stronger than that. How can a mere human grow a horn? This is impossible. The creature's mind was spiraling in confusion. Questions without answers flooded its head. Never in its existence had it witnessed something so utterly defying the laws of nature. In stark contrast to the demon's panic, Aki remained eerily calm, manifesting a tiny orb of shimmering light on his fingertip. Perhaps this is the true purpose of my rebirth. To seize the power of every demon and rewrite the world's fate. With a casual flick, the orb of light surged toward Lu, instantly sealing her wounds. The demon watched the miraculous healing, its jaw dropping in pure disbelief. What A-wood-type healer? Aki ignored the outcry, placing a hand on his chest. I think I'm starting to remember that moment now. It must be from absorbing that first stage wood demon earlier. If I consume you as well, I might just gain the power of the water element. As the words left his lips, massive wooden claws erupted from the earth, weaving together to form a colossal, gnarled throne, standing tall atop his throne. Aki spread his arms, his silhouette growing more demonic by the second. I'm actually starting to look forward to this power. Fear finally took root in the demon's soul. This human had absorbed a wood-type core and was truly becoming one of them. Seeing the monster shiver in terror, Aki let out a delighted laugh. This was a sight he hadn't even witnessed in his previous life. To think that even demons could feel such overwhelming dread. Amused, Aki decided to prolong this twisted game a little longer. Thick, serpentine vines began to grow, coiling protectively around Aki's feet. Riding the rising tide of branches, Aki glided through the air until he was hovering right in front of the demon. Go ahead. Strike me with everything. I want to see what this body can really do. Unable to bear the psychological pressure, the demon let out a maddened shriek. Are you a human or a monster? With a desperate roar, it lashed out, conjuring blades of pressurized water that sliced through the air. But in this ascended state, Aki easily vaulted backward to evade the strike. Elemental manipulation. I recall the wood demon I absorbed had a similar trick. Aki reached out and slowly closed his fist. Instantly, countless vines burst from the soil, binding the demon in a crushing grip. He didn't stop there, crossing his arms tightly. He commanded the vines to constrict with bone-snapping force. Aki could feel the wood element flowing through the environment as if it were a natural extension of his own nervous system. The demon let out a pathetic wail of agony. If this continued, it would be torn into bloody shreds within seconds, pushed to the brink. The monster was forced to reveal its final trump card. In an instant, its body liquefied into a torrent of water, slipping through the bindings before lunging at Aki with a flurry of reformed watery strikes. Hey, not enough. You can't kill me that easily. A wood type like you can't decompose your physical form like I can, the demon snarled, successfully tearing off one of Aki's arms in the chaos. You puny human will never understand. The power of a demon is absolute, though sent flying by the impact. Aki didn't panic. He manifested a giant wooden hand to catch himself and stood back up with a confident smirk. You're right. I don't fully grasp the limits of demonic power yet. But there's one thing you should know. I am the strongest warrior. My ability to adapt is unmatched. To kill you, I just need to keep learning your ways. In a grotesque display, Aki's arm suddenly sprouted back. Exactly like the demon from the cave, the blue demon stood frozen, its eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. Wood type. Rapid regeneration. In the blink of an eye, Aki's limb was fully restored to its original state. Without a moment's hesitation, Aki charged, using his new powers to propel himself forward as vines erupted beneath his feet with every step. Before the demon could even process the movement, Aki was already standing directly in its path. It tried to scramble away, but its legs were already ensnared. Aki grabbed the creature's head with both hands, his eyes burning with predatory intent. Tisk. Stop running. This battle has already started to bore me. It was a scene beyond words. Suddenly, the demon's body began to swell unnaturally before detonating in a massive explosion. Mirroring Lu's signature move, it seemed like the end. But from the glowing core, droplets of water began to coalesce, attempting to reform the demon's body. Fool, I can split my essence indefinitely. The demon's victory lap was cut short as dozens of wooden stakes suddenly impaled its reforming body, pinning it to the spot. I knew that. But as a demon, your most vital core can't be split. You were far too overconfident in your own abilities. You idiot. The demon's core had been forcefully ejected by the vines, rendering its regeneration completely useless. Watching its life force drift away, the demon reached out a trembling hand in a final, hopeless gesture. My core. Give back my core. Desperation clawed at the beast for survival, but its fate was already sealed in stone. Aki gripped the core with a twisted grin. Even a 7th-ranked devil dies once its heart shatters. I will take your water essence. Without its core, The monster's body dissolved into a lifeless puddle. Aki crushed the orb, relishing the cold energy. He looked more like a monster than humanity's strongest warrior. Dark. Demonic whispers began to seep into the cracks of Aki's fracturing mind. After absorbing the core, Aki turned toward Situ Liu, now wielding fluid water powers with terrifying precision. Standing before her, Aki was rapidly transforming into something far more savage and demonic. Devour devils. Slaughter humans. Under the blood-red moon, he chanted the words like a cursed mantra, an absoluta. Dark command was overriding his every thought, manipulating his very soul. He lunged with razor claws, shredding her wood element shield. Blood sprayed everywhere, but it was Aki's blood. In that desperate heartbeat, his human side regained control just enough to shield her from his own strike. Stop it. Damn you. Stop. How could he ever bring himself to kill his own comrade? I must save her. Get out of my head, Aki screamed. His demonic core blazing with unholy light. The will of the Red King flag has stirred again, daring to defy my absolute influence. How fascinating. Meanwhile, atop the massive city walls, the desperate struggle for survival reached its peak. The horde breached the ramparts, Shino shouted through the chaos, demanding to know where Aki and Liu were. Our squad is too thin, Tomo replied calmly, her blade never ceasing its deadly, rhythmic dance. Word is that 2 warriors snuck out and were intercepted by a deadly first-rank devil. It must be Aki and Liu. Shino froze in pure horror. What did you just say? Sneaking out? I can't believe any idiot would be that suicidal. Tomo sighed in deep frustration. She dared not imagine the consequences of facing 2 first-rank devils in the open wild. But there was no time for fear. Suddenly, the tide shifted as the captains rejoined the bloody fray. The moment they arrived, Zoel immediately checked the integrity and status of their power cores. Our energy levels are stable. We can still send these damn bastards back to hell. A warrior's core is their lifeline. The more power they erupt with, the faster their strength fades. Luckily, the captain's coordinated assault kept their cores steady. Without them, this wave would be their end. The 3 legendary leaders finally converged at the front, forming an unbreakable wall of absolute defense. Jago looked to Joel for the next move. Without breaking his rhythm, Joel barked out the strategy. With 1 first-rank devil dead, these rankless monsters are losing their primitive drive to kill. The other leader is gone. These beasts are now just a leaderless, chaotic mess without any direction. They lack souls, but they understand the fear of death. Let's give them a reason to scream. Break their spirit now, and we buy our warriors precious time to recover their combat states. Steady your cores and prepare for a full-scale eruption. The air hummed with overwhelming, concentrated power. They launched into the sky, descending like twin meteors that pulverized the demonic horde into crimson dust. This was the second time today they had pushed their cores to the absolute, soul-straining limit. If the human body had no breaking point, they would keep slaughtering until every devil was erased. The 2 warriors became streaks of blazing red light, vaporizing everything in their path with mindless fury. The red core's explosive force was unmatched, yet Joel's blue core shimmered with an equal, freezing intensity, moving like a blur of cold steel. He carved a path of destruction that left no survivors. Tomo actually stopped to record it. So powerful, I've never seen the captains fight like this before. Shino watched intently, imprinting their first-rank prowess into his soul. One day, he would reach them. The carnage finally ceased as the 3 captains stood firm and triumphant before the city gates. Their breathing was heavy, but their spirits remained unbroken. They were still far from their limits. Terrified by the display of godlike power, the devils hesitated, retreating from the wall of death. Recharge and hold the line. We will break this tide and reclaim our home today. Fueled by encouragement, the warriors roared with a burning fighting spirit. Joel finally let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. Suddenly, Joel's disciple screamed, "Look out, something is coming." The 3 captains immediately drew their weapons, bracing for the remaining first-tier demon. In the distance, the lower demons suddenly knelt, clearing a wide, eerie path through their ranks. But the figure emerging left the captains speechless with shock. Walking calmly through the demonic horde, Aki appeared, carrying Pseudo Lu in his arms. Yago stared at Aki, unable to process the scene. She remembered clearly that Aki had been pursuing a deadly first-tier demon. The fact that Aki had successfully rescued Pseudo Lu was nothing short of a miracle. Joel, however, was gripped by sheer panic. Aki, you fool, he thought. Even if the demon's morale was broken, walking through them so brazenly was suicide. They would be devoured in an instant, just as feared. The feral demon suddenly lunged at Aki, ready to tear him apart. Seeing the danger, The three captains charged forward. They were prepared to sacrifice their lives rather than watch their subordinate be slaughtered, standing amidst the sea of monsters. Aki didn't even flinch. He was in no mood for distractions. With one razor-sharp glare, the demons recoiled in terror, trembling too violently to take another step. As their primal fear reached its breaking point, the monsters made a desperate decision to flee. They realized staying meant certain death. Even the distant demons, though confused, followed suit and retreated like beaten dogs. Aki stood tall in the center of the demon tide, completely unharmed and untouched by the chaos. The three captains skidded to a halt, bewildered as they watched the entire demon army vanish into the horizon. On the city walls, the soldiers assumed this was the captain's doing and erupted into thunderous cheers of praise. But the captains themselves were lost in confusion. Was this our victory, or was it all because of Aki? Suddenly, Aki's strength gave out and he collapsed. In his subconscious, he felt himself resting atop a colossal demon head in a vast ocean of blood. From the suffocating darkness, a chilling voice echoed. "You seem to be enjoying it." "My power." Aki remained calm, asking into the void. "Who are you?" the voice replied. "We met half a century ago. Surely you remember." Aki paused before realizing. "The 8 banners. You were one of the 2 I saw back then. How many of these monsters existed?" Suddenly, the voice whispered right into Aki's ear. "Oh, don't worry about that yet. You'll know soon enough." Aki turned to see a crimson demon sitting beside him. "I am the Crimson King Banner, the strongest of the 8. You don't even flinch. Your mind is strong enough to resist my influence. A true warrior." "Indeed. But don't worry. I won't harm you." Yet, ignoring the cryptic threat, Aki stood up and demanded answers. "Why did you choose me? What's happening to my body?" The barrage of questions seemed to irritate the Crimson King. Suddenly, a second Crimson King appeared behind Aki. Embracing him, "You'll find out in time. As for your body, it's mine now, too. Due to certain reasons, I must enter a deep slumber for a while. For my sake, you'll have to work hard to evolve. Reach my perfect state." Hearing this arrogance, Aki's rage finally boiled over. He put every ounce of strength into a punch, directed straight at the demon's face. "You monsters. What do you think humans are? I'll kill you." Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. "Aki, wake up." As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an unexpected and very close-up view of 2 soft mounds. Everything was so white. Though he knew something was wrong, Aki couldn't look away. Suddenly, Pseudo-Lu's guards grabbed him and began their assault. "You brat! Where do you get the nerve?" one yelled. "Even if you saved the lady, this is absolutely unforgivable. Curse you! How dare you be so disrespectful to our young lady? We should chop off his arms and kill him." At that moment, a man entered the room and barked a command. "Stop this nonsense. Is this how we treat our savior?" Immediately, everyone in the room bowed deeply in respect to the newcomer. Pseudo-Lu called him father, leaving Aki completely dazed. Joel stepped forward to introduce him. "This is the master of our town's most famous martial arts clan, the Pseudo family. Pseudo Huanchong. Didn't you know?" Realizing this man had cared for him while he was unconscious, Aki immediately offered a respectful bow. "Greetings, Master Pseudo. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Master Pseudo let out a hearty, friendly laugh. "Haha. It's quite all right. You saved my daughter's life. The Pseudo family owes you a great debt for your bravery." He then turned to the captains. "Rest here at our dojo tonight. We shall celebrate the victory over the demon tide together. I've watched you 3 grow up, so don't be strangers. Treat this place like home. If anything, it's my daughter who's been the trouble. She's stubborn and disciplined often. Please, guide her well in the future." Captain Jutang bowed. "Elder Zidu, rest assured, we'll do our best." The C2 family held absolute power here. Even elite captains showed deep respect. Suddenly, Jutang cleared the room. Only Aki was ordered to stay, alone with the captains. Jutang's gaze sharpened. "Aki, tell us everything." Joel interrupted, his voice cold. "We can't hesitate. Even with our own." Killing intent filled the air. "Aki, are you actually a demon?" Aki froze, then laughed awkwardly. "Me, a demon? You're joking, right? Liu and I barely escaped that Tier 1 demon with our lives." Joel stepped closer. 2 elites struggled. "Yet you survived alone. How?" Aki panicked, his mind racing for an excuse. Joel's eyes pierced him. "Or are you their ally? Is that why they let you go?" Aki gritted his teeth in silence. Should he reveal his dark secret? If the truth came out, They would execute him without hesitation. They wouldn't see a human. They'd only see the monster within him. Joel reached for his blade. Speak now, or I'll force the truth. Tension peaked. Aki braced himself for a desperate fight against 3 captains. Suddenly, Yago intervened. Stop. Only Tier 4 demons can take human form. Aki isn't that strong. A high-level infiltrator wouldn't hide in a C-rank town. Jutang nodded. Besides, demons don't protect comrades. They only destroy. Aki risked his life for Liu. That isn't how monsters behave. Joel's killing intent vanished instantly. Haha, I was just testing you. You both walked through hell and back. You've earned some rest. Aki was speechless. This captain was unpredictable. But the questioning wasn't over. Liu mentioned she lost consciousness during the battle. Jiutang noted, after she fainted, how did you defeat that Tier 1 demon? A lie formed in Aki's mind. He had to hide the monster. He looked up with fake confidence. The truth is, I'm a genius. Seeing their disbelief, he hurried to explain his secret weapon technique. I can instantly drain my core's energy for a massive power burst. Like an intentional core overload, Jago asked. Aki nodded quickly. So that's how you slew the demons both times. Aki doubled down on the lie. Yes. I first discovered it then. My body absorbs all core energy for one devastating, explosive strike. The first time, I blacked out. This time, I barely finished the job. The surge is too much for me. I collapsed right after saving her. Jutang fell into deep thought. Analyzing every word Aki spoke, it explained why his core appeared shattered before he had pushed its limits. Is he truly a genius? Jago wondered. Looking at the boy, if true, your power is extraordinary. But you must learn to control it. Captains train for years to handle that level of physical strain. Without mastery, that power will eventually destroy your own body. Jutang stepped forward. I need to see this genius talent myself. Aki, prepare yourself. We're heading to the training hall for a test. They moved to the arena. Jutang still harbored doubts about Aki's story. The match begins. Kukdiu doing lunges like a starving beast. Aki is trapped, unable to strike back. These captains are mere amateurs compared to his past life. Yet, his current body fails to execute his techniques. Hand on his core, Aki hesitates. Should he unleash the forbidden demonic power within? Suddenly, Kukdiu Duong strikes with blinding speed. Aki barely evades the blow. That strike was lethal. The captain clearly isn't holding back. Jago warns him to cool down. Despite his flaws, Aki's reflexes are remarkably sharp. This is pure combat instinct. Aki is being pushed to his absolute limit. No breathing room. Kukdiu Duong aims a heavy fist straight for his face. The training ground shatters. Aki dodges again. But Diu Duong suddenly vanishes and seizes his throat. Trapped in this frail body, Aki can't break free. He's sent flying into the wall. Joel moves to intervene as the situation turns dire. But Jago holds him back. Kukdiu Duong taunts him with a smirk. Is this all? You don't deserve the title of genius? Rage flares. Aki hates being underestimated. After all, he was once the legendary king of warriors. Kukdiu Duong. To me, you're just a mere child. To prove my status, I must show power beyond all expectations. I can't use past standards. Time to use that damn demon's power to crush this 200-month-old brat. Aki rises. His core blazes with light as his aura undergoes a terrifying transformation. Without hesitation, he steps forward into the storm. Captain, it's my turn now. Aki's presence explodes outward. Crimson energy swirls as his synchronization surges from 19 to 30%. His low-level core is overflowing. With just a thought, I can push this body far beyond its natural limits. Rion's eyes widen in shock. She can feel his synchronization rate skyrocketing. Even Jago is stunned. Could this small city truly harbor such a monstrous genius? Kukdiu Duong grits his teeth, his eyes filled with growing concern. This pressure, his sync rate has hit 40% and is still climbing. He's already surpassed Tudo Lu. He's faster than Lu Wei. A voice suddenly cuts through the captain's frantic thoughts. Aki emerges from the smoke. One step at a time. Don't lose focus now. Captain, in a flash. He teleports behind him. I'm right here. A devastating punch lands. Kukdiu Duong blocks it, his face splitting into a wild, excited grin. His speed has doubled. Aki's stats are soaring as he spins for another strike. A perfect feint. Aki sweeps the ankle, shattering the captain's balance. The captain struggles to recover, yet he can't stop smiling at the challenge. Impressive work. Using my openings to strike. He's fighting with a brilliant, tactical mind. Wait. Something is wrong. Aki launches a surprise kick. Rion watches, mesmerized by the sheer density of the assault. Where did he get such refined combat experience? Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. Rushing a melee specialist isn't wise. It's Master 201. head of the Tudo family. Rion and Jago freeze in surprise. Master Huan Kung Jago greets him eagerly. When did you arrive? Uncle Master Huan Kung looks on with a relaxed smile. Forgive us, Master. Rion stammers. We're just borrowing the field for a little sparring. The master looks at the ruins. You call this a little sparring? Rion remains confident. The master laughs it off. No matter 5. I want to see the boy who shares the legendary hero's name. How will he handle the counterattack? Suddenly, Cook Diodurng grabs Aki's leg. He braces himself, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Got you. The master knows Diodurng's victory is certain. Little Durng has been a monster in combat since he was a child. Even a microscopic opening was enough for Aki to seize control. His years of battling demons had granted him unparalleled instincts, turning his grip into an inescapable trap. It seemed like young Aki was about to receive a painful lesson he would never forget. Simultaneously, Gayuk Yodang swung a massive fist to discipline him. Yet Aki simply smirked without a hint of fear. Instead, his eyes flashed with the terrifying intensity of a master warrior. He smiled confidently, declaring, I've got you now. Addressing Captain Gayuk Yodang, Aki leaped into a backflip before slamming his forehead violently into the captain's own. The 3 spectators were completely blindsided by this unpredictable maneuver. Gayuk Yodang staggered back, clutching his head in agony. He released his grip, retreating several steps while cursing under his breath. Seizing the moment, Aki jumped back to safety, his eyes burning red. While the human skull is sturdy, the point between the eyes remains a critical weakness. In a flash, he charged toward Gayuk Yodang once more. Challenging the captain to prepare himself, Gayuk Yodang's eyes narrowed as his body surged with a fierce red aura, instantly shifting back into a lethal combat stance. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Joan shouted a warning that the captain was no longer holding back. Massive boulders suddenly swirled around Gayuk Yodang. Aki instantly recognized the perfect fusion of absolute offense and defense. Rather than being intimidated, Aki grew excited. Eager to test the limits of his demonic power, he summoned a demonic hand to crush the surrounding rocks, shattering the captain's technique in a single heartbeat. Gayuk Yodang was left speechless. In a blur of speed, Aki vanished only to reappear directly behind him. Even Jago was stunned by Aki's breathtakingly aggressive combat style. By utilizing the debris to flank his opponent's blind spot, Aki was repaying the debt in kind. Jaeon sighed, noting the boy's vengeful nature. Si Do-hun Gung disagreed, seeing, instead, an incredible genius for learning. Meanwhile, Gayuk Yodang spun around, reaching out to grab Aki. He reminded Aki that this was his own technique, which he understood better than anyone. However, the outcome was already decided. Si Do-hun Gung realized that Gayuk Yodang had already lost this duel. Following his words, Aki's fist tore through the air, aiming a powerful strike directly at the captain's midsection. Yet, Aki intentionally diverted the impact at the last second. Gayuk Yodang stood frozen, shocked by the boy's immense power and mercy. Slowly relaxing his stance, Aki noted that the captain always favored non-lethal captures in his attacks. He admitted that if the captain had used his full strength from the start, the outcome might have been different. He explained that the blow to the forehead caused double vision and faulty judgment, a weakness he had exploited to win. With a playful wink, he asked if they finally believed him. Gayuk Yodang could only remain silent, eyes closed in reflection. Was he a true genius, watching the battle? Si Do-hun Gung could not hide his growing excitement. He whispered that Aki might truly be the one they needed. Suddenly, sounds of footsteps signaled the arrival of Tumo and others. They wondered why no one was eating yet, as the Liu family had prepared a lavish feast in a grand hall. The sight of the wreckage left the newcomers in a state of total shock. She demanded to know what happened amidst the chaos. Aki could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. He sheepishly blamed the destruction on Captain Gayuk Yodang. Meanwhile, John asked the captain if he finally accepted his defeat. The captain only grunted. Aki stepped in to save his pride, suggesting the captain was simply unused to fighting humans instead of demons. This prompted a booming laugh from Si Do-hun Gung, who gave a cheerful wink to the group. He urged them to stop the formalities as the celebration feast was about to begin. Aki thanked the host and headed for the food. Admitting his hunger had finally caught up with him, the elder watched Aki's retreating figure, his gaze fixed on the young man's back. He saw strength, restraint, and tactical brilliance in the boy. He then turned to call for Si Do-liu, standing tall. He loomed over her and asked if she found the remarkable young man interesting. Her face turned bright red as she let out a startled cry of shock. Later, under a beautiful moonlit sky, the group gathered for an intimate dinner with the Si Do family. The elder raised his glass. Everyone, he spoke, thanking them on behalf of the town for their protection and honoring the warriors who fought until the end. Turning to Aki, he offered special thanks for saving his daughter. Aki politely stood up and bowed in respect, as Aki insisted it was just his duty. Goikyo Dang suddenly lunged forward, delivering a comedic punch that nearly sent Aki's eyes flying. So, he is a man now, daring to drink. Already Aki doesn't even know his own birthday. Yet he still argues, I am an adult. I am 18 now. Probably. Is not 18 the minimum age to enter the soldier trials? Jago laughed at the ridiculous sight. Ha ha ha, look at this guy acting like a total big shot. Situshun chuckled without pressing the issue. It is fine. He then glanced at his daughter with deep meaning. Situliu blushed at the mention of adulthood. She sighed. Remembering her father's words from earlier that day, I watched him fight. And his potential is incredible. It matches yours. He might finally move your stubborn heart. Situliu tried to act indifferent, but her mind was racing. What on earth was her father even saying? Move her heart. Recalling how Aki nearly ripped her buttons off this morning, she felt only pure annoyance. Father, stop joking. He is just a total idiot. Meanwhile, Tomoe was busy snapping photos of the feast. This is magnificent. Sino and I are lucky to join you. Sino finally asked Aki a puzzling question. Aki, how did you defeat that first-rank demon? It was legendary. Aki froze, unsure how to explain it. Master Ju intervened just in time. He can temporarily force power from the core for an explosive surge. Yago chimed in, comparing it to how squad captains draw strength from their own internal power cores. Perhaps his survival instincts triggered that massive burst of strength during that life-or-death moment. Her expression turned grave with concern. However, doing such a thing is incredibly dangerous for the untrained. The physical burden is immense and could cause permanent damage, Joel added. Recalling their recent intense spar, he raised his glass with a smirk. His explosive power is terrifying, but Aki definitely needs more training. Without proper guidance, his body will eventually reach its breaking point from the sheer strain of battle. Aki thought differently. If they knew I absorb 2 cores and have wood element healing, they would not worry. He knew now was not the time to reveal his secret, so he just laughed the matter away. I cannot say more. Let them believe I have the same core abilities as the elite squad captains. The situation is perfect. The captain is right. I need more physical training after losing consciousness like that. Sino looked on in awe, while Tomoe kept taking photos like a fan. We never knew you were this strong. Aki is incredible. We cannot fall behind. Situlu realized this power was how he saved her life. Suddenly, Master Jue crossed his arms. Strictly speaking, your unauthorized night mission deserves a harsh punishment. They both trembled until he spoke again. But since you killed a first-rank demon, we will consider it even. Joel and Jago laughed mockingly. Do not celebrate yet. The squad competition is still ongoing. Rookies, your team is currently at the bottom. You had better work hard to earn points starting tomorrow morning. Aki clenched his fist with burning resolve. Of course, our squad's only goal is the top spot. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye after that terrifying encounter with the demon. The squad competition turned fierce, with everyone hunting A-rank missions. Finding any work became nearly impossible. After deliberating, Liu and the team decided to challenge another squad for their accumulated points instead. Their chosen target was the infamous Black Spear squad. The Black Spear captain was stunned by the challenge. Betting points. He let out a cold, condescending sneer. Have you already forgotten what happened last time? Situliu cut him off before he could finish. 10 point. Solo match. The masked captain agreed instantly. Aki was betting everything on this high-stakes duel. I am ready. Master Ju won't be here to save you this time. Let us settle every old debt. The Black Spear squad radiated killing intent. A massive crowd gathered at the town square to watch. A rookie squad challenging the veterans. Are they actually serious about this high-stakes gamble? Wagering 10 points. These rookies are clueless. They probably have never even faced a real demon before. How arrogant. They must be desperate since they could not secure any missions for themselves this month. This will be interesting. Black Spear is ruthless. Why would those girls even dare to step up? The crowd grew louder. It is not too late to quit. We do not want to be accused of bullying. Aki questioned why the leaders were not fighting. The redhead claimed he wanted a fair match. Meet Sister B. Our vice captain is more than enough to handle you. Consider this a mercy. Aki simply smirked at the threat. Is that all? Don't underestimate our captain, he warned, golden light flashing in his eyes. She is no ordinary girl. Cameras flashed as Liu stepped onto the arena. Situlu charged forward, her blue demon core energy surging for a quick win. 10 points. Bring them to me, Sister Ong barked, her arrogance leading the charge. Known as the Smiling Rakshasa, Liu infused her spear with lethal and flowing energy. Time for a lesson. Liu vanished, closing the distance with terrifying explosive speed. A heavy blow landed. Sister Ong barely managed to block the devastating strike. A healer. How is she this fast? Sister Ong's mind raced in pure panic. Something was wrong. Liu was injecting raw energy directly through their physical contact. Clang. The opponent's weapon fell. Everything was going exactly according to Liu's plan. These veterans rely too much on teamwork, completely neglecting their own individual combat prowess. Sister Ong grit her teeth, struggling against the overwhelming pressure. Liu's energy forced her muscles to contract, leaving her wide open for the final blow. Like a soaring arrow, Liu lunged forward with blinding, surgical precision. Her fingers struck every vital point. The crowd watched the flawless execution in shock. In an instant, Sister Ong collapsed onto the floor, completely neutralized and defeated. The C2 family rules martial arts, Liu whispered, flipping her hair with cool indifference. The veterans scrambled to the stage amidst the crowd's disappointed and mocking groans. The smiling Rakshasa is a monster. She is clearly the strongest rookie this year. So cool. In terms of pure martial arts, she has no equal here. Remember those 10 points. Aki's team mocked. Redhead's eyes burned with murderous rage. Enough. Redhead stepped forward. Do any of you dare to face me personally? 20 points on the line. Liu's eyes lit up as her core hummed with power. Rest up, Captain, Aki said, stepping in to stop her from fighting again. With absolute confidence, he pointed at himself. I will handle this, loudmouth. You are a nobody. Get out. I only fight the real leaders, Redhead barked. She is our captain. Beat me first if you want a shot at her. Aki shrugged dismissively. Unless you are too scared to fight a simple rookie. The crowd whispered about his obvious taunt, but Redhead completely snapped. Fine, I will beat you until your own mother won't recognize your face. The stage was set. Aki stepped up as the cameras captured the intense standoff. The crowd gathered as Redhead summoned a high-tech training rifle with ease. These are air rounds. They won't kill, but they sure as hell will hurt. Training rounds. How fancy. In my past life, we only ever used real lead. Aki walked forward slowly, his expression unreadable and full of hidden, ancient power. Then, make sure you do not miss. Aki challenged as the crowd roared. He is bold for a rookie. Redhead's aim is legendary among the elite soldiers. Redhead narrowed his eyes and took a lethal, professional combat stance. Choose any weapon. I won't have people saying I bullied a weak newcomer. A weapon, Aki pondered. Perhaps a standard combat knife would be enough for this. He missed his legendary blade from his past life, his one true, invincible comrade. He shook off the nostalgia with a confident grin. Actually, I will use my fists. What bare fists? The Black Spear Squad could not believe their own ears. You want to fight me empty-handed? Redhead laughed in pure, arrogant mockery. Are rookies these days truly this brazen? He scoffed. I gave you a choice. Since you've chosen bare hands, I'll grant your death wish. Aki is truly a master of being annoying. Honestly, they should install a soundproof muffler on that mask of his. The target's voice suddenly turned cold. I'm warning you. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. He growled with a piercing gaze. I won't be holding back. I'm taking every single one of those points in one go. Aki remained perfectly composed, radiating absolute confidence. Fine. You better give it everything you've got. Below the stage, Shino and Tomoe wondered one thing. How would the crowd react if they knew Aki had soloed a first-grade demon and crushed the Radiant Hall captain? Tomoe nodded in agreement, her eyes glued to the fight. Meanwhile, Tudolu looked troubled, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. Defeating the captain of the Radiant Hall in a spar. That kind of feat would draw everyone's eyes. Is he really that much better than me? Tudolu began to doubt herself. As captain, I cannot allow myself to be weaker than my own member. Her face flushed red as she recalled her father's words. Looking at that idiot only made those memories flood back. No, I can't be thinking about this right now. The scene shifts back to the intense battle on the field. The referee gave the signal, and the match exploded into life. The target lunged forward so fast, he left after images in a cloud of dust. Longer reach means total dominance. I'll riddle you with bullets before you can even get close to my face. Tudodu's eyes widened as she noticed his strategy. He's not firing yet. Is he using footwork to bait a better position? Aki was lost in his own thoughts. The three captains already have a glimpse of my power, so there's no point in hiding anymore. His emotions were unreadable, but his goal was simple. Take first place and reclaim his glory. His fighting spirit blazed back to life. To suppress the demon within, he had to reclaim his peak strength as fast as possible. I will surpass my previous life. I must become even stronger. His speed surged, and the target finally sensed a lethal danger. He raised his weapon, aiming straight for Aki's head. You're wide open, die. I told you I wouldn't show any mercy. With a roar, he pulled the trigger. sending a high-pressure air blast tearing forward. The power wasn't bad, but he needed more. That demon inside must eventually become his tool. Aki drifted aside like a ghost, eyes glowing as he closed the gap. The target didn't flinch, instantly preparing his next volley. Charging straight at me, how reckless, he reloaded in a flash, unleashing a barrage of fire while mocking his opponent. The right hand was just bait. You fool! 3 consecutive rounds streaked through the air with terrifying velocity. These were high-speed adhesive rounds. Even an agile blue-core demon would find them impossible to dodge. He smirked inwardly. Just one hit, and the sticky residue would ensure the rest found their mark. Aki calculated every move. He had intentionally provoked this fight to test his own limits. Moving like fluid water, he danced between the lethal projectiles. The spectators gasped in shock. He dodged the captain's bullets. What kind of liquid-like movement is that? His movements were a blur. The target stumbled back, unable to believe his most reliable shots had been evaded so easily. Damn it, I didn't want to use my trump card to win. Aki vanished, moving faster than the naked eye could follow. From the sidelines, an expert analyzed the battle. The captain's greatest advantage lay in his weapon's ability to store massive energy. When synchronized with the bullets, it created a devastating, reinforced blast. The target leveled his gun at Aki's chest. Let's see you dodge a high-precision explosive round at point-blank range. Aki's fist tightened as he predicted the trajectory. Suddenly, vines erupted from the ground, catching the target completely off guard. Wait, what? The shot went wild, screaming harmlessly into the sky. The crowd erupted. Did the black spear actually miss seizing the opening? Aki lunged, grabbing the barrel and slamming a heavy fist into the target's arm. The opponent's balance shattered instantly. But Aki wasn't finished yet. He delivered a devastating kick straight to the gut. The Black Spear squad watched in horror as their captain was sent flying 10 meters away. Aki lowered the captured weapon and spoke clearly. 20 points. Secured. The target's face turned pale with shock. He couldn't fathom how the man before him could be this powerful. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Aki's team cheered in triumph. Shino shouted with joy while Tomoe kept her camera clicking, capturing every epic second. So cool. Tudolu thought, her arms crossed. Even she couldn't figure out where he had mastered such divine footwork. After smoothly taking 30 points from the Black Spear squad, Aki had successfully drawn the attention of every other team. More and more young warriors were itching for a fight, and even veteran teams began to challenge them, having tasted victory. Tudolu's squad used the challenge rules to rack up points in consecutive battles. Shino and Tomoe were finally showing their true potential. Liu's squad defied the odds. Their points surged as their rank climbed at a terrifying pace until month's end. Everyone watched in shock as Liu's team seized the top spot on the Radiant Hall leaderboard. Standing tall with burning determination, the group officially secured their place in the final showdown. The three-way finale was imminent. Time flew by until the warriors finally gathered at the arena, under a clear sky. The ancient ruins stirred a whirlwind of emotions as the monthly event began. Watching these squads evolve is breathtaking, even if the faces remain familiar each season. Joel marveled at the results. Liu's team had miraculously ascended from dead last to first place within days. Ju noted their high-stakes strategy gambling points in fierce matches against every rival squad they encountered. She brushed her hair back, calling their reckless, chaotic methods a path of pure madness. With a sharp tone, she questioned why the master hadn't stepped in to stop them. The hall master replied calmly that points earned through sheer strength require no interference. Aki and Liu are powerhouses, but Shino and Tomoe have also proven themselves to be formidable warriors. The trio reached the massive stone gates, the threshold to the ultimate assembly grounds. Joel's eyes sparkled with interest. A rookie team in the finals. That hasn't happened in years. The atmosphere outside was electric. With the crowd buzzing in a fever pitch of anticipation, the Radiant Hall Master pushed open the heavy gates, revealing a hall bathed in a blinding, hopeful light. Cold gazes met the newcomers as the elite squad captain looked down on them with utter disdain. How could nameless rookies reach the finals? Had the other veteran squads grown weak and soft? A dark-haired teammate whispered for silence as the elite captain clicked his tongue in annoyance. They represented Onga's pride. The elite squad, standing opposite the formidable light squad. The light squad's leader mocked the high-scoring rookies, suspecting their rank was just a bluff. He crossed his legs arrogantly, though he secretly realized these newcomers might be the real deal. As Joel's top squad took their positions, the scene shifted toward a focused Tomoe. She observed the heavy pressure while Shino loosened his muscles, preparing for the coming clash. These are the strongest units under Onga and Joel, famous legends throughout all of Four City. Rumors say the next great captains of the Radiant Hall will be chosen from these elite few. Aki stretched his shoulders, unfazed and finds the legendary reputation of his rivals quite amusing. Despite his physical limitations, Aki trusted the secret. Ancient power coursing through his veins. He felt certain he could match a first-phase core warrior without falling into a disadvantage. Confidence radiated from him. Victory was certain, leaving only the mystery of the grand prize. The alluring Jago entered the hall, her commanding voice instantly gathering every warrior to her side. Master Onga greeted the elite captain with a warm, encouraging pat on the head. Brimming with pride, the elite captain demanded an even greater reward for securing first place. She playfully asked for a shopping trip to the prestigious B-class cities as their prize. A mocking voice interrupted, questioning if shopping was truly a worthy goal for such warriors. The light squad's leader sneered, his gaze dripping with cold, calculated arrogance. His squad aimed higher, longing to duel the elite warriors found within the B-class territories. He stood with cocky indifference, further provoking the wrath of the elite squad leader. She snapped back that for women, shopping is simply another form of intense spiritual cultivation. The elite members fumed, tired of the light squad's constant interference and superiority complex. Suddenly, Joel and the Radiant Hallmaster appeared to settle the rising tension between the squads. Joel joked about their heated exchange. Much to the annoyance of the elite captain, the Hallmaster turned his gaze toward Aki's group, calling them to join the final assembly. Led by Liu, the newcomers stood tall among the veterans. As the three squads finally gathered, the master spoke briefly. Knowing that after today, their blades would do the talking, he laid out the rules with grim intensity. The grand finals would be a two-phase trial, a team war followed by a solo showdown. Jago signaled for silence, explaining that points would crown the champions. The finer details will be revealed as each phase begins. He declared, to ignite your fighting spirit, he teased, I'll reveal the prize awaiting the victors right now. With a playful wink, Joel threw his arms wide. I know you've been craving this. This reward will exceed your wildest dreams. As promised, the champions will earn a one-week study tour to a prestigious B-rank city. The crowd erupted. Squads cheered in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. A B-rank city was finally within their reach. Shino grinned at Tomo. We've been grinding non-stop for this. That top spot is ours. So, Toma, what's your plan once we hit the B-rank town? Tomo clutched her battered camera. A better lens. Obviously. Suddenly, a voice boomed. Squad leaders, step forward for the drawing. Whispers flooded the arena. A B-rank zone. The stakes are massive. I heard the gear there makes our C-rank equipment look like trash. As the leaders gathered, the buzz intensified. How far is a B-rank town anyway? Is it another world entirely? B-rank cities house Phase 2 core warriors. Someone whispered, the awe clear in their voice. Phase 2. Are they even stronger than our three leaders theoretically? Yes. Man. I can't wait to see one in action. Amidst the chaos, Aki remained a statue of calm. Chin in hand, he brooded. 50 years into the future, and this world was still a mystery. B-rank. He mused. In his era, there were no tears, just raw survival and the solitary path of the blade. The main character sank deeper into his thoughts, his expression hardening with a grim resolve. He recalled Shino's words, Feveris was C-rank, the bottom tier. Above it lay B and A. He mapped out the hierarchy in his mind, dictated by power levels. Phase 1 and 2. Core warriors kept a city relegated to C rank. Phase 2 and 3 signaled B rank, while A rank required Phase 4 or 5 elites. The map of this new world burned in Aki's mind, but the ultimate authority was the sole S-rank bastion Dawn City, the crown jewel of the Land of Hope. Aki etched its coordinates deep into his memory. Rumors said the City of Hope was colossal, housing Phase 5, 6, and the legendary Phase 7 warriors, the peak of human power. An image flickered a warrior with a mysterious crest. This was the undisputed epicenter of human military might. Aki's thoughts drifted to the old legends of Dawn City, the singular S-rank sanctuary. Its name shone bright. But how did it compare to his own lost kingdom? A pang of melancholy struck his heart. He sighed. 60 years since that cataclysmic war. Did his home still stand? Did his brothers in arms survive the devastation? Sorrow clouded his face as memories of old friends surfaced. But suddenly, a sharp voice shattered his reverie. Shino and Tomoe were right beside him. Hey. Aki, still lost in your own little world? Shino asked with a grin. Tomoe grabbed his arm, pulling him back to reality. Snap out of it, it's showtime. She glanced toward their captain. Captain Liu remained stoic, her eyes cold as ice. She held up their slip, number 1. They were the opening act. Switch to practice gear. The referee's voice thundered across the arena. The atmosphere grew electric. Team Radiant faced off against Team Lu. As they sized each other up, Tomoe whispered, "Hey, we don't even have a proper squad name yet." "Do we? Shouldn't we think of something epic?" Shino chimed in, flashing a confident smirk. "True. A legendary name is half the battle. We need something that strikes fear when we're famous." Aki nodded in agreement. "Let's focus on winning first," Liu muttered, her face tense. Meanwhile, the Radiant captain let out a mocking sneer. "A bunch of dawdlers aiming for the top. Don't make me laugh." He barked orders to his team. His brow furrowed in annoyance. "Listen up, pick your targets. I'll handle Captain Liu myself." His squad roared back in unison. "Understood." The referee dropped the flag. "Begin." The command echoed as the Radiant squad scattered like hunting wolves. Liu instantly analyzed their movements. A solo-focused blitz, she thought, her tactical mind racing. It was a bold move for the strong, but a fatal mistake against her. Her gaze sharpened, descending into a battle trance. With a sharp signal, Team Liu surged forward as one. Aki observed silently. So, Liu saw right through them. For us, the fastest path to victory is crushing their leader first. Aki calculated. He watched the unfolding chaos. The flaw in their solo tactics was clear. Isolation was a death sentence. If their captain falls, their morale will shatter like glass. Aki's eyes remained fixed on Liu's charging silhouette. Liu's intuition was deadly. Across the field, a Radiant member realized the danger. Are they gunning for the captain? Team Liu moved with lethal precision. New plan. Full defensive rotation, aim for the leader and break them. Objective, Tudo Luwu. 3 enemies launch a surprise rear ambush. But she calmly maintains her defensive formation. Shino and Tomoe instantly charge to break the siege. The light squad captain feels the pressure and targets me directly. With resolute eyes, he stomps the ground, bracing himself to shatter Tudolu's next technique. Tudolu lunges forward from the riverside, gripping her staff for a decisive strike. The light captain spins into a dash, wearing a cold smirk as he leaps to deliver a lethal blow. Taste my Zen light, he roars. Tudolu signals a blind defense as a blinding nova erupts. The technique's radiance is so overwhelming that every warrior is forced to shield their eyes. Watching from the wall, Master Diu Duong sighs. That brat still fights like that, didn't you warn him? In a duel, it is a powerful weapon, but in team warfare, it blindly hinders his own allies. He has been warned countless times. Sometimes, bad habits are only broken through the bitterness of defeat. The light squad captain twirls his blade, his mind racing with arrogant thoughts. Don't act tough before my Zen light. Fledglings, once your leader falls, your squad is finished. He swings his sword, ignoring her noble status. Suddenly, Aki intercepts the strike. Did you forget your own team? Aki delivers a crushing blow to his shoulder before sending him flying with a powerful kick. The captain snarls. When did you equip those hydro goggles? Aki only responds with a mocking smirk. In the heat of a team battle, ignoring your comrades is never a wise tactical choice. These hydro goggles utilize water refraction to negate even the most blinding light techniques. Tudolu is stunned. When did he prepare this? Aki brushes past her with a confident grin. I'll leave the rest to you, he says. She gazes at the enemy leader, who is still struggling. Aki outplayed him during the flash. Impressive. Tudolu pivots, launching a fierce assault at the captain. He grimaces, preparing to counter her head-on charge, thinking he still has the upper hand. Suddenly, his arm goes limp. Damn it, that brat dislocated my shoulder with that last kick. Defenseless, he takes the full brunt of her strike. You were right, she says coldly. Speed decides everything. Meanwhile, Aki dominates his side, effortlessly providing support to Shino and Tomoe's relentless assault. Those two are true prodigies. Their synergy only grows sharper as the heat of battle intensifies. A thunderous crash echoes. Tudolu stands tall. Your captain is down. Will you continue this futility? The battlefield falls quiet as exhaustion sets in. Atop the wall, the master declares the match finished. Ju eyes Aki suspiciously. He hasn't even revealed his true power. The elite captain scoffs. You actually lost. Was it truly because of that Tudo girl? Is her strength really that overwhelming? The light captain lowers his head in shame. We were careless. We let our guard down. You're next. Beware of Aki, he warns. The elite leader falters, her composure shaken by his words. Jago's voice booms. Team Lu versus the elite squad, weapons swapped to training gear. Begin. The match ignites. The elite captain lunges forward, shouting orders to keep her team focused. Don't let their defeat rattle your resolve. Stay focused and trust in our strength. Maintain the formation. Follow the protocol. Aki focuses all his spiritual energy into his fist. He slams his fist into the earth, causing the ground to erupt in a devastating shockwave. Using the rising dust as a smokescreen, Aki launches a lightning-fast ambush that catches the elites off guard. Where did these vines come from? Aki smirks. The demonic essence he absorbed is proving incredibly versatile. Water and wood elements are mastered. I wonder what other primordial powers lie dormant within me. Shino. Now Aki commands, blurring into a streak of lightning as he pierces the enemy line. Scatter. Regroup at point B. The elite leader snarls, her perfect formation shattered by their combined pressure. She barely deflects their synchronized strike. I need reinforcements. Now she screams across the field. Her comrades rush to her aid, only to find their path barred by a lethal Aki. In that moment of desperation, the Light Captain's haunting warning echoes back to her. Aki is the true monster. He controls the entire flow of battle. Suddenly, Tomo's blade snaps her back. Hey! Ignoring us is a grave mistake, she snarled with venom. So what? My agility is on another level. Tomoe taunted while unleashing her strike, with one swift move. Her opponent was paralyzed. The crowd erupted as Tomoe claimed victory. Lu Xuan's team triumphed in the group matches. Now, the individual duels would finally begin. The captains of the elite and flash squads stood tall, their gazes sharp and cold. They both pointed directly at Aki, declaring, "Feel free to challenge anyone on the team." "I challenge Aki of the Liu squad," Di Yao shouted. It was a one-on-one showdown. Aki didn't flinch. "To save time, both of you should just come at me together," standing alone against two opponents. Aki calmly adjusted his combat gloves for battle. This is the final round. Time to show them what true power looks like. The Flash Squad captain scowled. "Ha, it seems we're being looked down upon." "Partner," donning her goggles, the Elite Squad captain declared, "I'll make him regret his insane arrogance." From the high ramparts, Yago, the Ona squad leader, watched the tension reach its peak. Rules are simple. Surrender or lose the ability to fight. Let the challenge begin. "Start," Jago shouted. Instantly, the two enemy captains split up to flank their target, charging forward. The Flash Squad captain yelled, "Don't forget our secret plan." "Shut up. I know what I'm doing," the elite captain replied. Eyes locked on Aki, Aki stood his ground, focusing his energy until the earth beneath him shattered into pieces, like a bolt of lightning. He lunged toward the Flash captain. The collision was imminent. "Watch out, you think I'm a pushover." The captain channeled blinding red light in his palm. "Don't underestimate me." "You bastard." He unleashed a searing wave of energy. The elite captain gasped. The plan was working. Had Flash already set the trap? Before the match, they had conspired. We must win at all costs to reach the city. This was their only ticket out. A chance for glory they could not afford to lose. "I have a flawless plan," Flash had said, handing over a pair of high-tech goggles. "Wear these. They're specially made to counter the brilliance of my own ability. These tactical goggles will filter out my blinding light," he explained with a smirk. "While he's blinded, you strike his vitals. One hit is all we will need." She accepted them without hesitation. "You're giving me something this valuable." Hard to believe. Flash's eyes burned with determination. He knew they could not afford to fail. Aki is dangerous. We must synchronize. When you see the Flash, go for the kill. Back in the arena, Flash unleashed his signature move. A supernova erupted from his hands. Aki shielded his eyes as Flash roared. Nowhere to run, five-fold blinding flash. The audience shielded their eyes, unable to witness the sheer brilliance of the devastating attack. "That kid. He's outputting more energy than ever before," Jago exclaimed in pure shock. Joel nodded. "He's betting everything on this strike. It's a gamble for a quick win. Damn it. I can't see or record anything," Tomoe cursed, blinded by the intense glare. Through her goggles, the elite captain saw Aki clearly. This was her golden moment. He's blind. Now, I just need 1 second to end this. She reached maximum speed. Closing the distance, she funneled every ounce of her energy into one final finishing blow. She lunged for the kill, certain this strike would knock him out cold instantly. Suddenly, Aki's eyes flashed gold. "So, you were the real attacker all along." Terror gripped her. Even through the goggles, she felt his overwhelming, soul-crushing pressure. Her body froze. What was wrong with this monster's eyes? It felt like being dragged into a freezing abyss. Aki raised his hand. Water style. A thin stream of water trickled from Aki's palm, rapidly swelling into a surging torrent. It coiled around the elite squad leader before manifesting as a colossal aquatic hand, crushing her in its relentless grip. The sheer force of the impact sent her tactical goggles flying into the dirt. A blood-curdling shriek escaped her lips as the light squad leader pushed himself to the breaking point, his body trembling while he struggled to maintain his blinding flash. Why are you screaming while you're the one attacking, amidst the chaos? The intense glare forced the elite leader to squeeze her eyes shut in sheer agony. Gritting her teeth, she roared back, I'm the one getting pummeled here, you idiot. Your goggles fell off. You're completely blind. With a cold, detached gaze, Aki manipulated the crushing tides. My apologies, he whispered. It seems your separation plan has utterly failed. Without a moment's hesitation, Aki unleashed his true power. Massive, thorned vines erupted from the earth, ruthlessly lashing into the light squad leader's defenses. As the flash flickered out, Aki's vines sent the light leader spiraling across the arena. Simultaneously, he swung the watery fist, hurling the elite leader backward like a ragdoll. In one decisive motion, Aki neutralized both opponents. The arena vanished beneath a suffocating veil of dust and debris from his overwhelming strike. High in the stands, Captain Gyeok Myodang watched the scene unfold with bated breath. The thick shroud of dust obscured his vision, fueling a sense of dread. He prayed these kids hadn't pushed too far. A fatal accident was the last thing they needed. Driven by concern, he leaped from the bleachers, landing gracefully on the fractured ground. A voice cried out in the confusion as the captain regained his footing. He turned his gaze toward the center of the devastation, his eyes widening in pure shock at what he saw. Aki stood there, wreathed in a terrifying, demonic aura that felt as though it would devour everything in its path. Before the captain could even find the words to describe this monstrous presence, Aki's icy voice cut through the silence, shattering his train of thought. It is over. As the dust settled, members of the defeated squads rushed toward the crater, desperate to find their fallen leaders. The fog is clearing. Someone is still standing before the captain. Is it our leader? They whispered in desperate hope. From the stands, a clear, confident voice rang out. You are wrong, C2 Liu stated, crossing her arms with a knowing smirk. It is Aki. Sure enough, Aki stood at the center, calmly adjusting his goggles. He offered Liu a faint smile as his teammates scrambled down to join him. That was incredible, Shino cheered. How did you manage to counterattack through that blinding light? You took them both down at once. Our vision only just returned, and you had already finished the fight. Aki held up a pair of goggles he had salvaged, giving Shino a playful wink. Easy. I just borrowed these from them. Though he joked, Aki felt relieved he had grabbed them in time. Shino pulled him into a celebratory headlock, shouting, You are a beast. Man. Nearby, Tomoe was already busy, her camera shutter clicking rapidly to preserve this legendary moment of triumph. C2 Liu watched them, her eyes narrowed in thought. Why did Aki always feel like an unfathomable abyss? Squad Liu Captain Gyeok Myodang's shout snapped her back to reality. He marched toward them and commanded the group to stand at attention. The team snapped to position, hands behind their backs. The captain stood tall before them, announcing, You have done it. First place belongs to your squad. Congratulations. He turned toward Aki, his gaze filled with genuine admiration for the young man's prowess. Aki, you never cease to amaze me. To turn the tables while being suppressed by two squad leaders. That was magnificent. Aki offered a humble shrug. Hey, you are giving me too much credit. Internally, however, his confidence was unshakable. Even in this young body, he possessed the soul of a master. His experience made victory inevitable against these mere children. Using that much power to end it quickly, I almost feel like a bully, he thought to himself. The captain's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless, as the champions, you have earned your reward. Tomorrow morning, you will head to a rank B town via the underground passage for a week-long training mission. Tomoe erupted in joy, her arms thrown wide. Even the usually reserved Shino could not help but pump his fist in pure excitement. This is huge. Everyone, go prepare and meet back here at dawn. With the captain's dismissal, Squad Liu shouted their acknowledgement in perfect unison. As they departed, their chatter was filled with hype. I heard rank B towns have tier 3 core warriors. I cannot wait. I will be sure to capture every moment of our trip, Tomoe added enthusiastically. Aki turned to Liu. So, Liu, anything special you want to do once we reach the city? She remained composed, watching their teammates walk ahead. Aki is a monster, she mused. If he went all out, even we might not stand a chance. Captain Gyeok Myodang watched them go, his expression tinged with hesitation. That boy, he does not belong in a place like this. He stared at Aki's departing figure, He is destined for greater heights. I will lead them through the underground passage myself. Joe nodded in agreement. Good call. It is far safer than taking the surface routes these days. Jago crossed his arms, his face stern with caution. We must stay sharp. Even down there, rankless demons occasionally wander into the tunnels. Despite being a rank 1 core warrior, Commander Duduang's confidence remained unshakable. Relax. I'll slaughter every rank 1 demon that crawls out. My team won't even need to lift a finger. These subterranean tunnels, once a complex transit hub, now lay abandoned, serving only as desolate paths between towns. Within the shadows, a terrified soldier sprinted for his life. His face twisted in pure horizontal dread. A crimson streak of light closed the distance instantly, manifesting into a deadly hand that snuffed out his life. Massive red fingers with obsidian claws effortlessly hoisted another warrior's severed head into the air. To this flame-clad demon, humans were mere insects. Tossing the corpse aside, it wandered aimlessly, seeking a way out. Damn it. I'm lost. How did I end up trapped in this godforsaken underground labyrinth? The beast continued its grim march. A rank 2 demon abilities and attributes still shrouded in total mystery. The slaughter log 21 rookies, 9 rank 1 warriors, and 2 rank 2 elites already fallen. Meanwhile, Aki's group entered the gloom. Mo's eyes sparkled as she began snapping photos of the ancient structures. Wow, so this is the legendary underground passage. I never knew something this massive existed beneath us. Mo's camera flashed incessantly, capturing every detail of the decaying architecture from a bygone era. Duduang watched with half-closed eyes. These tunnels are older than I am. Even those dusty webs fascinate her. Kneeling for a souvenir shot, she asked curiously, "It looks so ruined. Does anyone actually still use this place?" After the Dawn battle, countless great warriors perished. Duduang explained, his voice heavy with history. With our ranks depleted, we couldn't defend new lands, causing the vital energy crystals to become dangerously scarce. Without those crystals, providing massive amounts of power to the infrastructure became an impossible dream. This vast network was eventually abandoned. It was originally commissioned during the glorious reign of the great King Aki. The entire squad paused, their gazes shifting toward Aki, who was trailing lazily at the very back. Mo giggled. "Oh, look at that. It was built by a king who shares your name." Aki shrugged nonchalantly, prompting Duduang to whip around in a sudden fit of professional rage. "What's with that face? You just share a name. Don't you dare disrespect our greatest legendary warrior with your casual attitude." Startled by the outburst, Aki rubbed his head sheepishly. "Aye. Take it easy on me, Commander Duduang." Mo burst into laughter. "Haha, it looks like the commander's head is literally about to catch fire." Shino joined the laughter, while even the icy Stu Lu couldn't hide a smirk. Pfft. What an idiot. Duduang cleared his throat twice, trying desperately to regain his composure and stoic image. "I've let my guard down around these brats," he thought, before snapping, "Focus up, keep moving forward." Aki stared at the tunnel walls, his mind drifting. Truth be told, this massive undertaking was his own plan. As he followed the group, the usual playful glint in Aki's eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp, regal intensity. The commander is wrong about one thing. This isn't just a passage, it's a massive underground city network. In its prime, it didn't just connect towns, it was a thriving, secure artery for global trade and prosperity. Touching the cold stone, Aki felt a pang of regret. His greatest miracle had fallen into such pathetic disrepair. Melancholy flickered in his eyes as the aura of a fallen king momentarily eclipsed his youthful face. Shino broke the silence. "Commander, are these energy crystals like the demon cores we wear on our chests?" "Precisely," Duduang replied. "Think of them as a massive, concentrated collective of high-grade demon cores. A single core powers a warrior. But what happens when you refine thousands of them into one single unit? Driven by that logic, humanity finally succeeded in synthesizing the ultimate power source after countless failed attempts. These refined energy crystals act as massive cores, providing the lifeblood needed to run our modern fortified towns. They are essentially the electricity of our new world, keeping the darkness at bay within our borders. High-tier cities organize hunts to harvest cores, refining them into crystals to be distributed down the hierarchy, from S-rank centers down to A, B, and finally C. The commander explained as they marched deeper inside. "We're heading to B-rank City PE to witness the scale of it and collect City FF's allocated crystals." Mo tilted her head, asking the forbidden question. What happens if a city's energy crystal completely runs out? Diu Duong turned back, his expression darkening with grim reality. Total paralysis. A slow death in the dark. Team Liu froze in shock. Without energy, their entire civilization would simply stop breathing. The town's vital defenses and heavy weaponry would become nothing more than useless scrap metal. Stripped of protection and technology, they would be forced into exile, the ultimate catastrophe for any settlement. Anxiety gripped the team. Cold sweat beads forming. But Gyuk Diu Duong just laughed. Relax. Everyone, our town's scale is relatively small. Our current energy crystals will last 3 months. This trip to City P is just a precautionary measure. Tomoe rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, thinking the captain was being a total drama queen, sticking her tongue out. She listened as Jokdio Durung's tone turned deadly serious. Be ready for anything. City P is crawling with bandits now. They have several rank 2 and even 2 rank 3 core warriors. One of them has a 69% sync rate. The team gasped, their eyes widening in pure disbelief. A rank 3 with 69% sync, Sino whispered. Tomo cried out. That's insane power. Aki stood in the back, observing silently. They had no idea a rank 7 warrior with 96% sync was right behind them. Tomoe's eyes suddenly caught a glowing red button on the wall. Huh, what does this do? As she reached out, Aki's warning barked out. Stop, the captain rushed over, bonking her head in frustration. Don't touch things blindly. Thank goodness Aki was paying attention. Tomoe rubbed her bruised head, pouting. Jayuk Diu Durung explained that it was an emergency lockdown switch. This is only for the most dire circumstances. It seals the passages completely. He looked up at the yellow and black warning stripes on the ceiling. Once pressed, massive iron shutters will slam down instantly, cutting off everything. It's a final resort to save other cities. Aki stood by, hands in his pockets, watching the scene. The system seemed functional. But suddenly, a violent tremor shook Aki's entire being. He frowned, his gaze sharpened into lethal blades. Every nerve went on high alert. A crushing bloodlust was surging from the darkness ahead. Something was approaching. Seeing Aki shift into a combat stance, the captain moved to stop him. Then he smelled the thick scent of blood. Had Aki sensed it first, the captain stared at his back. His senses couldn't possibly be that sharp. Was it pure instinct? There was no time to second guess. Battle stations. Drop your packs, the captain roared. Ahead. The floor was drenched in a visceral crimson liquid. Blood. Gayuk Dio Dung's heart hammered against his ribs. What had happened to City P? A sinister red light flickered in the pitch-black tunnel. He grit his teeth. What is that, a demon? A figure came sprinting toward them. The captain and Aki shouted together. A City P soldier. The mangled man stumbled forward. You're from City 1. Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back. He collapsed heavily into the dirt. Aki rushed to his side. Hey, wake up, speak to me. He's heavily wounded. The captain knelt down. The dying man wheezed his final warning. The demons. A demon tide has hit City P. They've already sounded the abandonment alarm. Gyuk Diu Dung's eyes nearly popped out. Liu shouted. Captain, what's an abandonment alarm? Do we move in? A heavy, mournful silence followed before the captain finally spoke. That alarm only rings when every single warrior in the city has been slaughtered. Aki gripped his blade until his knuckles turned white. Suddenly, a streak of gold light tore through the dark. The golden flash struck the fallen soldier with terrifying, lethal precision. Damn it. I was distracted, Aki cursed. In a heartbeat, the soldier was yanked back into the shadows. A demonic hand crushed the man's head. Found you. Little humans. The monster stepped into the light, dragging the corpse. More survivors. If I don't kill you all, I'll be in trouble. Run. The soldier gasped his last breath before the demon snapped his neck like a twig. Dead men don't talk. The beast hissed. It slammed its clawed hand into the wall, baring its jagged teeth. A rank 2 demon had arrived. A crimson core of pure fire. A record of slaughter. 21 recruits. 10 tier 1 warriors. And 2 tier 2 monsters. The tier 2 demon gripped a serrated whip, its wicked blade still dripping with the blood of fallen soldiers. Its predatory gaze swept over them. With a twisted grin, it stalked toward Kyoku's desperate unit. Gripping the handle, the demon spun the whip into a terrifying blur, creating a lethal ring of golden light. Who should I break first? It hissed, foul slime oozing from its gaping. Monstrous maw. Found you. You're first. The whip lashed out like golden lightning, surging straight for Shino's throat. Frozen in terror, Shino couldn't react in time. As the blade closed in, a crimson flash blurred past. Kyoku moved with godlike speed, shielding Shino, gritting his teeth. Kyoku caught the lethal blade with his bare hands, desperately fighting to halt its momentum. A violent explosion rocked the corridor as the blade hit the ceiling. The demon mocked them. Impressive. You're stronger than the last trash. Kyoku's arms trembled violently, blood seeping through his fingers. He gasped for air, his strength fading fast. This fire attribute demon was far beyond his expectations. One more strike like that would be his end. Kyoku clenched his jaw. Pride didn't matter now. His only priority was the safety of these kids. With no time to think, he grabbed Aki, Sito, Tomo, and Shino, sprinting toward the opposite exit. You think you can run? The demon roared, lunging forward and unleashing its bladed whip once more. Its sheer power was overwhelming, a force that even Kyoku couldn't hope to withstand. The button, get through the door. Now Kyoku screamed. But the demon was closing the gap rapidly. It lunged to strike before they could reach safety. All of you. Suddenly, Aki stopped in his tracks. With a forceful shove, Aki threw Kyoku toward the door, taking the demon's brutal impact head-on. The group tumbled through the threshold, crashing onto the cold floor. Shino and Kyoku screamed in unison. Kyoku turned just as Aki drove his dagger into the ground to stabilize himself. The demon loomed behind him like a shadow of death. You've only bought them a few seconds. You're all dead. Aki rose, glancing back with cold eyes. He smashed the control panel and slammed his fist onto the red button. The heavy blast door began to descend. Aki, no, come back, Sito screamed, reaching out in desperation. Aki looked back one last time, his expression hauntingly calm. Just as the door sealed shut completely, Sito collapsed, pounding against the reinforced metal, her voice breaking as she called his name. Silence followed. Kyoku's face paled as he remembered Aki's final whisper, protect the others. He looked at the trembling survivors. Stay calm, Aki gave his life to give us hope. We can't waste it. This area was still crawling with monsters. They had to move. And they had to move now. But Captain, that's a tier 2 demon, Shino cried out. Tomoe quickly added, we can't just leave him. Sito's eyes blazed with fury. She struck the door again. Break it down. We have to save Aki. This door is made of reinforced alloy, Kyoku explained solemnly. It can withstand a tier 3 attack. It's soundproof and impenetrable. We can't do anything from this side. Despair filled the air. Shino lunged forward, begging the captain to reconsider. Is there really no other way? Tomoe asked, as Sito gripped her fists, searching for any solution. We have to go back and get Captain Joel, please. Captain Kyoku. Give the order. Kyoku closed his eyes in agony. No. Even Joel and Oga together couldn't guarantee a victory here. Suddenly, Kyoku's eyes snapped open. Wait. There is one more path. Follow me. Quickly, he led the squad through the twisting tunnels, heading toward the Aryan settlement to find reinforcements. He stopped at a dark junction. This is it. The path to Aryan. Without a second's hesitation, the team poured all their strength into a desperate sprint. By choosing this path, they were gambling everything on Aki's survival. Meanwhile, on the other side, green demonic blood sprayed against the metal door. The monster stared in shock at the boy before him. Aki retracted his blade, sending the demon flying with a powerful kick. As his aura shifted, a blood-red horn emerged. Finally, the mask was off. The demon trembled, unable to comprehend the terrifying power Aki had been hiding. You human demon. Aki sneered. I wasn't sure before, but you should have tried harder. Guess showing them my true form is unavoidable now. But for now, your fire attribute has piqued my interest. Without another word, Aki unleashed his suppressed power. His eyes ignited with a frenzied glow, licking his lips in a fit of madness. A crimson aura erupted around him. The demon gasped in terror. A stage 1 no. This presence far surpassed any mere stage 1. As the transformation took hold, thick vines burst from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Aki sent them lashing toward the stage 2 demon. The beast didn't flinch. It lowered its stance and roared. A stage 1 wood user, my flames will turn you to ash. Hellfire erupted from the demon, incinerating the approaching vines instantly. Yet, Aki remained eerily silent, his composure unshaken, oblivious to the looming shadow of death. The monster bared its fangs, its gullet overflowing with molten heat. I'll devour you and make your strength mine, it hissed. A massive fireball began to coalesce within its gaping maw, with a thunderous roar. The projectile expanded and shot toward Aki. His eyes narrowed, dodging the lethal orb with supernatural grace. The fireball slammed into the heavy doors to no avail. Seizing the opening, Aki used his vines to propel himself forward like a bullet. The demon was startled for a moment, but a look of pure disdain quickly returned to its twisted face. Close combat. You won't even scratch me. Coming closer is just suicide by fire. Aki ignored the taunts. He blurred behind the creature, his hand curving into a deadly claw shimmering with subtle droplets of water. He struck with the force of a tidal wave. His palm tore through flesh, gripping the demon's core. Who told you that I only had wood? Now, the tables have turned. Water attribute. You're a dual-element human. The demon choked in shock before it could utter another word. Aki ruthlessly ripped the pulsating core straight out of its chest. A violent explosion rocked the chamber. As the demon's body disintegrated, a thick veil of soot and smoke filled the air. Through the haze, Aki looked like a god of death. Still in his demonic form, he clutched the core and the beast's severed head. Suddenly, the tunnel echoed with the screeching of dozens of lesser ghouls. They trampled over each other in a frantic swarm, driven by bloodlust. They lunged at Aki. He cast a cold, sideways glance toward the darkness as the wave of monsters closed in. They bared their jagged teeth, ready to tear him apart. Aki realized the noise from the previous battle had served as a dinner bell. Staring at the glowing heart in his palm, he whispered, "A Stage 2 fire core. I wonder what power you'll grant me." Action followed thought. Without hesitation, he crushed the demon's heart in his iron grip. A shockwave of pure energy exploded outward, throwing the swarm back. Aki raised his hand and commanded, "Fire, demon. Become my strength." He funneled the raw, burning essence directly into his own demonic core. Light surged through his veins, wrapping around his body in a blinding cocoon until the final sparks ignited within his pupils. The evolution was complete. Aki had ascended into a true stage 2 demonic entity. 2 crimson horns curved from his temples as his eyes shifted to gold. Heat pulsed through him like boiling lava. The remaining ghouls continued their mindless, savage shrieking. They prepared to lunge again. Aki watched them with annoyance, thinking how tiresome these low-level pests truly were. Recalling the previous battle, he opened his mouth, mimicking the exact movement of the fallen fire demon. Destructive energy spiraled into a sphere before his lips. "So, this is how you use fire," he thought, unleashing a localized firestorm. The beam of incineration tore through the tunnel, leaving absolutely nothing alive in its wake, while the tunnel wailed with the fading screams of the burning damned. Aki walked through the inferno with chilling indifference. "Let your pathetic cries serve as a requiem for the soldiers who fell in this passage," he muttered. Without looking back, he stepped away from the charred remains and the fading embers of his enemies. At the tunnel's exit, heavy machinery lay in ruins. Suddenly, a pillar of flame erupted from below, blowing the exit doors off. Through the swirling ash, Aki emerged, his silhouette calm and imposing as he ascended the stairs. But as he stepped onto the surface, he froze. The exit was a graveyard, littered with the corpses of innocents and pools of blood. The entire city had been transformed into a literal hell on earth, swallowed by a sea of relentless flames. Skyscrapers lay crumbled like toy blocks. Every sign of life had vanished. Tantran City. It's been completely wiped out, he realized. He walked with heavy footsteps, treading carefully between the bodies of the fallen citizens. This was the work of a high-ranking demon, he mused. Then, he spotted a warrior impaled against a tree by wood magic. He could almost see the monster's movements, a ruthless, calculated strike. A single, lethal blow that ended everything. Step by step, Aki emerged. This was a massive area of effect skill. A third-tier demon was likely slaughtering civilians nearby. Visions of innocent people being reduced to ash filled Aki's mind. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. 2 elite third-tier warriors remained. Suddenly, a gust of wind carrying heavy smoke swept past Aki. A flock of crows took flight in a panic. As Aki tracked their movement, he spotted something chilling legs dangling high above, high in the trees. 2 warriors had been brutally impaled by jagged, twisting branches. Upon closer look, they were the elite third-tier soldiers. Both were lifeless. Aki stood in heavy, agonizing silence. He channeled his wood element power. Slowly, his vines reached out toward the fallen warriors. After gently lowering their bodies, Aki bowed his head in a silent tribute. They were true heroes. He reached out to a soldier whose eyes remained wide in shock. With a gentle touch, he closed them forever, mourning their loss. Aki whispered a final prayer. "Rest now. At least you can finally find peace." He pictured everyone fighting those monsters with everything they had. This was a truly devastating war. Suddenly, a voice snarled from behind him. You filthy demon, what are you doing to them? The voice startled Aki. A survivor, he hadn't expected anyone else to be left. He turned to see a man trembling, clutching a knife with tear-filled eyes. You must be a high-ranking demon in human form. They saved my life. If you dare desecrate their bodies, I will never forgive you. Aki closed his eyes, his heart heavy. He wanted to explain, but his monstrous appearance spoke louder than words. Just as the tension peaked, a demon lunged from the shadows to strike the unsuspecting man. Aki gasped in shock. The lone survivor was struck down, losing consciousness instantly. As the man collapsed, Aki unleashed his power, crushing the demonic swarm surrounding him. He caught the man's head before it hit the ground. Damn it. Fifth-tier demons are still lurking in the city. He immediately activated his wood element healing. Don't speak. Just stay still and let me heal you. The survivor was fading fast. With his final ounce of strength, he managed a faint whisper. Are you a demon or one of us? He slumped into Aki's arms, leaving the youth stunned. Aki questioned his own soul. Was he a demon or a human, sensing life? The monsters began to close in. Aki stood tall, whether demon or human. He glared at the approaching horde with a deepening scowl. One truth remained absolute. He gathered his strength, his resolve hardening into a single goal: exterminate them all. As the pack lunged, Aki's wings of flame erupted into their final, magnificent form. He slammed his foot down, the sheer force shattering the earth beneath him into a web of cracks, like a guided missile. He rocketed forward, diving straight into the heart of the enemy formation. Instead of a direct strike, he soared upward, raining down massive fireballs to incinerate the demonic filth. Aki touched down gracefully, a short distance away, the embers still swirling around him. He glanced back, realizing that concentrated flames could boost his speed and create explosive secondary blasts. Flight was still impossible, which was a pity. He turned back to the remaining monsters. Try this on for size. The demons were blasted into the air. Helpless, Aki blinked behind them. Seizing one by its throat mid-air, he funneled his blazing energy directly into the creature's core, causing its body to glow with volatile heat. He hurled the demon back toward its kin with a roar. Get back to the hell you crawled out of. A grim smile touched Aki's lips as he whispered two words. Surprise. The demon he threw erupted in a catastrophic explosion that made the very heavens tremble. Aki watched the carnage with grim satisfaction, compressing flames inside a demon. I can make demon bombs. Elemental power combined with a little creativity could be quite a game changer. Terrified, the remaining demons began to flee. Aki's eyes narrowed as they tried to escape. He wouldn't let a single one live. He shot forward like a lethal arrow. He landed with a heavy thud right in their path. He plunged his hands into the earth, summoning twin pillars of fire that reduced the demons to ash. He watched them crumble, a cold smirk on his face. Too late. Escum. Within moments, the entire pack was erased. Aki stepped over the charred remains. He remembered his squad. Lu and the others had been so excited for this mission. The captain of the Extreme Radiance Hall intended to secure the energy crystals. I wonder if they've survived. Ferveris Town's core has only 3 months of life left, but the PER supply route is now severed. Failure to recover those energy crystals means the entire settlement will face a devastating end. He was determined to locate the storage site and retrieve at least one crystal to save them. Scanning his surroundings, Aki realized there was no visible path forward through the ruins. He calculated his limited resources with a frown. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. Channeling his wood element affinity, he summoned spectral roots to scout the area for hidden paths. These energy crystals are core-fused entities. They should emit distinct resonance waves for him to track. He scanned the town's frequency, sensing a faint vibration. Below the surface, his roots delved into the earth. They began a frantic search, feeling the roots nearing his target. Aki poured more power into the spell. Success. The roots finally brushed against the crystals. Aki's face lit up with pure, triumphant joy. Aki bolted forward like a lethal arrow. He spotted a massive crater where energy signatures felt heavily shielded. No time to hesitate. Without a second thought, he leaped straight into the dark abyss. As he descended, a hidden subterranean cavern revealed itself. The sight was absolutely breathtaking. Landing gracefully, Aki gazed at the massive structure. Was this the Level B town's energy transmission system? It was magnificent. But as he approached the crystals, a sudden, chilling sound echoed from the shadows. Soldiers. Please. The crystals. A mechanical voice flickered. Aki turned toward the source of the noise, an automated transmitter. The storage room was near. He dashed toward the vault, praying something remained. As he stepped inside, his eyes widened in sheer horror at the grim scene before him. Beyond the doors lay total carnage. Brave soldiers lay dead, having sacrificed everything to protect the crystals. Fury boiled within Aki as he cursed the invaders. Those wretched demons. They show no mercy. He walked past the fallen heroes, reaching out to touch a glowing red crystal with trembling hands. This was a calculated strike. The demons hadn't just raided, they came here with a specific mission. Their goal was total sabotage. These monsters are far more intelligent and coordinated than the ones before. He sighed heavily. No perfect crystals remained. He needed to find the underground base for supplies. Gritting his teeth, he swore an oath. He wouldn't return empty-handed. Those crystals were coming with him. If the Extreme Radiant Squad is also compromised, then Ferris City is standing on the brink of ruin. Aki made his choice. Within 3 months, he must find a new town and save Ferris City. Suddenly, the equipment room's alarm blared. A blinding light cut through the dark, illuminating the path ahead. Aki floored the accelerator. The wheels spun violently, kicking up sparks as he surged forward like a storm. His vehicle roared out into the wasteland. The mission was clear: locate a new sanctuary at all costs. Driving through the gloom, Aki grew wary. This territory was uncharted, and the night fog was thickening fast. Soon, he reached the desert wastes, where the skeletons of ancient metropolises were buried under shifting sands. These ruins were once vibrant with life. Now, they serve as cold nesting grounds for slumbering demons. Consulting his map, Aki muttered to himself, the next coordinates should be just over this horizon. Unbeknownst to Aki, sharp eyes were tracking his every move from the jagged cliffs above. A shadow sliced through a restraining rope. Suddenly, heavy logs tumbled down, catching Aki completely off guard. He jerked the steering wheel, tires screaming as he drifted sharply to avoid the lethal falling debris. With a masterclass in driving, he cleared the obstacle by a hair's breadth in a heart-stopping maneuver. Halting the car, Aki stepped out and removed his goggles, whispering, "What in the world was that?" Staring at the logs, he realized something was wrong. This didn't feel like a mindless demon attack. Ropes, a trap. Suddenly, a figure emerged, leveling a rifle at him. "Don't move. Who are you? Which hunting squad do you belong to? Speak." The aggressor was clearly a member of the Hunters. These were elite human warriors living outside city walls, known for their brutal discipline and peerless combat skills. Aki Sihil, staring down the barrel of the gun. Just his luck to run into a hunter squad. Perched atop the ruins, the hunter barked, "Identify yourself. This is your final warning." Aki Sihil. Meeting hunters here was a disaster. "Lower your weapon," he urged. "I'm no hunter. I'm just a lone traveler." Hunters are nomadic warriors who dwell far beyond city walls. Their ranks are elite, demanding absolute discipline and overwhelming individual strength. They roam the wasteland, scavenging for resources and exploring the unknown without a home. They are a lethal force. The scout sneered. "A traveler, no soldier survives here alone. You're a spy for the Silver Wolf Squad, aren't you?" Aki replied calmly. "No, I've told you already. I don't belong to any hunter squad." Ignoring his words, she raised her rifle and shouted a command to fire. A shot rang out, but the bullet only struck the earth near Aki's feet. As Aki watched, she screamed in rage. "Shut up, you Silver Wolf demons are monsters. Tell me, are my comrades from the Fallen Spear Squad still alive?" Aki realized the truth. Fallen Spear, they must have been ambushed by the Silver Wolves. He remained composed, meeting the girl's frantic gaze with steady eyes. "Listen, I can't prove my identity now, but we can't talk with a gun pointed at me." She hesitated and lowered her weapon. Suddenly, Aki sensed another presence nearby. Misinterpreting his movement, she aimed again. "Don't move." Suddenly, bullets tore through her hand. Two shadows on motorcycles roared toward them. One thug laughed. "Hey, take out the one with the gun first. A Fallen Spear survivor, the boss will be pleased." These were the Silver Wolf scouts. The girl collapsed, her hand mangled and useless. She could no longer hold her weapon. "The Silver Wolves," she hissed. "Damn it. I can't even lift my arm." A thug grabbed her hair, laughing mockingly. "Oh, a girl, what a lucky find. Let's see that face." Despite her pain, she glared at him with pure hatred. He turned to his partner. "She's a prize. Let's enjoy ourselves before we head back." Aki had seen enough. Before they could react, he lunged forward with a devastating kick. The other scout gasped, his eyes widening in horror at the sudden attack. Aki's strike sent the thug flying. He landed gracefully, his expression cold and lethal. Standing before the girl, Aki spoke. "I don't care about your wars, but you're trash. I've had a long day. My patience is gone." He glared and growled. Scram, terrified. The thug aimed his gun, but Aki crushed the barrel with his bare hand. Twice today. Someone pointed a gun at me. It's starting to get annoying. Wait, we'll spare you, the thug begged. But Aki unleashed his wood element power. Massive roots erupted, forming a giant fist that launched the thug into the air. The girl watched in awe. The thug crashed down meters away, groaning in agony. A core? You have a core device? Are you human? Or a demon? Human or demon, Aki repeated, shattering the metal weapon into tiny pieces. He stepped toward the fallen man, his voice echoing with menace. It doesn't matter. A blood-curdling scream filled the air. Afterward, Aki began healing the girl's wounds. Don't worry, he said gently. I just happen to have some healing abilities. The bullet missed the bone. Once the muscle repairs, you'll be fine. She whispered thanks. She looked away, seeing the thug's corpse impaled and twisted by jagged iron bars. Feeling the pain vanish, she looked at her arm in disbelief. It's healed, a skill. I heard 4-core soldiers possess skills. Legendary powers that defy nature. You're incredible. She looked at him with shimmering eyes. Are you a 5-core soldier? Deep within, Aki could feel it, the surging power of a second-stage demon coursing through his veins. This strength far surpassed any second-tier warrior he had ever encountered in his memories. With a confident smile, he lied. I am just a 2-core warrior with a unique ability. Relieved. The girl bowed deeply in apology. 2-core is still impressive. Thank you for saving my life. And I am truly sorry for pointing my weapon at you. It is fine. Caution is survival out here. Aki then asked, I need to find the nearest settlement. Do you know the way? She fell silent for a heartbeat before slowly meeting his gaze. I know the path. But if you go, will you take me with you? Aki blinked, caught off guard by her sudden request. We just met. You do not even know my name. Why trust me? What is your business there? She bit her lip hard. The closest place is Tan V, a tiny Class C town, she explained. But it has been seized by those wretched silver wolf hunters. My team, the Fallen Spear, tried to liberate the town days ago. But we were utterly crushed. Victory was within reach, until the Silver Wolf captain revealed his breakthrough to the 3-core stage. His power was overwhelming. My captain, a mere 2-core, stood no chance against such a monster. In the end, I was the only lucky one to make it out alive. If it does not hinder your mission, please help them. I will give my life to serve you in return. Akigazadat Hair. Memories of his past life flooding back into his mind. Back then, hunters never dared to seize towns. What on earth is the current overseer doing, he wondered. Word is they took the town to harvest energy crystals, she added. Their true motive remains a mystery. Upon hearing those words, everything finally clicked. Aki realized they were after the town core energy. Stealing himself, he stood up to lead the way. Whatever their game was, Aki's voice grew cold. They have done more than enough to piss me off. The scene shifts to rolling hills as they drive toward their destination. There it is, she whispered. Tan Vi Town. Understood. Let us hide the vehicle before we are spotted. With a screech, the car came to a halt. Aki stepped out, scanning the horizon. This town was not in his memories. It was not even on the old maps. And yet, here it was. Now a playground for the silver wolf hunters. As he moved to scout the area, a snarling demon lunged from the shadows behind him. The girl shrieked in terror as a pack of demons suddenly swarmed their position. Without a word, Aki unleashed his wood element power, summoning massive roots to entangle the beasts. He slammed his fist into the earth, and the crushing roots pinned the monsters to the ground. Stay still, you pests, he hissed. I cannot kill you just yet. Do not ruin our infiltration. The scent of demon blood will only draw a crowd. Let us move. Admiration sparkled in her eyes as she hurried after him. Her hope finally reignited. He is so powerful, she thought. Maybe there is a chance to save everyone after all. While crouching in the brush, Aki frowned. Strange. Why are there no guards at the gate? You are right. The gates are wide open. Suddenly, a man emerged, carrying a small figure in his arms. Someone is coming, Aki noted. The man was trembling, screaming desperately for someone to save them. Hot on his heels was a hunter, reaching out with a cruel, mocking grin. The hunter seized the man's head and slammed it into the dirt. Infuriated, the girl raised her weapon. Those silver wolf bastards. Aki quickly grabbed her arm, his eyes flashing a stern warning. You will blow our cover. Let me handle this. Suddenly, a gargantuan hand reached out from the shadows. Aki's eyes widened as the massive hand snatched the man and child in a single, terrifying grip. The giant limb retreated into the darkness, all while the hunters stood by and watched with indifference. "There is a demon inside the walls," she gasped. Aki's mind raced as he weighed their options. No time for a plan anymore. We charge in now and save whoever we can find. In a blur of speed, Aki vanished, reappearing to instantly floor the two hunters in their path. "Wait for me," the girl cried, rushing after him. "I am the one who asked for this." She dashed past the fallen hunters, her heart sinking as she realized the grim truth. These Silverwolf members... Wait. Something was wrong. Her eyes widened as she looked closer. Their flesh was rotting away. They looked like they had been dead for days. She looked up and screamed. But Aki didn't stop. He tore through the enemies like a hurricane. He snatched a blade from a fallen foe and realized they were all corpses. Puppets of a demon. His blade sang a song of cold steel. No more holding back against these hollow shells. Aki carved through them with the grace of a master assassin before landing silently. An eerie, foul miasma began to leak from the remains. Aki narrowed his eyes and thought. Black threads of shadow linked them all. This demon was controlling them from afar. Purple smoke drifted in the distance. "I'm going after that father and son," he shouted. "Find any survivors?" They split up, vanishing into two different directions to face the chaos. Aki blurred past the ruined houses. Finally arriving at the gates of an old shrine, he charged straight for the entrance. He knew it. The evil was right inside. He kicked the doors open without hesitation, only to freeze. The father and son were already corpses. Damn it, Aki cursed under his breath. He was one step too late. Suddenly, a monstrous demon emerged from the shadows. "This entire town belongs to me," it hissed. "Dead or alive, none shall escape. Let's see who this uninvited guest is." It was a rank 3 demon. A purple core master with the power of necromancy. Aki stood his ground. Behind the beast sat 3 massive energy crystals. The silver wolves raided this town for these crystals and lured this monster here instead. The demon laughed. "Are you human?" Or another demon. Aki only glared back with icy rage. A rare purple core. This was the source of its terrifying puppet mastery. Aki stepped closer, his aura rising. "You slaughtered the Silver Wolf crew, didn't you? Even their rank 3 captain was no match for a corpse master like you." "Rank 3, the demon mocked, flaunting the stolen crystals. "You mean this trash?" Suddenly, something blurred toward Aki. He twisted his body, narrowly dodging a lethal strike. He skidded back to gain distance, eyeing his new undead opponent with grim focus. It was him, the Silver Wolf captain. Now a mindless, rank 3 puppet. From the darkness, dozens of glowing eyes appeared. An army of the dead was rising. The rank 3 demon shrieked with joy. "Come, our guest has arrived for the feast." Aki gritted his teeth. It wasn't just the hunters, the town's fallen soldiers were there too. "Welcome to my slaughterhouse," the demon roared, its laughter echoing through the shrine. The horde surged forward like a wave of rotting flesh, surrounding Aki from all sides. Aki's brow furrowed. A rank 3 demon. This was going to be a bloodbath. "I'm only at rank 2. A normal rank 3 would be a nightmare. But you're a controller, not a fighter." Flame erupted from Aki's fist, illuminating the dark. He struck the earth. A shockwave of fire incinerated everything in its path. In one single, devastating move, the undead vanguard was turned to ash. "Impossible," the demon shrieked, its smug composure finally shattering. "Rise and fight," it commanded. But Aki smirked. "Fire purifies. Your puppets are gone. My precious collection." The demon trembled with pathetic, unbridled rage. "Better to burn than be your toy." Aki spat, launching himself forward like a bolt. He moved like lightning. In a heartbeat, his blade was at the demon's throat. "Without your army, you're nothing." Aki's fists rained down like thunder, breaking its defenses. The beast panicked, unleashing its core power, then used the boy's corpse as a shield. Aki stood paralyzed, staring at the child. The boy laughed at Aki's hesitation, winding up a punch. "Too slow," he screamed, striking with brutal force. The impact was so monstrous it bypassed Aki's body, shattering the very ground into a localized earthquake. Scrambling aside, Aki desperately channeled his water element to mitigate the devastating blow. Curses. His core relied on water aura to survive. The demon smirked. "Control isn't my only mastery. I also wield the razor-sharp metal element," Aki gasped, shocked by the creature's dual attribute power. Activating his wood-based healing, Aki's mind raced. He had to stabilize his ruptured abdomen immediately. The Tier 3 demon hissed. "I'll have to gamble my secret trump card to finish you off." With a dark gesture, it commanded the human corpse to bring forth a hidden vessel. The corpse held a vial of glowing green serum. "Father and son, both served your purpose well." Seizing the vial, The monster drained the emerald toxin in one desperate, greedy gulp. Danger spiked in Aki's soul. Ignoring his agony, he lunged forward to stop the transformation. He ignited his blade with searing flames, aiming directly for the demon's vulnerable throat, but the liquid was already swallowed. A lightning barrier erupted, instantly repelling Aki's desperate assault. Aki was violently thrown back, his eyes widening in shock. He repelled my strike. Where did this explosive energy come from? Did it forcibly devour power from raw crystals? Impossible. Raw crystal energy is far too volatile. Any living vessel should have instantly exploded, he muttered to himself, recalling the harsh survival theories from his previous life. Yet, the demon's aura was stabilizing. Somehow, that chaotic power was being perfectly contained. That serum demons couldn't possibly create it. Suddenly, the beast shrieked, "Evolve! Evolve now!" Violent purple light engulfed the room. Aki realized the monster was forcing a breakthrough. In seconds, the Tier 3 evolved into a Tier 4 shadow metal monstrosity of pure malice. Aki gritted his teeth, his blood running cold. A Tier 4. This was a disaster. The beast marveled at its new strength, launching spheres of dark energy into the sky. The projectiles locked onto Aki. The demon grinned. "Witness my razor point barrage." Trapped within a cage of lethal energy, Aki's heart hammered against his ribs in panic. It's over. He has Tier 4 skills. Aki frantically summoned his defensive wood arts. Thick roots sprouted instantly, forming a protective cocoon just as the energy bullet struck. But the demon was faster, closing the distance and delivering a thunderous opiness. Sky-shattering kick. The overwhelming force sent Aki crashing toward the earth like a fallen star. Amidst the choking dust, Aki lay broken and paralyzed. Unable to mount a defense, the monster planted its foot on his chest, laughing at its own absolute dominance. Behold the insurmountable gap of evolution. This is where your journey ends. Human. Energy surged in its claw. I like you, boy. Become my eternal, mindless puppet. The razor-sharp blade descended toward Aki's throat, but abruptly froze inches from his skin. The very fabric of reality began to warp, leaving the immobilized Aki in utter disbelief. Spatial distortions rippled through the air, encircling the confused and terrified Tier 4 demon. A pale hand emerged from the rift, seizing the demon's head with terrifying ease. A shadowy entity slithered from the void, whispering chilling, soul-crushing words into its ear. Pests like you won't ruin my plan. The demon trembled. The Black King. The intruder offered no mercy, uttering a single, devastating command: compress immediately. With a sickening snap, the Tier 4's head was dragged into a dark spatial abyss. As the monster vanished, Aki watched in silence. A new shadow stepped onto the earth. It was the ultimate nightmare. The true Tier 4 Black King had arrived. The entity glared at Aki with cold disdain. Humans. Such unreliable, pathetic tools. The Black King Chiran materialized before Aki, her beauty masking her lethal nature. Aki's brow furrowed. An 8-tier demon. This crushing pressure matched the crimson entity within him. Then, he sensed something hauntingly familiar. Memories of the Black 8-tier surfaced as the Black King stood before him, completely indifferent to his presence. She wondered when the Red King would awaken. Even the 4th tier stood no chance. Humans truly were inferior. What did you say? Aki snarled. She pointed mockingly. The strongest human. Your digestion is pathetically slow. Unleashing her power with a sharp command, she hoisted his agonizing body into the air. Clutching a glowing orb, the Black King lunged. Obediently evolve into a 4-tier, she shrieked. The orb plunged into Aki's chest. He stumbled back, a stifled cry of pain escaping his lips, falling to his knees. Aki stared in horror at where the core had been forcibly implanted. She had bypassed the 3rd tier entirely, shoving the core directly into his heart. Agony soon consumed him. He screamed, a raw sound of pure suffering. His chest felt like it was about to detonate. The energy was overwhelming. The Black King watched, biting her nails. Are you really this weak? She sucked her teeth. She could not believe he was struggling to absorb mere 4-tier power. I am going to explode, Aki roared. My body cannot take it. Do something. You brainless demon. In that instant, long, jagged cracks began spiderwebbing across his trembling skin. She slammed 8 spatial shields around him. I have locked the space. Hold on. You human trash, she barked. Aki's body bloated under the pressure. He cursed her through gritted teeth, his screams echoing once more. Deep inside, a dormant soul stirred, disturbing my slumber. He growled. The Black King rejoiced as he opened his eyes. Could it be that voice? Within seconds, Aki's mangled body began to knit back together. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Have you forgotten my warnings? With one blow, he shattered the shields. The Black King froze in shock. Before her stood someone entirely different. The Red King had returned. Red, she whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and longing. She threw herself into his arms. You finally showed yourself. He embraced her gently. Long time no see. She looked at him tenderly. I have been watching him from the shadows this whole time. He was too weak for that new 4-tier. He cradled her face. His voice warm, yet firm. This vessel needs constant tempering. Human bodies are not forged like ours. He explained calmly. They are fragile. Yes. But they are also filled with infinite, unknown potential. He was only at the 2nd-tier evolution. By skipping the 3rd, his body was pushed to the breaking point. However, the surge of 4-tier energy was enough to rouse me from my deep sleep. Do not interfere with his growth again. He must evolve naturally to become the perfect vessel. The Red King's gaze sharpened. Understood, she nodded instantly. Whatever you say. I will do. She then recalled a vital detail. Right. While you were feigning death, things have changed. The other 4 kings are moving. But a fragile balance remains. Just as you predicted. He let out a cold laugh. They feared my strength so much they united to destroy me. But without me, their mutual suspicion remains. Have they forgotten our mission, and are you safe? Are they suspicious? She snorted. At least you still remember me. I am fine. Do not worry. They are too busy with their own schemes to investigate the past. I am safe for now. She touched him softly, her heart on her sleeve. I only wish to welcome the strongest back. A faint smile played on the Red King's lips. It is only a matter of time. I have forced this evolution. But he must stabilize this power himself. Stay away from this human to avoid unwanted attention. Do not jeopardize our ultimate plan. She blushed slightly. I only came because I missed you and wanted to see you, even if he is just your vessel. Suddenly, Aki's companion entered, drawing their immediate attention. The girl shook with terror. An 8-tier demon. The Black King laughed behind her hand. Oh dear. I forgot to secure the perimeter. The Red King remained silent, staring intently at the girl. The girl fell right into the Crimson King's sights, and a flash of steel followed. Deep within Aki's subconscious, a haunting voice echoed. So, you are the demon. Aki. He jolted awake. Consciousness returned only for him to find his blade piercing his companion. Huntress, he screamed in horror. She was unresponsive. Seeing her broken state, Aki let out a soul-crushing wail as his hands shook. I want to pay date the 772. I did this. He gasped. Gritting his teeth, his hidden power exploded in a roar of agony. A pillar of lightning struck the heavens. Through sheer rage, his body underwent a legendary evolution. The Stage 4 evolution was complete. Then, the Huntress's final words echoed in his mind. I want to see Dawn City and become a florist. I've always loved flowers. Back in reality, the girl was no longer beside him. She was engulfed in a sea of flames. As she lay there, her voice lingered. In this cruel apocalypse, the world needs more beautiful flowers. Haunted by the tragedy, Aki vowed never to forgive himself for losing control. He prayed the flames would protect others from demonic humiliation. Despite his newfound Stage 4 strength, he felt no joy, only a heavy, hollow emptiness. There were too many mysteries to unravel, and he needed to find the truth behind it all. That terrifying 8-Kai demoness and her overwhelming power. Was she linked to the king within him? She forced his evolution straight to Stage 4. What is their endgame? That suspicious device used to trigger the evolution wasn't demon-made. Where did it come from? Who provided such advanced mechanical weaponry? Only a top-tier city could manufacture something like that. Could it be from Dawn City? He had to find a major settlement and report to Captain Joel immediately, worried for his comrade's safety. Aki boarded the vehicle and adjusted his goggles. He hoped they had successfully escaped the tunnel and reached safety. Heading toward the A-rank town, Pythia. He intended to send a distress signal to First City. The wheels turned as he vanished into the night. By morning, the others arrived at A-rank town Brian. Commander CTY refused reinforcements, stating that A-rank PETA was currently being overrun by a high-rank demon tide. Your friend Aki is likely already dead. The commander added coldly. Sending soldiers on a suicide mission now would be an act of utter irresponsibility. Standing tall, Captain Q Diu Durung protested. Commander, Aki has unique talent. He might still be alive. The commander's gaze turned icy as he responded. Brian is full of talented youths who died in tides like this. Q Diu Dung fell into a grim silence. However, in this dying world, Every life is precious. I won't send an army, but I will deploy scouts to investigate the path. Relieved. Qiu Diudurong thanked him. The commander then excused himself to attend to urgent matters. He wondered aloud if the Peta invasion would disrupt Dawn City's upcoming great monster hunt. Qiu Diudurong listened intently as the commander continued. I've heard of the hunt, but our home is only a grade C settlement. Stay a few days. You might learn something from the S-rank Dawn City's legendary monster hunt. Registration requires grade B status. You don't qualify yet, but these 3 youngsters behind you might one day. Knowledge is power. Feel free to explore the facilities. Let the sights inspire them. The 4 of them bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Qiu Diudurong shouted. Once he left, Sumoe whispered, Captain, what exactly is this monster hunt? It's a grand tournament that only the prestigious Dawn City can host. He explained, warriors compete by slaying demons to earn legendary rewards and recognition as the next generation's strongest. It's a recurring trial, the ultimate dream for every warrior in this wasteland. We need B-rank status to enter, but I know you all will stand on that stage soon. Shino's anxiety peaked. He couldn't stop wondering about Aki's fate in the chaos. The Dawn City ghost hunt would have been his playground. Yet, Peta City was falling to a high-tier demon tide. May the heavens let him survive. Tomoe whispered. Their first expedition had spiraled into a total catastrophe. Rakshasa Cat stood by the window, guilt gnawing at her. He had plunged into hell just for them. She stared into the void as Master Solar let out a heavy sigh, trying to steady the group's crumbling spirits. Everyone, we must trust the scouts. I've already transmitted our emergency status to the first command. We'll hold our position in Bryan for now. Use this time to observe their elite combat techniques. Outside, the sky was a mocking blue. Deep within the Rank A stronghold of Pisidia, 2 figures sat in the shadows of the command center. Your intel has been officially confirmed, the officer stated. It's a tragedy. The Rank B city of Peta has been utterly erased by the demon tide. The woman coolly flicked ash from her cigarette, her eyes devoid of emotion. I've notified City C of your squad's survival. But as for your other request? She took a long drag. I'm afraid I must decline, she said, looking Aki in the eye. Energy crystals are strictly off limits. This was none other than the elite 5-corps commander of Pisidia, the formidable Paresi. Distribution isn't our call. These resources are tightly controlled by the High Council's mandates. With Peta gone, you'll need to petition Dawn City directly for a new resource allocation. I didn't realize the crystal regulations were this convoluted, Aki thought, his mind already calculating his next move. Going to Dawn City seems inevitable. Plus, I need to investigate that demon's evolving breakthrough gear. But infiltrating a high-security sanctuary like Dawn City was nearly impossible for an outsider. I'll represent Forest at the capital, Aki proposed. Paresi's voice turned to ice. Not a chance. Unless you hold the rank of captain within the FF Frontier Force, or possess high-level city authorization. You're just a nobody with no right to negotiate. Traveling back for a mere permit would be a massive headache. Aki sighed internally. However, she smirked. There is a loophole. A high-ranking sponsor. Like myself. Aki's interest peaked. You'd vouch for me. What's the catch? And amused. Sharp glint appeared in Aki's eyes, sharp as a tack. Tell me. Have you heard of the Dawn City Ghost Hunt? If you join our squad as an external mercenary and serve as our frontline scout during the trials, I'll sponsor you. But know this, your life is on the line. A vanguard. Every team in the Great Hunt had to sacrifice one for the mission. Their purpose was to gather intel by facing high-tier demons first. It was a role meant for the suicidal. In this brutal game, vanguards were essentially human shields, and fatalities were almost guaranteed. No sane warrior would ever volunteer for such a miserable, death-bound position. So, your own men are too terrified to do it, Aki remarked coolly. Fine, I'll take the job. He hid a smirk. Ironically, this legendary hunt was a competition he had personally designed ages ago. Walking toward the Nami Armory, Paresi decided to be blunt with him. Hiring an outsider was a desperate move. No team sacrifices their own core members as vanguards anymore. The mortality rate has become insane. Most vanguards end up in body bags or worse. That's why I'm being honest, I can't save you. I can only offer you the best equipment for the job. They entered the vault. I understand, Aki said, stepping forward with a confident stride. Let's see the goods. Paresi watched his back. His core rank insignia was so scarred it was impossible to read. Is he just a weakling from City C? He shouldn't be past 2-core level. Yet he acts like a king. Could a lowly soldier from the outskirts really be hiding a divine trump card? After scanning the racks, Aki's eyes locked onto a specific weapon. This one. I'll take this. The Nami wings. They could shift into a devastating greatsword. My daggers were fast, but lacked true destructive power. Seeing his hand reach out, she screamed. Wait, that Nami gear requires at least a 3-core synchronization level. Using that power now is reckless. You'll only end up destroying yourself. Ignoring the warning, he decisively removes his internal energy core. A blinding radiance erupts, forcing Baresi to shield her eyes from his sudden awakening. The dagger spins, plunging into the earth. Aki grips it, admiring its perfect weight. Baresi's heart trembles in shock. He's synchronized with the weapon perfectly. Does this boy possess a hidden understanding of the Nami wings? High-tier talent is rare, yet he exceeds expectations. Aki asks for the combat zone. They head out together. I will grant your request, she says firmly. But why go there? Aki simply wants to test his gear on demons. Baresi hesitates, concerned. Are you truly going in there alone? Even in flag zones, Tier 1 demons lurk. She offers to escort him, claiming territory, using mist dispersal tech to reclaim land. Aki replies, I can handle Tier 1s. Watching him walk away, Baresi smirks. Sukhbold, unwavering confidence. That's a rare warrior trait. Stay safe. My other students need your drive. They part ways, two paths diverging as the real mission begins. A sinister grin plays on Aki's lips. He couldn't let her follow him. Testing the blade was secondary. He needed to unleash his Tier 4 form. Amidst the ruins, Aki observes the cleared mist. This is the place. A demonic screech pierces the air. An ambush is closing in from behind. The beast lunges, but Aki evades effortlessly, summoning his dagger in a flash. With a single, decisive stroke, he cleaves the monster in two. He admires the blade's edge. Still, a great sword would feel more natural. Standing over the corpse, he sheathes the blade and glares into the darkness. More demons emerge. Aki grins. Perfect. I was worried you'd stay hidden. Time for a bloodbath. He had so much pent-up frustration to release today. Without a word, he launches himself into the air, diving toward the pack. His greatsword becomes a whirlwind of steel, carving through demonic flesh. He dances through the carnage like a natural-born killer, forgoing his elemental powers. Each strike refines his muscle memory, tempering this new body for war. Within the ruins, Aki wages a frantic, bloody war against the horde. It wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. Agonized screams filled the void. Once the dust settled, Aki plunged his blade into the final demon's skull. Breathing heavily, he wondered, was this body evolving alongside his demonic core? He was stronger now, but his stamina was still lacking for high-intensity combat. Suddenly, sharp roots whipped through the air toward his blind spot. Sensing the killing intent, he severs the vines and whirls around. A Tier 1 wood demon emerges, eyeing him like a gourmet meal. Aki's eyes light up. A Tier 1. Now things are getting interesting. Finally, a real challenge. The demons are stunned by his lack of fear. Strange, instead of terror. His face is twisted into pure euphoria. I'll handle him, the fire demon roars, charging forward. Burned to ashes, a flash of overwhelming power strikes. Faster than the eye can follow, the fire demon is sent flying back, leaving his comrade in shock. Before they can react, Aki stands over the broken demon with cold disdain. Against the element of fire, metal is the ultimate counter. He turned his gaze to the survivor. It was time to test the power of the 4-core. As his body began to transform, the demon recoiled in absolute terror. You? What kind of monster are you? He thought to himself. If a 4-core demon can manipulate corpse, then devouring it would grant me. He flooded the demon with his energy, binding it to his absolute will. Now, obey my command. Within moments, the corpse lurched to its feet. The opposing demon gasped in shock. This is impossible. Standing tall behind Aki, the puppet glared at its former ally with pure murderous intent. Witnessing its comrade being controlled, the demon was paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, near the fortress of Picardia, the sun began its ascent. Commander Barys, the legendary 5-core warrior of Picardia, narrowed her eyes in a cold glare. The youth I escorted to the gate has not yet returned, the soldier reported solemnly. Commander Barys? Dusk is already approaching. Because of the demon threat in the PA territory, we must seal the main gates and side entrances immediately. Her frown deepened as the tension rose. Report the ranks of the demons sighted nearby. Commander. Rank 1 and 2 demons are surging, and we have confirmed rank 3s. There are even reports of a rank 4. She bit her nail in frustration, her mind racing with dark thoughts. Damn it. Has that brat already become demon fodder? I told him to get back early. His name is already on the tournament roster. Don't you dare cause me trouble. Kid. In a flash of speed, she vanished, leaving only a lingering afterimage. I'm heading to the training grounds. I'll be back before the gates seal. The soldier stood at attention, saluting his commander's departure. Understood. Moving like a crimson shadow, she streaked through the forest. I was too careless. She cursed, vaulting effortlessly between the high branches. He's just an ordinary C-rank soldier from the border city. I should never have let him enter the training grounds alone, though he insisted on going. The danger was real. While it usually only houses low-rank demons, even a rank 5 appeared there years ago. She gritted her teeth, pushing her speed to the limit. If a trainee died under her watch, her reputation as a 5-core warrior would be ruined. I would fail the people of First City with a powerful surge of energy. She launched herself high into the air. Kid, you better still be alive. Suddenly, her senses were hit by a suffocating demonic pressure. Why is the scent of death so thick in the air? She landed silently on a nearby branch, her expression grim. Tracking the source toward the training grounds, her instincts screamed. This wasn't normal. The number of demons was staggering. Rank 1s, 2s, and even 3s. What is going on here? This doesn't look like a standard demon raid. Why were higher-ranked demons congregating in such massive numbers? Just as she descended, a lone demon dashed across her path. Sensing a presence, the creature paused and turned its head in confusion. Its eyes locked onto the 5-core emblem on her chest. The demon froze in sheer terror. A 5-core. The demon turned to flee. But she was lightning fast. Before it could take a single step, she materialized directly behind it, with a devastating overhead kick. She struck like a meteor, sending a massive shockwave tearing through the forest floor. The demon that tried to escape now lay crushed beneath her heel, its green ichor splattering across the earth. Yet, her frown remained. Something is wrong. This feels different from a typical encounter. As if answering her doubt, dozens of demons emerged from the shadows. Since when did you monsters start traveling in packs? She reached out, her massive blade manifesting into her hand with a cold, lethal gleam. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so let's make this quick. Despite their numbers, the demons couldn't stop shaking. They were like mindless dolls, reeking of the grave. Instead of fear, a predatory smile played on her lips as she took her battle stance. It doesn't matter what you are. All demons deserve to perish. Veins bulged in her arms as she unleashed a monstrous strike. A single swing bifurcated the horde, sending a shockwave that leveled the forest. But as the dust settled, an even larger swarm of monsters loomed in the distance. She calmly raised her blade again, sensing a new wave of enemies closing in from behind. Just how many of them are there? Before she could finish her thought, a figure plummeted from the sky. Wait. Why are you here? She swung her blade by instinct, but the youth blocked it with ease. Hey! Take it easy. Look closer. It's me. Her heart nearly stopped. Aki, you're alive then. Her eyes widened as she realized the impossible. Wait. He actually parried my strike, even if it was a reflex. Her blow possessed enough power to shatter steel. Wasn't he just a C-rank soldier from the border? She watched in shock as he calmly sheathed his weapon. Even a 4-core warrior would struggle to survive that. Yet, he casually brushes off the dust. A rank 5 combatant. Impressive. My hands are actually trembling. I got carried away testing my skills. Forget it. Just focus. We must purge these aberrations. Those rank 3 monsters are a death sentence for you. Stay behind me, she starts. But he has already surged past her. These pests, he scoffs. They're already history. With a snap, violet flames consume the entire abyss. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief. In an instant, the entire monster horde collapses. All clear. Shall we head back? He grins. Suddenly, she seizes his collar, demanding answers. What was that? Did you control them? You're just a red core? What is your true ability? He calmly brushes her hand aside. I am under no obligation to tell you anything. Silence falls. Then, he speaks. I command the fallen, the dead monsters of this wasteland. Every warrior has a hidden trump card. Wouldn't you agree? She stares at the corpses. Commanding the dead? Even among rank 5s. Such power is legendary. She sighs. Fine. Tomorrow. We set out for the City of Dawn. Perfect. The sooner, the better. Forest City needs those energy crystals. He strides ahead confidently. She watches him go. Perhaps this man will be the wild card at the Great Hunt. Meanwhile, Barris hurries back, Oblivious to the chaos unfolding at the training grounds, the camera shifts, revealing the aftermath of the protagonist's devastating display of power. Desolation everywhere. Blood and demon husks litter the ruins. An unknown force has completely leveled the zone. Aki departs with the group, leaving behind a graveyard of shattered trees and slaughtered beasts. Later reports would confirm it. The battlefield was decimated by a truly mysterious entity. The heavy armored transport finally screeches to a halt at their destination. "We're here," she snaps. "Get out. Don't you dare track filth into our town." Aki gazes at the horizon, the landscape, the layout. His suspicions were finally confirmed. He looks up at the towering ramparts. This was the very city he once ruled, the City of Radiance. A rank 9 fortress. Was it renamed after my death to honor the Dawn War? Yet, the familiar streets had transformed beyond recognition during his long absence. I didn't expect to return so soon. A faint, knowing smile plays on Aki's lips. Will they be here? The 6 legends who once formed the world's most formidable squad, the 6 sovereigns, his most loyal and powerful generals. Memories of their shared battles resurface. After that final battle, I wonder what became of them all. Would they even recognize me? What's wrong? Scared by the sight of a real city? Don't gape just yet. This is humanity's only S-rank fortress, the pinnacle of our strength. She strides forward, her pride as a citizen evident in every step. Consider yourself lucky. Most people never get to see the City of Radiance in their lifetime. Realizing Paresi might have the answers he seeks, Aki decides to probe her for information. Tell me, what happened to the 6 sovereigns after the war? She stops, looking at him strangely. The 6 sovereigns. Are you asking about the new ones? Or the old ones? Aki plays dumb. New old, weren't they always the same 6 legends? The invincible warriors who served the great king. The one who shared my name. Before he can finish, she slams her hand over his mouth, her face pale with terror. Are you insane? The new sovereigns execute anyone who mentions the old guard. The throne has moved on. The old king is a ghost. The new conqueror rules now. Aki's heart sinks. So, the man who bore my name is now considered the old king. She glares at him. This is your final warning. Keep those treasonous thoughts to yourself. A new king and new sovereigns. Aki mumbles. Then tell me, what became of the original 6? Furious, Paresi grabs his collar and screams. Did you not hear me? Aki remains silent. Tension thickens as they lock eyes. A subordinate calls Commander Paresi, forcing her to release him. Fine then. I do not know why you cling to that name. Aki. She points a finger menacingly. Warning, never mention the old king or the 6 heroes in Aurora City. She glares back. Your backwater castle might worship them. But here, they are nothing but ghosts of the past. Especially that dead king. No one honors a failure who fell years ago at Aurora City. Aki stands frozen. Move it. Parisi snaps. Enter the city and remember my warning. The 3 of them pass through the massive gates. Aki's mind races. Is my sacrifice forgotten? What truly happened after I died? He recalls leading the 6 heroes against the demonic tide, risking everything in battle. Memories of blood return. He had entered the ancient king's tomb alone to uncover demonic secrets. The year 3069. 6 colossal tombs descended from the heavens. From the colored tombs, endless legions of demons emerged, the source of all evil. No soul knew what dark secrets were buried within those cursed structures. Only Aki discovered the truth. Now, a bitter sense of injustice fills his heart. Was my death meaningless? Was I not meant to be remembered as a hero? He enters the city. A vibrant, bustling world unfolds before him. A new beginning. Shading his eyes, he marvels at the advanced metropolis. Is this the heart of civilization? Aurora City. A mere city is too small a word for this titan. It boasts diverse districts and unique architecture, blending nature and steel. With forests and lakes, it's an entire world enclosed by 7 towering walls. 6 heroes rule the sectors, while the new king reigns from the center. The sun feels fresh. Despite the changes, the layout remains familiar to him. Even the air feels nostalgic. He remembers a statue of himself standing right here. A strange, blindfolded statue looms ahead. Paresi begins to explain its history to him. That old king statue was built by the people decades ago. A relic of the past. He was once beloved by his subjects. But times have changed. Soon, this relic will be replaced by a grander monument of the new king. It's a nuisance. Paresi sighs. Is this fate being kind or cruel? There, beneath the stone feet, stands one of the heroes he once knew. Lena, the legendary healer. Aki trembles as her memory flashes before him. Hearing her name, Lena removes her hat, revealing a beautiful, gentle face. A thug shoves her aside, scattering her flowers. Stop living in the past. She's just a lowly patrol soldier now. Paresi scoffs at the fallen hero, a healer with a legendary temper. Aki smiles. This is getting interesting. Thugs acting like gods. Aki is shocked by their blatant disrespect. They sneer as she kneels to gather her ruined flowers. Status means nothing now. The old heroes without their cores. They're just pathetic shells. You aren't warriors anymore. Just remnants of a dead era, without the new king's mercy. You'd be rotting outside the walls already. He raises a hand to strike. It's all that dead king's fault we live in fear. Get rid of this trash. Suddenly, a sharp slap silences the thug's arrogance. Lena's fury remains unquenched. The enraged soldier lunges forward to grab her. You dare hit me, but Aki's cold blade is already at his throat. He locked eyes with him, his gaze radiating a chilling, murderous intent. You dare, facing the cold steel. The man trembled, speechless. Aki pressed the blade closer as veins popped on his face. How dare you? Two allies stepped forward to shield their comrade. Boy, this is Dawn City. What are you doing? They drew their guns, aiming directly at him. Drop it or we fire. Aki stood his ground, ready for a showdown. With such low character, how are you any different from the scavengers outside the city walls? I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, Baresi grabbed the blade. That is enough. She stepped in to end the fight. It is just a misunderstanding. We are A-rank warriors from Pikia here for the demon hunt. Do you really want to clash with visiting contestants? Baresi calmed the soldiers. Aki, sheathe your sword. Don't forget, you represent Pikia now. Aki reluctantly pulled back his blade and put it away. The three men whispered, so they are contestants. Let's not cause trouble with warriors from other towns. Right. If the law enforcement captain finds out, we won't escape a severe punishment. The aggressive soldier gnashed his teeth in frustration. Fine. Just go back to your hotel. You're lucky today. Let's move. Lena suddenly spoke up, looking at Aki. Do you happen to know me? He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, choosing to remain silent. He wanted to tell her their strongest warrior had returned, but feared causing trouble. Seeing his silence, Baresi answered instead. This troublesome guy is named Aki. Lena stared in shock. Aki. The young man closed his eyes and sighed, scratching his head awkwardly. He brushed it off. Yeah. It's just a coincidence that we share the same name. Lena looked disappointed but said nothing. Pulling her hood up, she turned and left, leaving him with a headache. Baresi found her behavior incredibly strange and called out toward her retreating figure. Hey! She's a senior. Aki helped her. And she can't even say thank you. Aki stopped her. Let her be. He watched Lena walk away with regret. One day, I will find the chance to explain everything to you. Lena clearly had much to say as well. Meanwhile, red banners fluttered across the city for the grand parade, representing Pikia. Baresi's team drew cheers everywhere. So handsome, look. There is a new face, Baresi whispered to Aki. After the competition, I will vouch for you and introduce you to the Energy Crystal Overseer. You remembered, Aki confidently promised. Don't worry. I will bring home a result that will make you proud. You'd better. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the noisy crowd, meant only for his ears. Don't go dying in there. Look this way. Handsome, good luck. Aki spotted Lena in the crowd. He smirked and waved. Noticing him, she quickly pulled her hood lower. Dawn City. The urban battle forest, a massive arena dedicated solely to the legendary demon hunt. It was a city within a city. In a metropolis this vast, such massive structures were quite common. Since I'm not a contestant, I can only escort you to this point. Once inside, it's up to you. Baresi slammed the flagpole down. Slay the demons and bring glory to Pikia. Feeling the pressure, Aki forced a smile. Should I have joined them in that shout? The announcers gave constant directions. All teams, please enter the arena in the correct order. Vanguard captains, report to the referee room. He looked toward the gate. It was finally starting. Over the decades, the demon hunt had evolved into this massive event. Once, it was just a small local contest. Next up, Team Pikia's warrior Aki. The staff even bowed deeply as he walked past. Eternal friendship. Tomoe looked ready to cry. We entrust the mission to you. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. They stared with sorrow, as if seeing him for the last time. Aki. One last handshake. Relax. I will do my best. Besides, I am not dead yet. He said. Did they realize how dangerous the Vanguard was? They looked like they were attending his funeral. To them, being the Vanguard was a death sentence. Their faces were filled with utter despair. The announcer shouted, Vanguards, ready first. I offer you my highest respect. Your mission is fraught with peril and the unknown. The Falling Spear team cheered wildly. Your courage to stand in this position is truly admirable. Your mission is to infiltrate the combat zone and secure every scrap of demonic intel for your squad. The crowd is roaring with anticipation. Vanguards, give it your all. Stay sharp and prioritize your safety, for you face demons of entirely unknown threat levels. Aki fell into a deep silence. His keen eyes scanned the field. Most of the assembled warriors were merely dual-factor fighters. This demon hunt is essentially a high-stakes selection trial for the top towns. Naturally, the true elite warriors are excluded from participating. A smirk played on his lips. He knew his true potential far surpassed the limits of a mere dual-factor level. Fortunately, as long as he kept his mouth shut, his hidden depth would remain a secret to the world. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed. Everyone, let us give a thunderous welcome to our guest of honor. He will preside over the trials as the supreme judge. One of the legendary 6 great warriors. That title sent a jolt through Aki. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. Behold, the pinnacle of human strength. Our mightiest warrior has arrived. High-pitched screams erupted. He is so handsome. It is the legendary dual 7-core hero, Van Dylen. This was the man himself, the green recovery specialist, and a dual 7-core powerhouse of the new 6 heroes. His presence sent the fangirls into a total frenzy. Marry me, Van Den. They cheered for the glorious new 6 hero, radiating sheer dominance and status. He strode forward with unshakable confidence. Every spectator knew the name of the green recovery specialist, Van Dyne. The stadium shook with his name. Lord Van Dylen. Aki narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing every move this legendary figure made. Dual-core technology. It was only a theoretical concept in his previous world. Yet here, it was a terrifying reality. Dual cores represent the power of 2 distinct faiths. If the synchronization rate is high, the destructive power becomes truly astronomical. A warrior's strength is fueled by demon cores. The deeper the resonance with the core, the more latent power is unleashed. However, a higher sync rate puts immense strain on the vessel. The human body must withstand the chaotic surge of demonic energy. It is a brutal test of endurance, like having your very soul crushed by raw energy. This is why those with weak constitutions or low compatibility can never achieve a high synchronization rate. Back in the old world, human technology could only decode and interface with a single core at a time, but the new 6 heroes have mastered dual-core integration. Every vanguard bowed in deep respect as the legend passed. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, my lord. Yet, amidst the sea of bowing heads, Aki stood perfectly still, remembering the fate of the original 6 heroes. A wave of disgust washed over him. He refused to bow to such a man. Van Dylen looked over the crowd with a satisfied grin. Noble vanguards, you stand here despite knowing the mortal peril of this path. That courage alone makes you all magnificent and great warriors in your own right. To honor your bravery, I shall personally gift each of you a 3-fin stone core after the hunt. Come back alive. We thank you, my lord. The vanguards shouted in unison. Nearby, a fighter noticed Aki's defiance and hissed a warning. Hey, what is with the attitude? Bow down. Idiot. Aki just rubbed the back of his neck, feigning awkwardness. Sorry, my back is acting up. Can't bend. He stared directly at Van Dylen, who responded with a disturbing wink. What a creep, Aki thought. Why is he looking at another man with such a lecherous smile? The announcer broke the tension. And now, witness greatness. Lord Van Den will perform a live hunt of a 4-fin demon to bless this competition. Lord Van Dion, the stage is yours. Finally, the hero muttered, stepping forward into the light. The host led the vanguards toward the sidelines. Vanguards, please follow me to the observation deck. Make room for the main event. Aki watched with a cynical gaze as the stage was cleared for Van Den's grand display. A 4-finned demon hunt. Humph. So they are using these stage spectacles to cement the prestige and authority of the new 6 heroes now. Capturing a 4-finned demon alive is no small feat. It seems the military might of Dawn City has surged beyond recognition. Dylan stopped abruptly in front of the female officer. Tell me, are you the new commanding officer here? Thinking she had caught his eye, she beamed with pride. Yes, my lord, it is an absolute honor. He leaned in close. Lord Van Dion. What are you? His whisper turned her blood to ice. Find a replacement for yourself immediately. Huh, he sneered. We are the only 6 heroes. That new prefix you keep using, it is grating on my ears. If you weren't a soldier of Dawn City, I would have crushed your internal organs by now. Understand? To the crowd, it looked like a tender moment. Look, Lord Van Dylan is so gentle, but he simply hissed. Now, get lost. The woman fled in terror. stumbling over her own feet. Aki caught the whole scene. Meanwhile, Dylan's comlink activated, donning a mask of virtue. Don steps forward, representing the 6 pillars. He prepares for a legendary demon hunt. He blesses the upcoming trial, marking a grand opening for our brave vanguard warriors. The crowd erupts for Lord Van Dylan. Below them, a massive iron cage hums with trapped malice. Raise the gates, he commands. The broadcast begins, ready to detail every moment of the slaughter. Capturing this 4-finned beast required the strength of 3 elite 4-factor warriors. Its sheer destructive power is nothing short of terrifying. Behold, a rare 4 red gold factor demon, a violent factor to 7 barrios. Raw predator seldom seen in these lands. The beast emerges with a low, predatory growl. It has been starved for a fight far too long. Mortals, you are foolish to leave me in the open. The demon hisses. A fatal mistake. It lunges with blinding speed. The massive shockwave nearly knocks the audience from their seats, but it slams hard into an invisible barrier. Clutching its head in sheer frustration, Dawn tosses the beast aside like mere trash. Now, tell me, who is the foolish one? A flawless defensive shield surrounds the arena, cast by a legendary master of the 6 pillars. The realm's strongest illusionist warrior stands tall. The crowd watches his blue aura in absolute awe. Look, brother, it's like a shimmering veil from the heavens is protecting us. Dawn smiles coldly at the dying beast. For your next performance, simply die. The demon recoils, trembling as death draws near. No. Stay back, it screams in terror. It strikes out desperately. But Dawn walks through the chaos without a single scratch. A lowly creature with no sense of etiquette. The demon lunges one last time in defiance. A massive claw attempts to crush him. But Dawn stands unfazed, watching the pathetic struggle. You lack the right to resist me. Despair finally shatters the monster's remaining will. This green hexagonal power. Why is it so aggressive? Isn't green the color of healing? Most medics are green cores. Yet this man exudes a suffocating, lethal intent. I'll drag you to hell with me, the demon roars. But Dawn's light pierces its throat instantly. Allow me to rephrase. Dawn whispers, his voice dripping with cold authority. I am a dual-core pillar. Regeneration and destruction are mine to command. The demon freezes in shock. You talk far too much. Let us start by silencing that mouth of yours. The titan falls before a mere man. A moment later, its body explodes into a crimson mist. Dawn bathes in the rain of blood. Let the demon hunt officially begin. Show me your strength. The citizens scream his name in a frenzy. 6 pillars, 6 pillars, 6 pillars. Aki watches from the shadows, evaluating the threat. This man's power is truly monstrous. Dual cores don't just add power, they multiply it, creating a perfect synergy of destruction. This new member of the 6 pillars is no ordinary warrior. Aki wonders about this new king, but the way they treat Lena fuels his silent rage. The commander announces Dawn's exit, clearing the stage for the next phase of the trial. As the vanguards enter the arena, they bow deeply to Dawn, acknowledging his overwhelming status. Dawn's charisma is undeniable. He pauses as he passes Aki, sensing a sharp, hidden aura. You don't seem impressed by my performance. Dawn notes. Aki força polite. Empty smile, just pre-match jitters. Aki lies smoothly. I keep my guard up to stay sharp for the hunt. The vanguard's path is never easy. Dawn chuckles darkly. You are an interesting one, warrior. I shall be watching you. Don't disappoint me. Aki finds the man's arrogance almost laughable. Don't disappoint you, kid. I was slaying demons while your parents were still in diapers. The commander calls for order. Vanguards, assemble. Listen closely to the rules of this hunt. To be a vanguard is to be the eyes and ears of your entire squad. Find the optimal route. Use your strength. The true hunt begins when the clock strikes 0. The scoreboard won't just count the lowly 0-fin demons. Higher tiers 1, 2, and even 3 fins are scattered randomly across this urban death trap. Aki absorbed every rule with razor-sharp focus. In this sprawling forest, the vanguard scouting is the only lifeline. Stay alert. One wrong move and it's over. This is no playground. Watch your back. You're alone out there. Do not draw the demon's attention needlessly. The vanguards whispered in fear. Who in their right mind would dare provoke those monsters? 0 and 1 fins are manageable. But make no mistake, they are still lethal predators. A single skirmish could draw a swarm. And the 2 or 3 fins, they are pure nightmares. Simply put, you're on your own. Remember, the vanguard survival rate is a haunting 36%. Aki watched silently. These supposedly elite warriors lacked the raw edge of a true predator. To achieve perfect synchronization, A warrior's spirit must be as forged as their core. They looked soft, lacking the battle-hardened grit of the warriors from the Ji Yao Hall. That lethal instinct is only born from blood and iron in the harshest borderlands. Fear began to take root, as some warriors started trembling uncontrollably. Aki saw the terror in their eyes. 2 fins. 3 fins. The names alone were a death sentence. Then came the final bombshell. The legendary 4-fin demon was hidden somewhere in the zone. It sits confined in a containment vessel. A prize only for the strongest. Or the most foolish. Slay the 4-fin. And the game ends instantly. Aki's mouth curved into a confident grin. Ha, so they're still using the same old high-stakes gambit. Some things never change. The 4-fin is the ultimate jackpot. Yet no one dares to challenge it. Then, the horn sounded. The hunt began. As the crowd scattered in a panic, Aki launched his own predatory strike. With ground-shattering strength, he surged forward. His sights were set solely on that 4-fin prey. Aki's expression remained unshakable. To him, the 4-fin wasn't a threat, it was his target. He paused briefly. While others clung to the safety of the group, he stood solitary. It was clear none of the other vanguards had the guts to hunt the apex monster. He glanced at the fleeing warriors. Even with victory dangling before them, the fear of death paralyzed them. Meanwhile, Dan stared at the monitor, mesmerized by Aki's movements. Get me his data. He barked at his aide. Which one? Lord D, she asked. He pointed at the screen. The one with the white hair, scanning the database. She found him. He's a registered combatant from Pikasia City, rank triple core warrior. Dan's eyes narrowed. A triple core. Why would such a high ranker waste time in this grueling trial? Is that why he acts so arrogant? Interesting. His name, Dan asked. The assistant hesitated before whispering. It's Aki. Dan's aura flared instantly. What did you just say? The assistant recoiled, sensing the sudden, murderous tension in the air. INDIMPNIDNPNIDMPM. I'm just reporting the official records, please. Look at the system display. Aki of Pixia. What a cursed name! Outside, the stadium erupted with thunderous cheers for the vanguards. They found them. The warriors leaped through the canopy, tracking their first demonic targets. The broadcast flared to life as scouts marked coordinates, whispering warnings to their teammates. A nest of 0-fins move out to the next waypoint. The hunt was heating up. Aki stretched casually, plotting paths and maximizing points. The mundane duties of a vanguard. He smiled at the familiar chaos of the forest. It felt just like the old days. Back at the Pikesia headquarters, the staff watched in disbelief. He looked like he was on a stroll. Is this guy serious? One officer grumbled. Commander Base. Look at this Aki fellow. Base leaned back on the sofa, exhaling a plume of smoke. I see him, she murmured, remembering his vow. Baris, if you trust me, I will not follow the conventional path set by the other pioneers. I guarantee that Pikesia City will emerge victorious. A total win. How does that sound? That look in his eyes. He was not joking. Not with the power he has displayed before. Ha! That brat is getting bold, daring to address me by my name. You are becoming quite intriguing. Aki. Elsewhere, the pioneers continue their scouting mission. One warrior leaves an opening, and suddenly, 3 rank 1 demons are closing in. 3 demons together. Stay clear of these coordinates or our score will plummet. Panic spreads as rank 2s appear. Pioneers flee desperately from rank 2 threats. Then, the cry goes out. A rank 3 run for your lives. Someone shouts to the calm, Aki A. Rank 3 is ahead. Turn back if you want to live. But he does not budge. A rank 3 perfect. This happens to be the only path I intend to take. Ahead, pioneers are tossed like feathers. Screams fill the air as the demon roar echoes closer and closer. A rank 3 wood demon with a blue core. The crowd watches in breathless terror for the young warrior. Get out of there, the crowd cries. But the demon, fueled by ancient hate, snarls at its prey. Filthy humans, you have kept us caged far too long. You all deserve to rot. Caged demons are always more savage. It lunges at Aki with blinding speed. Do not even think of running. Aki evades effortlessly, but he must hold back. Showing his true strength now would be far too risky. Aki makes his choice in an instant. He needs to end this. And he needs to do it now. He moves like lightning. 0.25 seconds. 0.50. Spotted the core. 0.75. Time for the finishing blow. I have a rank 4 to catch. Sorry. I am all out of time. 1 second. 1 strike. The demon falls. The stadium goes silent. A rank 3 dead in a single second. A lone pioneer took down a rank 3 demon, Just like that, the beast is no more. A glowing core emerges. A gold element. Infusing this into his blade will grant it absolute destructive power. Dan watches closely. That golden surge? Interesting. Aki sighs, quietly collecting his hard-earned trophy. Success. A rank 3 agility core. Aki lets out a long breath. Feeling the weight lift slightly, he pushes forward. No more time to waste. The rank 4 should be just ahead if the layout remains unchanged. The rank 4 is at the summit, placed perfectly for the elite spectators to enjoy the carnage. From this vantage point, the entire battlefield is laid bare before the high-ranking officials. Dan's expression darkens as the truth hits him. Aki, you are actually going after a rank 4. The slaughter continues. Every swing of his blade shatters the air, tearing through anything in his path. That makes 5. He stands over the fallen beast as its death rattles echo in his mind. The deeper he goes, the more feral they become. He wanted to observe them, but mercy is not an option. They are relentless. No wonder so few are willing to take on this suicidal pioneer role. For any ordinary warrior, stepping foot in here is a literal death sentence. 5 rank 2s down already. My team should see our score skyrocketing by now. He hopes they are not too shocked. Meanwhile, his teammates stare at the scoreboard in pure disbelief. Aki looks up, his eyes fixed on the towering peak of the mountain. The rank 4 is waiting at the top, and watching from above is Van Dyne of the new hexagon. Van Dyne locks onto Aki's position. A cold, predatory smirk plays across his lips. Such ambition. Is this the team plan? Or just yours? Aki, their gazes clash, cold and sharp. Back in the control room, the observers are buzzing. Everyone is talking about Aki's suspicious movements. The Pekia pioneer is heading straight for the rank 4, but how does he even know its location? Is he planning to hunt it? No. Our squad does not stand a ghost of a chance against a rank 4. Commander Barris. Did you order this? Is this your strategy? She stays silent, eyes glued to the screen as she takes a drag. No. I have no idea what he is up to. Aki. You little brat. Do not you dare bring this trouble to my door. We cannot handle a rank 4. The commentary booth erupted. He's found it, the tier 4 demon. Before Aki lies the ancient seal. The Pygia vanguard scans the area, his mind racing with a hidden strategy. He's checking his surroundings. Surely, he'll retreat to his squad now to secure their lead in the race. Suddenly, the world stood still. With one swift strike, Aki shattered the tier 4 demon's seal. Silence gripped the stadium. Aki's gaze turned cold as ice. Show yourself. Tier 4 monster. High above. Van Dylan's blood began to boil. He let out a dark laugh. So, that's your game. Fascinating. You aren't waiting for your team. You intend to take this tier 4 beast down all by yourself. Is he trying to end the tournament right here? The commentators screamed in pure disbelief. Incredible. The Pygia Vanguard has broken all the rules. Such a feat is unheard of in tournament history. A lone Vanguard versus a tier 4 demon officer. Paris froze, his cigarette slipping from his lips in shock. Is that brat insane? Paris growled. On the monitors, the commentary reached a fever pitch of chaotic excitement. The tension hit its peak. Aki's audacity sent a wave of electric hype through every single spectator. But it's a tier 4. He's walking into his grave. The commander stared at the screen, eyes narrowing. That controllability is rare. But a tier 4 is a different breed of monster. You're being reckless. Aki, even I must go all out against such a beast. Do you stand a chance then? The seal exploded. The tier 4 water elemental demon emerged. Free at last. This wretched cage is finally gone. Glaring down at Aki, the demon sneered. A solitary human worm. Fine. I'll start my feast with you. A bursting drill roared forward. Aki didn't flinch, slamming his blade down to summon a massive earthen shield. He's raised a wall of rock, the announcer yelled. But the demon, spinning like a lethal drill, didn't slow down. Against a tier 4's might, that wall was as flimsy as paper. Our challenger is in grave peril. The demon let out a thunderous roar. Miserable human, how dare you face me without an army? I'll crush your bones just like I shattered that pathetic wall. As Aki's defense crumbled, a massive hand erupted from the soil. Grabbing the demon, Aki smirked. Who said I was alone? Even the mighty Van Dylan leaned forward, his eyes wide with shock. The tier 2 demons Aki had slain rose again, swarming the tier 4. A heavy blow sent the monster flying. Necromancy, how can a human control the dead? Aki chuckled. Why so surprised? I thought this was your specialty. Unfortunately for you, I'm not really in the mood for a long explanation. Paris grinned. There it was, Aki's terrifying trump card, in the stands. The frenzy reached a whole new level. Am I dreaming? What is the Pygia Vanguard doing? Those demons are actually fighting for him. Wait. Those are his previous kills. Since when could a warrior command the legions of the dead, using the corpses of his enemies as puppets? This is absolutely insane. With a single command, the trio of undead pounced, but the Tier 4 demon roared, lashing out in fury. You think these weak Tier 2 corpses can stop me? Taste my high-speed water cannon? Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the demon. A massive strike descended, burying the beast deep into the shattered earth. Aki shielded his face from the spray of blood. Pure physical force. Enough to crush a Tier 4. It was Van. He landed with a predatory grin. Forgive me, but your power is just too intriguing to ignore. I want a little spar. Van Dylan's eyes glinted. A warrior who puppets the dead. He had to know more. Never had he seen such a skill. I'm certain you could have crushed that Tier 4 on your own. Van's mana began to surge. Now, let me test your true strength. Aki. A colossal aura manifested behind him, a spectral skull with piercing blue eyes. Radiating, suffocating, killing intent. As he approached Aki, the scene shifted to the stands. The sun shone brightly, masking the deadly tension above. The crowd roared, "Look, the great Lord Dian is personally testing the new genius." The excitement was contagious. The fans felt incredibly lucky to witness such a legendary confrontation. Thousands of hands reached for the sky. Lord Dian is so generous to guide the newcomer like this. Will Aki last longer than the demon amidst the cheers? A small group watched with growing dread. The crowd watched in terror as Dion of the Six Palaces stepped forward to personally test Aki's true power. Baresi stood frozen as the situation spiraled out of control. Aki shielded his face, wondering what kind of madness had possessed this man. Aki's gaze remained unreadable. A simple test of strength, no. The chilling hostility radiating from him suggested something far more sinister. Dion's expression stayed ice cold. Not bad, he thought. Despite the pressure, Aki showed no fear. His composure was far beyond that of a mere rookie. Aki offered a calm, calculated smile before finally breaking his silence. I've endured countless hellish training sessions. My focus comes from a natural talent that forced my commanders to be ruthless since I was a child. Gripping his blade with unwavering confidence, he continued. Because of that past, my strength stands far above anyone my age. He spoke with a cocky smirk. In this world, they call people like me geniuses. He can't exactly verify my story anyway. Aki thought to himself. Meanwhile, Dion simply stared back, unfazed by the boast. You're interesting. My curiosity is piqued. Without warning, Dion lunged forward, eyes glowing as azure magic swirled around his fists. Aki reacted instantly, leaping back with lightning speed to evade the sudden assault. The blue mana condensed into a gargantuan fist, shattering the earth and leaving a massive crater where Aki had just stood. Watching closely, Aki analyzed the threat. Even the flying debris from the impact was as lethal as high-velocity bullets. He raised his sword to guard his face. The sheer speed and devastating power sent him skidding backward across the battlefield. If he hadn't stayed vigilant, that blow would have been fatal. Aki's brow furrowed. This wasn't a test Dion was playing for keeps. Damn it. Dion chuckled darkly. You've been on guard this whole time, haven't you? Otherwise, you'd be a corpse by now. His eyes blazed with light as a dense, suffocating aura erupted from his body. Show me more. I expect great things from you. Struggling back to his feet, Aki asked coldly. Forgive my bluntness, but you don't seem very fond of me. And why is that suddenly? Dion vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind but a flickering afterimage. A low, raspy voice whispered from the shadows. 3 reasons. Dion materialized behind Aki. First, I despise your arrogant attitude. Dion unleashed a devastating punch fueled by pure mana. He moved effortlessly, as if he wasn't even breaking a sweat. Aki used his sword as a brace, but was still sent flying. Dion flickered behind him again. Second, you reek of a disgusting demon. He relentlessly bombarded Aki with strikes. Aki was forced onto the defensive, his stamina draining rapidly under the constant pressure. Crashing through tree branches and drenched in sweat, Aki's mind raced. His secret was slipping. Dion definitely suspected something. As long as demonic power resided within him, he was a target. Terrifyingly, Dion was likely using less than 50% of his true strength. The crushing weight of Dion's presence was overwhelming. This was the terrifying aura of absolute, unrivaled power. It had been ages since he felt a threat this dire. Dion continued to close in, tightening the noose with every step. Dion leaned in, his voice a chilling hiss in Aki's ear. And third, I absolutely loathe your name. Aki froze, his expression shifting from shock to pure rage. He hates my name, no jesses. He hates the king I used to be. Memories flooded back. He had bled for these people. He had watched his comrades die for a cause that now spat on his name. Seeing an opening, Dion pressed the advantage. He extended his hand, channeling a surge of destructive energy toward the distracted youth. I'm done playing with you. Aki's mind snapped. Done playing. You think this is a game? Something deep inside Aki awakened. His eyes blazed as a monstrous killing intent erupted, fueling a violent counterattack. Who the hell do you think you are? Their powers collided with a deafening roar, tearing the very ground beneath them to pieces. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending a pillar of dust and debris screaming into the sky. The spectators screamed in terror, barely saved by the guild leader's protective barrier. Dion emerged from the smoke, his face stoic despite the trail of blood trickling from a fresh cut. He braced himself against the surging mana. The crowd watching the broadcast stood in stunned silence. Aki's raw power was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Unbelievable. A mere vanguard blocked Lord Dion's strike. He stood there, wreathed in an aura that commanded absolute respect. Murmurs swept through the crowd. Who is this kid? His true strength is completely off the charts. Dion activated his core, his regenerative abilities instantly knitting the wound on his face back together. He watched Aki intently. Behind the screens, the audience whispered in disbelief Dion had actually been forced to bleed. Dion dropped into a low stance, his mana exploding outward in a terrifying, bloodthirsty wave that threatened to consume everything. I'll just tell them you were a demon in disguise. Hey, hiss it. His intent to kill now undeniable. The arena erupted as the crowd cheered for the spectacle. They were oblivious to the life and death struggle unfolding before them. High-speed energy gears roar to life, ready to crush everything in their path. The crowd erupts, certain that Lord Dien will end this once and for all. Let us all witness the legendary performance of the great Dien. Every step D takes radiates immense power. He lunges forward, his speed accelerating with every heartbeat. On the other side, Aki battles his own inner turmoil. This overwhelming pressure is meant to bury him. If he keeps hiding his true strength, death is certain. Aki's thoughts are a storm of chaos. You're the one who pushed me to this. Van Delen of the new 6 pillars, even if I cannot win. I will drag you down with me. Aki snaps awake, his gaze transforming from calm pride into something far more primal. He looks wild now, hungry for the kill. A terrifying wave of bloodlust engulfs the entire battlefield. Two clashing energies collide in midair. Two warriors, driven by raw bloodlust, charge into a head-on collision. Suddenly, a figure flashes between them. A shimmering shield manifests, intercepting Lord Den's lethal strike. He recoils, his eyes narrowing into a dark, unreadable glare. That was a foolish move. Why interfere? Former member of the 6 Pillars Healing Corps of the 7 Wonders, Lena stands her ground with cold determination. You say you hate this kid. Her eyes turn sharp as steel. Well, I happen to like him. Lena unleashes a surge of power, her piercing gaze locked on her foe, leaving Aki stunned. He looks up in awe, standing against the sun's rays. Lena glows like a celestial goddess in his eyes. Lena. Has she used her 6 cores to force her body back into its prime state? Van Dylen glares at her with pure venom, his teeth bared in a savage, mocking grin. Lena, have you forgotten? You are forbidden from ever donning that battle gear again. Amidst the swirling dust, he mocks them. Lena stands firm, a living wall protecting a wounded Aki, who struggles to stay upright using his sword. Are you truly prepared to defy the king's absolute decree? She draws back her power and crosses her arms, her unwavering gaze fixed directly on him. Memories flood Aki's mind, the way she fought beside them, her vibrant energy and devotion. Lena is still the same sharp-tongued firebrand. She was always the soul of the 6 pillars. Watching her back now, he is swept away by waves of nostalgia. Meanwhile, his opponent stands nonchalantly with hands in pockets, his eyes fixed on the pair. In my past life, I was the one protecting her. Now, the roles have reversed. How is this possible? The legend who appeared is none other than the former 6 pillar, Lena. Van Dylen's face darkens with malice, but their resolve remains unshaken. Good heavens, is there some secret history here? This demon hunting festival is becoming a stage for endless shocks. I respected you as a warrior once, but do not expect any mercy now. You shameless woman. Lena grinds her teeth, her cold eyes cutting through him. And what about you? causing a scene in broad daylight. A sixth pillar starting such a pathetic brawl. How unsightly. Lena keeps her eyes locked on him, then glances at a stunned Aki. This boy behind me, he is the son of an old friend. Hemph. I would say your test is more than finished. Her eyes flash with a dangerous, razor-sharp light. Your true goal was never a test. Was it? He stares back, a mocking sneer plastered on his face. He chuckles, his expression dripping with pure, condescending mockery. Ha! Suddenly, he strikes lethal green arrows erupt from his aura, raining down on them with terrifying speed. Disgusting wretch. Lena braces herself, a radiant light burning at her chest, her eyes filled with cold fury. Lord Dylan has unleashed his thrusting shot. A massive wave of dense energy saturates the area, sealing off any hope of escape. How tedious. Lena prepares to block the onslaught, but her eyes widen as a shadow flickers past her. It is Aki. He lunges forward, his blade flashing as he intercepts the deadly barrage meant for her. Lena's breath catches as she watches him, her heart racing in shock. A mysterious silhouette flickers before him. Another devastating wave of attacks crashes down this time. It looks impossible to stop. This vanguard actually managed to deflect the first wave, but the follow-up strike is heading straight for them. It is too fast to block. Lena lunges forward, grabbing his shoulder. Her eyes flare with command. Get back. Now, using his shoulder as a platform, she vaults into the air. Aki grits his teeth. Damn it. Not again. I only showed off to keep her from getting involved. Lena kicks off the ground, her body coiling like a predator ready to strike. Once her temper flares, there is no stopping her. One eye glows with a brilliant emerald light as she rockets toward him like a lethal missile. Blood and casualties are now inevitable. The main character monitors the duel through the screens, narrating the chaos. Is this truly a clash between hexagrams? This is rarer than witnessing a seven-tiered archdevil. With a frigid gaze and a sharp smirk, he assesses her. To face a woman like her, he must finally unleash his full power. Like twin missiles, they collide in a dance with death. Meanwhile, he tilts his head back, exhaling a mysterious plume of gray smoke. Lord Dylan has unleashed his secret technique, the demon-piercing spear. It seems he is truly playing for keeps now. Van Diane prepares to launch his blade, leaving her wide-eyed with shock. But then, a sudden cry erupts. Glory to the great warrior Dylan. Lena turns in utter disbelief. His eyes have transformed into a void of pure white, locking onto both combatants with intense focus. All praises to the great warrior Dylan. A deadly smirk spreads across his face. It seems his desperate gamble is finally paying off. He bellows at the top of his lungs. Great warrior Dylan, despite your mountain of duties, you still found time to mentor us youngsters. His voice echoes through the entire stadium, halting the duel. The two combatants freeze, completely bewildered by his sudden, loud outburst. Your benevolence and guidance leave me truly moved and forever grateful. Barris watches in total confusion, wondering what on earth is happening on the field. The entire crowd stares at him in stunned silence. Ignoring the awkward quiet, he continues his boisterous praise, even though no one has uttered a single word in response. Pray tell, my lord, are you satisfied with my performance? He flashes an exaggerated goofy grin toward the two legendary warriors. Suddenly, the stadium erupts. A massive wave of murmurs and whispers washes over the confused crowd. This vanguard from Picadia is showing such heartfelt gratitude to Lord Dylan. But wait, is the epic hexagram showdown just going to end like this? Quiet down. Everyone, listen up. Hexagrams only fight in dire straits. Seeing Lord Dylan strike twice is more than enough for us. The crowd roars in passionate agreement. Great warrior, great warrior. All hail Lord Dylan. All hail Lord Dylan. Indeed, a legend mentoring his juniors is a rare sight. Van Dayen gazes up as celebratory fireworks begin to rain down upon the arena. The chatter in the stands is deafening. Truly, he is the greatest pride of our hexagram order. Let us all cheer for our legendary champion. He closes his eyes with a mocking smirk. That kid certainly has some clever tricks. Lena, Van Dayen, and Aki remain frozen in their positions as shimmering fireworks illuminate the entire stadium grounds. I suppose I cannot continue my assault after such a display. Can I know? No, thank you for your profound guidance, my lord. Aki stands tall, eyes flashing with provocation. I promise the younger generation won't disappoint you. I shall continue to show off my talents. Phew, that shameless flattery actually worked. With the eyes of the masses upon him, that monster wouldn't dare strike me down now. Both of their faces darken with intense frustration. The mood for battle is completely ruined. The fight is over. He grinds his teeth in silent rage, wishing he could end the boy. Not bad, kid. You have passed the test. You are a promising young warrior. Keep it up. Congratulations to the Vanguard for earning the Great Lord Dylan's official approval. What a spectacular and unexpected demonstration. The crowd erupts as the announcement flashes across the massive monitors for everyone to see. Victory goes to the city of Picadia. They are officially the champions of this year's competition. Picadia, 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 somewhere far away. Those watching the broadcast are left speechless by this massive upset. What, we won the championship without even trying. On the field, he glares at the boy while she approaches with cautious steps. I hereby declare this the fastest and most shocking demon hunt in the history of our great competition. This miracle was forged by the Vanguard himself. She brushes past him, looking annoyed, while Aki stares at his own face on the news. Despite relying solely on their incredible Vanguard, the city of Picadia has seized the championship in this legendary demon-slaying match. His teammates swarm him instantly, tossing him high into the air amidst roars of celebration and pure joy. The golden trophy shimmers nearby. Aki, you've got some serious guts for a kid your age. Barris pulls him into a joyful, tight embrace. You actually did it. You won the title for Picadia single-handedly. Do you have any idea how massive my reward bonus will be? Ha ha ha. Aki can only offer a stunned, silent reaction to her excitement. I almost died back there. Barris, she beams, leaning in close with a seductive laugh. Tonight, I'm treating you to anything you desire. The broadcast is suddenly cut. Aki's face turns beet red, his brain short-circuiting at her suggestive and bold offer. Commander Barris. You're smothering him. Stop, Commander. Please control yourself. He can't breathe. She feigns bashfulness by looking away, but her eyes keep darting back to catch a cheeky glimpse of the young hero, finally free. Aki coughs to break the awkward tension. Ahem. Baris. His gaze sharpens as he regains his serious and cool composure. Do you still remember? What was your promise? She stood defiantly. Of course I remember. I shall be your guarantor. Then you can meet the Mana Crystal official. I appreciate the help. He shed his soiled cloak. Could you prepare a fresh garment for me? Also, if there is a victory celebration, I will be absent. I have other business. A soldier's eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars. Does the great warrior have an important meeting? Is it a man or a woman? He smiled. Lena walked toward a hill overlooking the city. Just an old friend. Having changed his cloak, he stepped toward her. The setting sun painted a romantic scene as he approached Lena. I am here. Why did you call me? She turned. You actually came. She recalled Baresi using another name, and the hollow gaze he gave her on stage. How do you know this place? Lena stepped closer, her voice heavy with emotion. Is it truly you? Her eyes shimmered with sorrowful, beautiful tears. Aki. Is it you? Long ago? They stood here. Lena shouted. Aki. Look, am I right? No one comes here. And you can see the whole town from this height. She breathed deeply, arms wide. I love it. This is where you and I... She stopped abruptly. Memories flooded back. In the past, she had nervously twirled her hair. This is my secret base, Aki had laughed, flicking her forehead with a gentle gaze. A secret base, he chuckled softly. Lena, are you still a child? She pouted. You flicked me again. I will become simple-minded. Everyone needs a secret base. She scolded him. All you know is slaying demons. You understand nothing. Aki just laughed. He watched the sunset quietly. It is peaceful here. They both cherish this spot. Using her magic, she made sprouts emerge, carving ancient symbols into the stone. It is decided. Our secret base. Those symbols were the names of Aki and Lena. Aki. Promise you will never tell anyone. Back in reality, the stone was mossy. Her eyes blurred. Are you that same Aki? Do you remember our secret base? Aki hesitated. I think so. Lena turned away, wiping her tears. I am sorry. I lost control and startled you. She rubbed her eyes. You look like someone precious from my past. Her silhouette looked lonely. Your actions during the trial were reckless. Without me, you would have died. Consider this repayment for the statue, she whispered. We are even now. Aki cut her off. Lena. She turned in shock. What? What did you call me? He flicked her forehead, his eyes full of warmth. Our secret base. Are you still a child? Those words, that voice. Everything matched. Hope flared within her heart. Aki, she cried his name, tears streaming down her face. He watched her with deep affection. You lived well. That is enough. Under the sunset, he confessed. Yes, I am Aki. I have returned. Lena lunged forward, hugging him tightly. Why did you take so long? Why only now? she sobbed. Aki held her close, comforting her soul. Two figures silhouetted against the sky. Their reunion finally complete. Birds soared above. Peace returned. Lena asked curiously, "Did you truly travel 50 years from the past? And the Demon King's tablet? Are there really 7 wonders?" Aki leaned back calmly. "It is hard to grasp. Isn't it? Even I am unsure." His gaze darkened. "To speak of it feels like a fever dream. A man who died 50 years ago suddenly reappeared. And something strange dwells within me." He thought of the demon's shadow. Lena watched him, moved. "Regardless, I am glad you are alive." Aki looked at Lena, his mind filled with questions. "Tell me, Lena, why does this city harbor such intense hatred for us?" Now his gaze grew heavy with doubt. "We gave our lives for them." "Why the spite?" Lena sighed. "The truth is, you are the cause." Aki stood frozen. Lena began her painful explanation of the past. The Battle of Twilight. "You led the vanguard to the ancient king's monolith. Everyone begged you not to enter." She remembered the desperate pleas of the soldiers and logistics officers on the front lines. The situation was dire. Everyone wanted to maintain the fragile balance rather than risk everything. Visions of smoke and 1,000 warriors filled her mind. But back then, he refused to listen. "Wait for our return," he had declared. Leading his elite squad into the unknown, chaos erupted. News broke that the hero had fallen. Aki was found impaled upon a cross-like spire. Lena continued solemnly. With news of his death, the army's spirit and will to fight vanished instantly. Their strongest symbol was dead. Even the king abandoned them. Total despair gripped all of humanity. Tragic memories resurfaced. After his sacrifice, the demon tide retaliated, crushing every territory they had reclaimed. The fields were paved with the broken corpses of fallen heroes. It was a brutal war of attrition. Lena's voice trailed off in deep sorrow. 9 out of 10 soldiers perished. For the survivors, this catastrophe was a choice that should never have been made. She mourned the lost faces of her fallen brothers in arms. If you had just listened, thousands more might have survived the Battle of Twilight. Time flowed on. The new 6 heralds and a new king eventually emerged from the ashes. They were the ones who opposed your decision back then. Now, the world despises your very name. The remaining heralds were branded as your supporters and faced nothing but public scorn. Lena recalled bitterly. Finally, the new king stripped them of their status. Aki's face turned pale, his hands trembling in shock. "My decision," he whispered, his voice cracking with sudden, overwhelming self-doubt. "Did I really kill them all?" Lena looked at him gently. "The past is already written. I've grown used to it. Right or wrong doesn't matter anymore." She gazed toward the horizon. "Sometimes I pass your old statue and just remember." She turned to find the miraculously resurrected Aki. "It truly is a miracle," Aki replied, though his eyes burned with disbelief and rising anger. "What kind of logic is this? I entered that monolith to destroy the demon core once and for all. I did it for humanity, for our future." Lena looked at him with deep sympathy. She tilted his chin up. "I know your heart, Aki, but the people cannot accept the cost of that failure. As their fallen king, you became the perfect target for all of humanity's resentment." Aki closed his eyes in thought. "What of the other 6 heralds?" Lena's hand suddenly stiffened. "After you fell, 3 others were slaughtered in the bloody battles that followed." She bowed her head in grief. "Only 3 of us remain in this world." And Niem was crippled. He renounced his title and vanished into exile. She looked down at the city below. "I plan to leave this place too, to escape these suffocating memories." But Da defied the new king. They shattered his limbs and threw him into a dungeon to rot. Aki's teeth ground together in fury. What they dared to treat a hero like that. Killing intent exploded from him. "Why didn't you unite the survivors and strike back?" "Because he is too powerful," Lena replied calmly. Aki frowned. "Is it elemental power?" Lena gestured, explaining the new reality. "The demon cores have evolved beyond the original 6 types. They now wield the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Dark visions filled her mind. Demons are no longer the simple prey they once were. Aki finally grasped the shift. He realized his own body was only missing the earth element to be complete. "But how does this change anything for a warrior?" he questioned urgently. Lena looked at him with chilling intensity. "What if a warrior could master the power of the elements?" Aki stood frozen in shock. Could merging elemental power be the same as his own innate control? Lena's gaze fixed intently on him. Determination flickered in her eyes as she explained the massive gap between 4 and 5 core warriors. High-tier fighters now hunt for rare elemental hearts to ascend. A haunting image of a massive gate filled her mind. The Fortress of Bones, where the power of fusion lies buried. "I assume that cursed place still haunts your memories." Aki's expression darkened as the name Dagura echoed in his mind. How could I ever forget? It was a blood-soaked hellscape where I once led millions into battle against the demon tides. Brutal visions of the ancient slaughter replayed in his mind like a nightmare. It became the Fortress of Bones because it was the epicenter of that catastrophic war. A graveyard for a lost era. Lena Seahill. Her eyes heavy with sorrow. Decades have passed since the War of Twilight ended, yet beneath that soil lies an ocean of remains from both humans and demons alike. One day, a new breed of monsters emerged from the ruins. Lena continued, describing 5-star demons unlike any seen before. She could almost see them. Unlike common beasts, their chests were hollow, containing a single, floating fusion crystal. Lena locked eyes with Aki, her voice sharpened. Those rare crystals allow a warrior to fuse elements. But only the elite can survive the transformation. Lena delivered her final, cold assessment. You must be at least a 5-star core warrior with inhuman endurance. Aki wondered, could one person master all 5 elements? Lena immediately dismissed the thought with a wave of her hand. Impossible. No one can master 5. The conflicting natures of the elements would tear any vessel apart from the inside. Theoretically, a single body cannot host multiple elements. Even the new king and the 6 stars only dare to wield one. Aki's voice cracked in disbelief. You mean they've already achieved elemental fusion? She nodded. When I fought Van Dion, I couldn't even sense his true depth. He held back his overwhelming power to ensure the arena's shields wouldn't shatter and kill the crowd. Lina rested her hands on her hips. That man is obsessed with his public image. If he had fought you at 100%, you'd be dead. The wind brushed through her hair as her tone softened. She moved a stray lock aside and continued gently, though it pains me to admit the truth. The new king and the 6 stars are far stronger than we ever were. They possess dual cores enhanced by elemental fusion. Memories of her fallen comrades surfaced. That power is exactly why I failed to rescue Dessa from his cage. Aki fell into deep thought. I already harbor 4 elemental powers. Is it because of the entity sealed within me? Lena was right. Compared to the new 6 stars, my current strength is pathetic. He clenched his fist in resolve. As a warrior, I cannot rely on demon power forever. To save Dessa, I must become powerful enough to stand on my own. A burning determination blazed in Aki's eyes. I understand now. I have no choice but to journey to the Fortress of Bones. Lena watched him with sympathetic eyes. Knowing he lacked a 5-star core, the gap between 4 and 5 cores is a massive chasm. Aki interrupted with a confident smirk. I'm well aware. After all, I'm the one who established those very laws of power in the past. But in this life, he hesitated, finally accepting his new path. Perhaps I don't need to follow the old rules anymore. I will shatter every limitation later. Baresi hurriedly dragged Aki away from the tavern. And here I thought you'd want to stay and enjoy yourself for a few more days. Aki's pace remained steady. The plan has changed. Once the energy crystals are secured, we leave this place behind. Baresi stretched her limbs, admiring his drive. The boundless energy of the young. She paused to fix her hair. Don't worry. I promised to be your sponsor. So I'm sticking with you. Aki glanced back. Yeah, thanks. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the streets. The energy crystal supply for Hylos City is officially secured. Surprised, Aki turned toward the source. Next, we head to the War Department to request reinforcements. He recognized the group approaching. Hey, it's everyone, Baresi blinked. Why did you stop? Aki. Situlu sensed something and spun around. A familiar silhouette appeared before her eyes as she screamed his name. Aki. The entire group turned in unison. Aki raised his voice, finally greeting his long-lost allies. The crowd gasps in pure shock, rushing toward Aki and pulling him into a tight, emotional embrace. How are you even here? Ji-woo grips his hand firmly. This kid, Aki. His eyes are shining with a new, powerful intensity. He's truly returned stronger, Captain Ji-woo. Thank you for your hard work. Aki says. Sino squints at him suspiciously. Wait. Did you get taller? Aki. Aki looks confused. I didn't notice. Maybe it's an effect of the demon Corsino, begins his excited explanation. They had been shadowing the Bryan City commander when Liu caught wind of a rumor regarding Aki's survival. The team abandoned Bryan's squad to search for him. But it turned out to be nothing but false intel. Now that they've reached Radiant City, Captain Ji-woo has just finalized the negotiations for the energy quartz. Ji-woo sighs. We were prepared to keep searching for you, never imagining you'd be right here in the city. Aki smiles warmly. That's a relief. So the quartz distribution issue has finally been put to rest. I was ready to negotiate on your behalf. Baresi adds softly, turning to leave with a peaceful heart. It seems your long-lost comrades have found you. I won't disturb your reunion. Jiwoo looks visibly flustered. We were so caught up in the moment that we ignored you. I'm sorry. And thank you for taking care of Aki. She laughs. Actually, Aki is the one who took care of me and Pygia City. Sino nudges Aki toward Liu. Since the day you were separated from Ahon, she's barely been able to eat or sleep, To adds with a smirk. Check out this photo of her. She's been so gloomy. Like her soul just vanished. Situ Liu keeps her head down, her silhouette radiating deep loneliness. Aki approaches her with a gentle, soft gaze. Captain, reporting for duty. I'm sorry for making you worry. Liu bites her lip, hitting him in feigned anger. Her cheeks flush crimson as she makes him promise. Never leave the squad alone again. Aki smiles and obeys. The team shares a laugh. But in the shadows, Lena watches with a look of quiet regret. Lena is suddenly pulled back into a memory from years ago. It feels just like back then. That boy's silhouette was always so bright and warm. Cut to the ruins of Dagora, surrounded by demon corpses. Liu gasps for air as she drags Aki's exhausted body forward. Clutched in Aki's hand is the elemental quartz, the fusion crystal they managed to seize in the heat of battle. Seeing his eyes start to flicker shut, panic surges through her. She can't let him slip away now. Liu heaves Aki onto her shoulders, her legs shaking with fatigue. She begs him to stay awake. Wake up, we finally made it. But her words trail off as his grip fails, and the quartz falls away. That quartz is the key for a warrior to fuse with the raw power of a demon. Suddenly, a demon emerges from the gloom. Low-level pest with a quartz, your story ends in death. It lunges with a murderous roar. Dai Liu barely manages to parry the devastating blow. Overcome by exhaustion, she collapses to the ground. Yet she forces her trembling body to stand once more. The demon's eyes widen in twisted amusement. Oh, you can still move after that. Liu looks at the unconscious Aki beside her. I'm too weak. I couldn't protect you. Forgive me. She reaches out to touch him one last time and then Situ Liu's eyes fly wide open. She sits up in bed, drenched in sweat. It was just a dream, but it felt terrifyingly real. Even the sensation of being pierced felt authentic. She sighs deeply, trying to shake off the nightmare. Realizing her clothes are soaked, she decides to head for the bath. Suddenly, Aki bursts through the door. Liu, what's wrong? I heard you scream from the next room. Are you hurt? Liu gasps, frantically pulling the blanket over herself as her face turns as red as a tomato. She hurls a pillow at his face with all her might. Don't look. Didn't anyone teach you to knock? Aki tries to stutter an explanation. I just heard you scream and... But Liu kicks him out, slamming the door shut and leaving Aki dazed and bruised. Outside the hotel, Liu finally emerges, looking sharp. Let's move. Everything is packed. Aki tries to speak, but she cuts him off coldly. Address me as Captain. Got it. He doesn't want an argument, so he just smiles. Understood. Captain, are you feeling well enough to travel? Our route today is going to be quite long. Liu walks past him coldly. Don't worry about me. A twisted nightmare, she thought. Yet it scared me half to death. How annoying. Despite the chaos, Aki remained calm. The map showed they were in a Ranxi town near Dagora Fortress. If they pushed themselves to the limit, they could reach the Dagora Bone Fortress by nightfall. Rumors said entering required a grueling strength test from the guards to avoid being branded an illegal intruder. What a headache. But Situ Liu recalled the captain's warnings from the Radiant Hall. The Bone Fortress had now become a vital strategic stronghold in the ongoing war. It was where 5th-rank warriors claimed elemental quartz, protected by massive walls surrounding the entire zone. An elite army of high-level warriors stood watch, patrolling the perimeter day and night. These tight defenses prevented illegal entry and kept the demons trapped inside from breaking out. This was the fortress's ultimate shield. Aki turned to her. Are you really not afraid to go there? Though the captain requested it, he hadn't expected her to agree to such a mission so quickly. Only 5th-rank warriors dared to tread there. Situlu didn't mince words in her reply. The captain simply doesn't trust a reckless fool like you who acts without thinking, without a 6-core healer. You're dead. And as it happens, I am a 6-core. Don't get the wrong idea. I am not here for you. I am here for the mission. The captain wants me to oversee your growth into a 2nd-rank warrior. Don't you forget it. Hannah and Snow were also undergoing the captain's special training. They seemed more fired up than ever. Situ Liu gave a stern look. As leader, I must watch you after you deserted the team. Aki couldn't help but smile, finding her stern, yet sincere attitude strangely endearing. Situ Liu shot him a suspicious glare. What is with that creepy, vulgar grin on your face? Thinking about what happened earlier, she teased. As they continued their journey toward the next objective, elsewhere, voices echoed. We are short 1/6 core healer. Minimum requirement is a 5th rank warrior. Our squad is moving out now. Everyone to your positions. At the Dogora Bone Fortress gates, Situ Liu and Aki finally stood before their destination. The surrounding warriors began to murmur. A 4th rank. And is that a 1st rank warrior? Where did this brat come from? Is he insane? Is he here to be demon bait? 2 others chimed in mockingly. This couple must be lost. They will never pass the test. One let out a sneering laugh. Despite the insults, Aki remained unfazed, standing tall with calm intensity. It seems we are being underestimated, he noted. Suddenly, 3 men swaggered toward them through the crowd. Well, look at this. Bringing a pretty girl along for the ride, Aki turned to look. A red-haired 5th rank warrior glared with disdain. To him, Aki was just a weakling, acting tough. A 4th rank, dragging a 1st rank to the Bone Fortress. I wonder how you will die. Situ Liu was annoyed. Where did this trash come from? Just ignore his pathetic provocations. The crowd gasped as they realized the newcomer's identity. The whispers growing much louder. That is young Master Hao Tu. Of the Min family, he is here for the elemental quartz. Behind him stood a formidable 6th rank warrior. A top-tier mercenary under the family's payroll. I have seen those guys on mercenary lists. They are monsters now working for the Min family. I heard that man already used elemental quartz to master a power suited for his style. With a powerhouse like that as an escort, the elemental quartz is as good as theirs. Hao Tu's ego swelled. I am the heir of the Min family from Yura City. You know us. The Min family is the greatest lineage of warriors in the entire city. He then turned a predatory gaze toward Situ Liu. Gorgeous. The Bone Fortress is no playground. Seeing her silence, Hao Tu pushed further, his eyes scanning her. You are a 6 core. Right. Ignoring the girl on his arm, he reached out. I have an opening for a personal healer. When she didn't respond, his expression soured. He glared at them, letting out a cold, arrogant snort, while he bragged arrogantly. Aki and Tudolu ignored him entirely, causing his outstretched hand to tremble with rage. He exploded in fury, his voice booming. Do you dare ignore the prestige of the Min family? Damn it, I only showed mercy because you were beautiful. Tudolu didn't back down, shouting back with equal heat. Who gave you permission to speak to me like that? Her roar left Hao Tun and the blonde girl pale with terror. They fell silent as her disdain grew. Relying on a family name only proved he was a useless piece of trash. Humiliated, Hao Tun shoved the blonde girl aside and lashed out with a savage growl. Shut up. Do you realize who you're talking to? I could crush you like a bug with one finger. Tudolu slammed her gear down. She might lack power, but she had never known a single moment of fear. Inside, she was fuming. This pathetic pervert dared to get angry. She was ready to go all out against this trash. Hao Tun gave a wicked grin and lunged like a predator, unleashing the strength of a first-stage warrior. He raised his palm to strike. Today, I'll show you exactly where you stand in this world. Suddenly, a flash of red light cut through the air. Aki intercepted him, shielding Tudolu from the incoming blow. Aki slid back slightly, stopping the heavy strike with one hand. Hao Tun's eyes turned bloodshot with pure malice. Let go, or I'll end you too. Aki stared back with cold contempt. Young Master Hao Tun of the Min family. Right. You're the one who chose to initiate this battle today, Aki said, his voice dripping with icy calm. If word spreads that you attacked first, it might not look so good for your precious family. Would it? Aki glanced at the gate. The guards won't welcome trouble. Do you really want to be banned from the Bone Burial Fortress? Should you reconsider? Aki's grip tightened. Hao Tun roared. Don't look into his arm. To hell with your reconsiderations. Suddenly, a booming voice called out from behind. Young Master Hao Tun. Stop. The massive, axe-carrying guard stepped in. The boy is right. Every warrior here likely hides some level of true power. Starting a public brawl will only tarnish your reputation and bring shame to the family name. There's no need to rush. Securing entry into the Bone Burial Fortress must be our absolute priority right now. His face twisted into a dark, sinister mask. Once we are inside, anything can happen in the shadows. Realizing the elder's intent, Hao Tun smirked and yanked his hand away. I'm done wasting my time with these losers. He marched past them, followed closely by the elder and the trembling blonde girl. As the level 6 warrior passed Aki, he shot a murderous look. His mind already plotting a deadly scheme. He stomped the ground, secretly channeling his earth element power as crimson sparks flickered around his feet. Stones began to levitate and launch toward Aki like lethal projectiles, glowing with a dangerous red light. Without even looking back, Aki threw a lightning-fast punch, shattering the hidden stone attack instantly. Hearing the impact, Lu turned around in confusion. What happened? Aki just smiled. Nothing. Just swatting a fly. Let's get to the assessment. I'm confident we'll pass through these gates without any trouble. As he opened his hand, dust fell away. He had used his metal element to harden his skin and crush the ambush. The elder watched, frozen in disbelief. He blocked my hidden earth strike with his bare hands. His reaction speed was insane, and his hand should have been shredded. Who is this kid? Overwhelmed by shock, he called out to the young master, who turned back with an annoyed expression. The elder whispered urgently, "We must revise our list of targets for the elemental courts immediately. That boy is our most dangerous rival. His true strength is far beyond the 4th stage. I can't even see his limits. We need to find a chance to kill them before they become a disaster." On the other side, an examiner gasped at a screen. 54% sync rate and 42 for the other. The staff was stunned by the results. But Aki and Lu remained perfectly calm and unbothered. Since there are no rank limits, I assume our synchronization levels are high enough to pass. The examiner hesitated, staring at the data. Aki thought, I remember her rate was only 39% before. Not only did she reach the 1st stage, but her sync rate jumped to 42. Her growth is terrifyingly fast. She's evolving at an incredible pace. The examiner continued to stare at the screen with wide place. Trembling eyes, one level 4 Crimson Warrior and one level 1 Green. You both plan to enter the Bone Burial Fortress for the courts. Her expression turned grave. The beasts inside are tier 3 at minimum. Are you two absolutely certain? Aki gestured toward Lu. We can protect ourselves. She is our squad healer and an agile warrior. Hearing that, Lu's face flushed red as she gnashed her teeth in silent frustration. A healer? That Aki is so annoying, she fumed. The inspector added, no one below rank 5 dares enter this castle. While there are no strict power regulations for entry, your duo is officially the lowest ranked team to ever attempt this in recorded history. I must warn you, the elemental quartz you seek only drops from elite quartz demons. They are rare spawns that only appear once in a great while. You will face lethal demons and ruthless warriors. Survival itself is a miracle. Do you still wish to enter? Aki's gaze remained unshakable. Of course we do. Our goal is far greater than mere survival. Thank you for the warning. Seeing their iron resolve, the staff member stopped arguing and led them toward the entrance. This way. Inside, Lu took a deep breath. Legend says this place offers only a 10% chance of survival. Yet, she felt strangely calm. With Aki by her side, she found an endless well of courage. Demons prowl the ruins. The fortress has been completely overrun by the demon horde. Lu whispered. Aki surveyed the area. Dogura was once a grand citadel. Not just a simple fortress. It once rivaled the radiant capital in fame, standing proudly at the very heart of the continent. It was once the most densely populated city in the world, but the demon invasion turned this paradise into a wasteland. Now, ancient demons occupy the central grounds. No human dares stay here. It was renamed Bone Castle to bury the memories of its former glory. Aki's eyes clouded with sadness. You really know everything. Don't you? Lu remarked softly. Just some stories I heard as a kid. He replied. Lu pouted. Asterisk, this mysterious, annoying guy. He stood up and called to her. Let's move. Time to find that elite quartz demon. We must conserve energy and avoid pointless fights. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the distance. Aki, should we help? Aki's voice turned cold. Do not help anyone, especially not inside the bone castle. He sighed inwardly. Lu was too kind-hearted. She didn't understand the malice lurking in this world. Do you think those thugs at the gate were the only ones? They are everywhere. Selfishness rules this place. For now, we must put our kindness aside to survive. He turned back to Lu, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. A demon had appeared behind her. A thunderous impact shook the ground. Luckily, Aki was fast enough to snatch her away from danger. The tier 5 blue core water demon sneered. Impressive. My silent water-style strike actually missed its target. Aki set her down. Lu's heart raced. Asterisk. How did a tier 5 demon get behind me? Undetected asterisk. Asterisk. He must have used the fluid nature of water to mask his presence and movements. A perfect assassin. Asterisk. If Aki hadn't looked back at that exact moment, I would be dead right now. Aki cut her thoughts short. Lu, we have to finish this fast. Don't attract any other demons. We can't let other squads spot us. Kill it quickly and leave no trace behind. Asterisk. I can't be a burden anymore. I will stand my ground and fight alongside Aki asterisk. The demon chuckled darkly. Finish me, a tier 4 and a tier 1. You humans are hilarious. He suddenly vanished. Moving so fast that their eyes couldn't track his transformation, he reappeared above them, ready to strike. How cute. Now, Aki lunged, barely dodging the blow. The close-range impact was devastating, shattering the earth beneath them into fragments. A rank 4 and a rank 1, I won't even glance at your corpses. The demon roared, attacking again. Aki stepped in front, bracing himself to block the lethal strike. Wood and metal elements. The demon was stunned. How can a human master 2 elements before rank 5? Aki surged forward with explosive speed, delivering a counterstrike that sent the tier 5 demon flying back. He parried the strike with a surge of water, a perfect mastery of the hydro element. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his sheer speed catching the demon completely off guard. Too fast, Aki closed the distance in a flash. The demon sneered. Tricked you. So what if you can control the water element? Can you match my enhanced fluidity? Aki shouted to C2 Liu, signaling their next move. Liu dodged the beast's strike just in time, delivering a sharp kick to its back. Simultaneously, Aki's blade pierced through the demon's chest. Great teamwork. Liu? He praised. Glad to help, Liu replied, extracting the spirit core from the fallen demon's back. A 5-stage blue core. I'll take this as a trophy. She kicked the corpse away. I won't even waste a glance on your remains, stomping on the demon's back. Liu secured the blue stone. Aki watched her movements, impressed by her lethal agility. Impressive speed back there. He wiped his blade, though fresh blood still clung to the steel tip. She bowed slightly. Don't forget, the C2 clan is a martial arts lineage. This was just a basic maneuver. He shouldered his sword, glancing at the gaping hole in the enemy's chest where his blade had struck. We need to move. That commotion surely attracted unwanted attention. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she noticed a trail of blood on his face. Wait. You're injured. Let's find cover so I can heal that scratch on your face. He brushed it off with a chuckle. It's just a scratch. Why waste energy healing something so minor? Do you think I'm that weak? Liu met his gaze with an intensity he had never seen before. I told you when we started healing is my responsibility, no matter the size of the wound. I will treat it. Otherwise, my presence here is meaningless. Seeing her resolve, Aki sighed and brushed back his hair in defeat. So determined, she truly lived up to her title as the emotionless Rakshasa of Hesperus. Fine. You win. It's a good time to recover our strength anyway. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over them. Liu gasped, eyes widening in terror. Aki. Look out. A heavy foot descended from above as Aki froze in shock. The impact was instantaneous, shattering the earth and sending a violent shockwave that threw Liu backward. Aki reacted with lightning speed, swinging his blade behind his back to block the crushing blow just in time. Found you already, the attacker sneered, pressing his heavy axe down with even more force. This was no ordinary foe, a 6-stage profound core warrior. He exerted immense pressure, yet Aki held his ground, refusing to buckle under the weight. It seems my intuition was correct. You're only a 4-core warrior. The one-eyed man glared, his gaze predatory. But your true power far exceeds your rank, doesn't it? Red sparks flew as the axe ground against the sword. With a forceful shove, Aki parried the strike. Get lost. A 6-stage earth element warrior with a crimson core stared him down, eyes burning with malice. Liu tried to cast a support spell, but an invisible force suddenly paralyzed her, leaving her eyes wide with shock. A 3-stage 6-core warrior had cast a binding spell, locking her in place. You were too focused on your friend. The enemy channeled a numbing shock through the bind, causing Liu's entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it, this was the specialized paralysis skill used by the healing class. As a 6-core healer yourself, I'm sure you realize how dire your situation is. Normally used for anesthesia, this skill could completely disable a target when injected directly into the nervous system. She ignored Liu and approached Aki. So it's you two. No wonder we found you so quickly. Abandoning your precious young master to ambush us, Aki sneered. Is that really wise in a place where death lurks everywhere? Another figure emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with arrogance as Aki turned to face the new threat. Facing death and still talking tough. How amusing. It was how to. He gave a mocking laugh. Don't want to look pathetic in front of your woman? Do you? Those words struck Liu like a thunderbolt. She ground her teeth in silent fury, unable to move a single muscle. His woman, my blood is boiling. Her face darkened as she bit her lip. Stay calm. Now is not the time for rage. How? To approached his subordinate, casually patting her. Well done, babe. I will make sure to reward you properly tonight. He turned and grabbed Liu's chin, forcing her to look up. He laughed, though her eyes remained fixed on Aki. I'll let you watch him die first, he whispered. Then, I'll deal with you. No woman has ever dared to reject young Master Hao too. You have piqued my interest. His hand clamped firmly onto her chin, fueling the fury in her wide eyes as she gritted her teeth. Perched on a rock, the six-core Red Warrior watched. Young Master Hao. Didn't I tell you to hide? I can handle this trash alone. If you want that girl, I'll bring her back for you myself. The tension held as they spoke, his hand still gripping her chin mockingly with a cruel, arrogant smirk. Haha, with you here, no one dares ambush us. This young master refuses to hide like a coward. He sneered toward the boy, laughing mockingly. Besides, I'm a 5-core warrior. Are you underestimating my power? Old man, do you no longer need that hand? Crimson sparks of blood-like aura suddenly erupted violently around the boy. I thought you were just a spoiled brat. Duo. But it seems you're nothing but pure, unmitigated scum. I need to confirm something. His icy gaze glowed with a lethal light. His lips set in a deadly line. How? You've ruined many girls. Haven't you? Situ Liu's murderous eyes locked on as Hao laughed, pointing mockingly. Ha ha ha. What stupid nonsense is this? Are you trying to act like some cool hero before me? Tonight, your woman belongs to me. You're just a pathetic 4-core piece of worthless trash. Nearby, the 6-core warrior gritted his teeth in disgust. A pampered, foolish young master, oblivious to his weakness. That 5-core rank was only obtained through his powerful father's influence, begging ye favors to secure a hollow title, a meaningless symbol etched within a crimson circle. A warrior who has never personally slain a single demon. What a laughable and pathetic excuse for status. I'm a 6-core warrior. If the Ming clan didn't pay so well, I'd have snapped your neck long ago. He sat there, letting out a weary sigh as he watched the boy's arrogant and mindless chatter continue. Enough, Master Hao. Your father ordered you to follow my instructions. I suggest you do not refuse. The boy's icy, predatory gaze cut him off instantly. Then I will not hesitate to kill you both. He lunged like a bolt of lightning, alarming the elder. The 6-core warrior roared for Hao to dodge. Look out, death hung in the air. How could a mere 4-core warrior possess such intense fire essence? Isn't he just a 4-core? How can he wield elemental power? He streaked forward like a lethal missile. Hao stood before the girl and the warrior, trembling as he raised his fists in a desperate defense. He raised a fist wreathed in roaring flames, his eyes blazing with the fire of absolute, righteous fury. Hao recoiled in terror. Seeing a starving wolf in the boy's eyes, he fell backward, screaming in horror. Stay back, stay away from me. Why was his body paralyzed? He couldn't even think of fighting back. He shielded his face with trembling hands, staring wide-eyed at the monster, charging toward him in a panic. A mere 4-core shouldn't be this terrifying. He leveled his blade while sparks erupted from his clenched fist, like a demon ready to devour him. The pressure was overwhelming. The girl remained frozen, unable to move. He looked like a god of death. Help me, someone. Please save me, Hao shrieked in pure desperation. The elder lunged with his massive axe to strike, but the boy's sharp instincts had already detected him. The axe swung to cleave him in two, but he dodged fluidly, delivering a counterstrike that blasted him away. Skidding back, the warrior gritted his teeth, glaring at the boy with newfound fury and disbelief. Such incredible tactical fluidity. The 6-core warrior blocked the strike, but the force drove him backward significantly. He truly controls the flame. How but my earth element will not yield to a brat like him? As he recoiled, lethal wooden vines erupted to impale him. Wood element. He barely dodged the shocking assault, forced back. The 6-core warrior struggled to steady himself. He can manipulate the wood element as well. What is happening? How can one boy possess the power of two distinct and different elemental forces? He wore a sinister grin. Interesting. It seems I've drastically underestimated the many secrets you are hiding. He slammed his weapon into the earth heavily. To think you could actually master two different elemental types. Jagged rocks began encasing his heavy axe. I'm truly curious to see how you managed to achieve that. He prepared to bring the stone-clad axe down upon the boy with devastating, earth-shattering power and force. If I mastered dual elements and combined earth with lava strength, my power would become truly godlike. He mocked. I'll make you talk within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, a mysterious purple aura swirled around the boy. Is that so? A massive cerulean hand clamped down on his wrist, making his eyes bulge in sheer disbelief. A level 5 blue core devil manifested, its raw strength halting his blade mid-swing. Aki commanded the water elemental beast, Suddenly, the blue-core devil loomed directly behind the veteran warrior. Cold sweat poured down his face. How could this monster stand behind him without emitting a shred of killing intent? Only when his chest gem flared with light did he realize the predator was already within striking distance. The warrior recoiled, putting distance between them. Strangely, the level 5 creature discarded its weapon upon the ground, recognizing its fluid water element. He braced himself, but the devil struck first, sending him reeling back. Sensing the tide turning against him, the warrior desperately glanced back, seeking reinforcements for the fight. Brat, let's call a truce on our grudge. We must slay this abomination together first. Aki gestured as if pulling invisible strings. A truce, tell me. Why do you think this beast only targets you? Simultaneously, the devil summoned thousands of jagged crystals. A chilling realization finally dawned on the veteran's face. He turned, but the lethal shards were inches from his throat. This monster followed the boy's every command. Pure terror filled the warrior's eyes. How could a mere boy manipulate a creature of such high rank? Just how much power was he hiding, with no time to waste? He summoned a massive earthen shield. The crystal rain slammed against the barrier. Even Aki had to admit, the man's defense was quite impressive. He was truly worthy of a noble house's hire. While defending, the warrior reached out to summon his weapon. His axe suddenly quivered and took flight. The heavy blade spun through the air, returning to its master's hand. The devil closed in, unaware the axe was behind it. The blade cleaved through its back before returning, catching the axe. He instantly activated Great Axe mode. Yet the agile beast still managed to evade his strike. He glared at Aki. The boy was orchestrating the beast's movements with terrifying precision. Such overwhelming control. To him, Aki looked like a true demon. Was he actually a rank 7 warrior? He charged forward to end the devil first. But suddenly, thick vines snared his legs, halting his advance. Stunned by the wooden restraints, he failed to notice the devil preparing for a devastating follow-up strike, exploiting the wood element to disrupt his footing. The devil pounced. The warrior barely blocked with his heavy axe, wounded and tiring. He realized a rank 5 devil was manageable, but not with a puppet master involved. Dealing with that mysterious brat was a nightmare. Cowardly Hao Tao shoved the rank 6 female warrior forward. A monster. Slay it now. Get moving and attack. Do you hear me? She feigned confusion, stammering. But young master, I think. I'm not trained for direct combat. I'm just a healer. Besides, I must maintain the paralysis on this woman for you. Right? Situ Liu's fingers twitched. Ignoring the seemingly weak girl, Hao Tao cowardly shoved the rank 6 warrior toward danger. If a single hair on my head is harmed, none of you will see a single copper. As the warrior hesitated, Situ Liu struck from the shadows, her blade drawing a sharp cry of agony. How pathetic for a warrior. Shouldn't you fight with pride rather than bowing to such a man? The rank 6 warrior gasped, her body locking up. How did you break my paralysis? Situ Liu glared at her, her eyes burning with a cold, murderous intent. I was always rank 6. By reversing my energy flow, your amateur binding was easily shattered. The path of healing can mend a soul, or end a life. Don't you agree? Awareness faded as Situ Liu withdrew her blade, leaving the warrior to collapse in a heap. A true genius of the recovery path. Now, Situ Liu turned her icy gaze toward that scum. Hao Tao, now it's your turn. I spared her vitals, so her survival is up to fate. But you're a different story. Hao Tao's hands trembled violently as he shrieked. You dare betray us. A rank 1 coward attacking from behind, I may fear devils. But a weak girl like you is nothing. You're dead meat, Situ Liu sneered. His aura was chaotic and his posture was pathetically weak. You're just another noble puppet. Aren't you rank 5 bought with family gold and empty reputation? Tusk. Nothing but a useless, spoiled brat. Her gaze burned with a lethal intent that mocked his very existence. Hao Tao seethed with rage, his pride as a warrior shattered. You filthy woman, he spat. How did she know his secret? How did she know he had no real combat experience? Suddenly, suppressed memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. For 10 years, his father had bought the strongest warriors to guide him. They had even used forbidden methods to forcefully stabilize his core. The process had been pure agony, a constant struggle to survive. But under their protection, he had scraped his way to the 5th core level. In his mind, the towering shadow of a legendary 6th core warrior emerged. To reach the fortress of buried bones, his father had spent a fortune. He hired an elite escort and even a personal healer for his son. The elemental quartz should have been his without breaking a sweat. The more he thought about his failure, the more his blood boiled. Everything was ruined because of this wretched girl. He turned and screamed at his guard. What the hell are you doing? Get over here and protect me. My father paid you a king's ransom to be my shield. He continued his pathetic whining while the warrior struggled against a demon. Are you deaf? I said, protect me. His arrogance made the veteran warrior grit his teeth in fury. Hurry up and kill that thing. Then get over here right now. The warrior finally snapped, unable to take the insults any longer. You useless piece of trash, he roared. Shut your mouth. You're a pathetic playboy. A coward even a minor demon wouldn't bother with. For the first time, Hao Tao felt the cold sting of true fear. He opened his mouth to bark back, but froze in his tracks. Tudo Lu stood before him, her blade silent and steady. Realizing his guard was gone, Hao Tao prepared to strike. But in a flash, she vanished and reappeared behind him. A sharp blade pierced his side. Erga, it hurts. He swung his arms wildly, forcing her back in a panic. Get away from me. Tudo Lu leaped back gracefully to create distance. Suddenly, Hao Tao clutched his head and screamed in total agony. Something was horribly wrong. The fool didn't know how to channel his power. He was recklessly unleashing the massive energy of a fifth core. The warnings of the Great Hall echoed in her mind. Listen closely. If core energy recoils, it becomes a chaotic storm. Stay away from warriors in that state. Their power is unpredictable. One wrong move could lead to a fatal injury. The master's expression had been deadly serious back then. If you ever face an energy recoil, you must stay calm. You must force the energy back into its familiar path. Otherwise, the violent energy will make you self-destruct. Back in the present, a cold smile touched Tudo Lu's lips. If he wanted to burn, she would provide the spark. With a burst of terrifying speed, she lunged at him without hesitation. Veins bulged on Hao Tao's face like snakes as he lost control. His eyes went wide as he gripped his sword with both hands. You still dare to challenge me? He swung with maddened, uncontrolled fury. He threw his entire weight into a desperate, massive overhead strike. Now, taste the true power of my blade. He unleashed a barrage of wild strikes, laughing like a maniac. He wore a twisted expression of triumph. The sudden onslaught caught her off guard for a moment, but her instincts were sharper. With a flash of steel, she parried the heavy blow. Seeing her struggle, Hao Tao's ego swelled once again. He let out a boastful roar, mocking her. I am an agility-type blue core, a mere recovery type like you can never match my speed. Tudo Lu's eyes narrowed in pure disgust. Shut your mouth. As she blocked his strikes, memories of her father's harsh training returned. She remembered the grueling years of balancing on high pillars. This pathetic display didn't even compare to her childhood lessons. He had the raw power of a fifth core, but zero discipline. His swings were nothing more than chaotic, mindless hacks. Hao Tao continued to lash out like a cornered, rabid beast. He gritted his teeth as she danced around his blade effortlessly. How can a recovery type keep up with my speed? Tudo Lu looked at him as if he were a mere child playing with a toy. How you choose to swing is your own business. She maintained her composure. The outcome of the battle already decided. But I will crush you head on. A burst of emerald energy erupted from her blade like a soaring arrow. Hao Tao had no time to react as the impact sent him flying. She stared down at the broken man. My father taught me that power without control is less than 1% of true strength. With one final, decisive movement, she struck. He took the full, devastating force of her judgment. Gritting his teeth in pure denial, he roared, I am the young master of the Min family. I won't be looked down upon. You all must die. With a desperate surge of power, Hao Tao lunged straight at Tudo Lu. Perish together with me. Tudo Lu recoiled in shock. His self-destruction was accelerating faster than she imagined. At this distance, escape was impossible. She slammed her blade into the earth, dropping into a defensive stance as a vibrant blue barrier flared to life. Tudo Lu braced for the full impact of his explosion. Hao Tao's veins bulged and his eyes turned wild as his power reached the breaking point. A blinding azure light erupted, lashing out with arcs of electricity that sent tremors through the shattered earth. The sheer magnitude of the blast forced Aki and the sixth core warrior, Hong Hang, to turn their attention toward the chaos. Stunned by the sudden escalation, Aki reacted instantly, sprinting toward the center of the devastation where Tudo Lu stood. Meanwhile, the sixth core warrior fumed with rage. To think that a mere first core girl could drive that fool to suicide.